they're in there. That's fine. I'm not going to use my now. They named them for I don't know.
Jono's not here. Jono?
We are tWoTcast episode. I forgot to look at my notes, but let's go to it. 425, I think. Yeah.
That's 425.
Yeah.
It's 425.
No, he doesn't know.
No. Okay.
All right, everyone, shut the up. Let's ready to record.
We like to start every show by yelling, "We are tWoTcast." Can you do that with me? On the count of 1, 2, 3, go. We are tWoTcast. Now we can start.
The Wheel of Time Reread Podcast. Explicit and R. Freaking rated. Jono's the wild card. Always talking shit. Joe's the straight man. He's a total dick. Tom is still obsessed with X-Men.
Previously on X-Men.
We are
You're watching tWoTcast, Wheel of Time Reread podcast, now covering the Wheel of Time show, which is not the Wheel of Time reread book thing. I'm Jono. With me is Joe.
Hey, Jono.
Hi.
Hey, man.
Kathy.
Hi, boys. Hello, friends.
Well,
Hello, all friends.
Hello.
Friends.
My apologies for being 6.9 seconds late, but I made it just in time. I didn't even have my.
It wasn't your fault, Jono. Wasn't your fault.
Did it actually start early or something?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's right.
Football. How about that? I ran in at the right time, huh?
Yeah, you were fine.
No.
What the fuck are we doing tonight?
Well, we are going to cover episodes, chapters. Jesus, nope, 0 for 2.
Oh, try again. Episodes was right the first time.
Episodes 3 and 4 of tWoT Show, season 3.
Very nice.
We get some exciting stuff.
Did you
here.
say you're viewing?
I did say viewing, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I know how to read. Sometimes.
Cheers, my lads.
My
cheers.
brain is mush today.
Salud.
Oh, cheers, Taffy.
Goal.
What do you have, Taffy?
Oh, it's just tea. It's my cinnamon tea.
It's
cinnamon tea.
quiet.
It's feeling very sentimental. And Joe, what type of what are you drinking? Secret Star or Pop Star today?
I'm drinking Secret Star. No
Okay.
one knows who it is right now.
What do you have?
Later on, I'll have an old fashioned and
Oh, you old fashioned. Say thank you, Lauren.
Old fashioned. That's what they called it back in the day.
Back in my day, and I'm having the Balcony 14. Very exciting.
Oh,
Fantastic.
very nice.
It gets you fucked up. You know what else does? To offset it, because I don't want to get too fucked up. A Miller Lite. 100% opposite drinking schedule.
It's a nice balance. Good choice.
Yeah,
That's
not
me.
bad.
Nice balance. So what we got here? I don't know if you need some more preamble bullshittery until Joe and Dwayne is ready.
Well, let's we'll check on the chat.
Yeah, there you go. Because as we mentioned probably every time because we fuck up a lot, Joe does everything, and then I make shitty jokes. So sometimes
literally right before we started, I was having the same problem with StreamYard that I had last week, where the images weren't loading in, and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" So I was mildly irate.
Son of a bitch, StreamYard. God damn it.
Son of a bitch.
I would have gotten away with it too, for meddling kids.
And I was trying to do something to fix it, and that's when the timer stopped early on Jono. Good day, good people in Jono. See how he always separates you?
You know why that is? Because I'm great. Not good.
Oh, that's interesting. I always assumed it went the other way.
You'd be wrong. Wrong. Very
That makes
wrong.
a lot of sense, though. Makes a lot of sense. Oh, what, man? Your alt accounts here, Jono?
Yep, there we go.
Why is everybody's name blue tonight? Is it always
Alt to
like
do
that, or
3
is
and
it-
4 together, is it?
Yeah, StreamYard seems to have updated because I can't
Yeah.
actually update my name. I can update my name. It's not showing all the time though anymore. Nor is
well, it's not showing when we have.
yeah. But it would be a Tom's Grumpy Penis tWoTcast.
Oh, you know what it is? I think it's because I'm in the other thing. I told you I made a new so within StreamYard there's like separate channels to like have backgrounds and logos and all that shit and all the stuff that we're putting on. Ours is inundated with a bunch of crap that we've done over the years, and I only keep the relevant stuff, but it still has a lot of stuff in there. So long story short, I made a new one to
The
I like
inundation
it.
and
be
deluge.
just the show
Great.
stuff. So
It's
if we
fun.
switched back, Jono, like this, which no one imperceptible to anybody else,
It's
the
very
right
perceptible
way.
to me.
It's the right way.
That makes I feel happy and home and I'm ready to go.
Well, I'll
Ready to
fix
go.
it. I'll fix it as we
Yeah.
go. But don't get distracted by such silly things.
I get distracted by the smallest things. I sometimes even see my penis. That is
I mean,
small.
every once in a
distracting.
while.
Yeah. Thank you, Taffy.
Small, but good.
They do go well together in that 3 sits up 4 nicely. That's true.
Thank you.
Is that response just like we're gonna talk about episode 4 endlessly? Is that what is that what they're getting?
I have a hard time
I mean,
knowing.
we can't not talk about 4 tonight, first of all. Second of all, we didn't talk about 3 last week, so we gotta.
No, there's some good stuff.
We backed ourselves into a corner.
Yeah. And you know what that means? We've been sodomized.
Again,
Again.
that red is so jarring. I like the blue better. But
No,
don't change
you're
it.
wrong. You're wrong.
I'm not a
Wrong.
fan of red. I don't like red.
Oh,
Oh, well, too bad. Episode 3 is filled with reds.
That's true.
Good day, fish
Sticklers. Yeah.
Ooh.
That's also. These are all my alt accounts, by the way. There's no
that-
one in the audience.
Let's throw in some notes.
Yeah, we need some nose for later. Who
I
was it
like
that
I
started
like
that?
it.
Was that Christian rapper that started the
I think
nose
so.
thing?
I feel like it was. My memory for what we say and do on the show is very slim. to
Oh, I'm sorry.
none.
That wasn't
That's
okay.
fine.
That was,
You're-
So
you're
for what the
deep
chat's
in.
up to, like it's gone.
It just popped
Again,
into my head. Christian rapper, where the fuck are you? We need to know.
I don't
For
like it tastes like piss but less filling. Also, you should see
Light
what my urine tastes like.
Who's drinking
Like light beer. I don't like to throw kudos Joe's way because Joe's a giant cunt. But it's like he does have to do so many different dumb tasks of all the imagery, doing the show, and then keeping up with chat while really I just say inane shit. And Taffy tries to keep us on course. So anyway,
That's
fuck you, Joe.
fine.
And
Keep, that's fine, right?
Hey, can we print out Glenn where he wrote Taffy is correct? And I'm going to print it out and I'm going to give it to my husband.
he misspelled correctum. There's a U in
You
it.
want to take a screenshot of that? Is that what you're saying? Where did he say that?
You just
put
had it
out-
up.
yeah.
You just had it up.
Oh, I didn't scroll all the
Uh-oh,
way
it's
down.
back on blue, Jono.
What's
What
up,
are you going to do?
fellas?
I
This is
see
what
it.
the show. No, I'm gonna change it as we go, Taffy. Oh, Taffy is correct. Here you go, Taffy.
Correct. Dumb.
Thank you. I'm going to take a picture of that.
Wait, did you? Was that a fake picture sound?
No, I
So
would never do
confused.
that.
Yeah, 4 endlessly. Yeah, that's true. I can't talk about episode 4.
I
mostly.
don't know if I could. Which one I could talk about?
I don't know.
more.
Jono and I may not agree with that.
There's so much to say, so much to do. So what's
So much
wrong
to
with
do.
taking the back
So much
roads?
wrong with taking the back streets.
Oh, is that what it? I know.
I mean, they're talking about the back door. I think, China.
The whole thing is about rectal
Yeah.
sex.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is all my work passwords, and I have 3 jobs.
Wow. Okay. Let me write that down for. We need
Rectal
an update.
sex 69.
Rectal sex 69. This is going to have to go directly onto
Good luck knowing which one's the
MySpace
numbers, uppercase,
/
lowercase.
tWoTcast,
Yeah.
because that's where the newsletter goes for everything concerning tWoTcast.
Joe, you ready for
Oh.
the
No, I'm
banner?
not.
That's okay. Everybody knows it by now. They all have it saved as like their number 1 bookmark.
Yeah, and also our
What's that?
password for if you want to jump into our MySpace, it's rectalsex69 as well.
Are you talking about
Hey!
MySpace.tWoTcast.com? It's the new Twitter of time, MySpace.com/sing with Taffy. It's where we get all our show news.
If you need to know
It's
anything,
a big community over there, guys. Don't get overwhelmed. You know?
it is a little overwhelming.
Just keep it calm, you know?
Have we chosen our song yet, or does that come later? That was the best thing about MySpace.
I don't think we've done anything. I mean, yeah, we did all the things, John. All
How
the
do you
normal
upload a
things
song there?
all the
Can you
normal
I don't
things
know.
you would
Apple
do.
Music or
So in the Joe, Tom, and Jono thread today, we actually evoked real responses from Tom briefly.
Really?
So maybe we can see if we can.
Do you want to
yeah.
just read it aloud? Wait, it's for,
Oh,
it's
no,
for the,
not
it's
now.
For the,
That's-
it's for the next episode.
Yeah, it's for the next episode. That being said, what I'm like, the point is, maybe there's a chance we could kind of jostle him to actually upload some songs that into the MySpace.
yeah,
Because at least he
not
was
doing
alive.
anything. His
he's
newborn
not that
baby
shit.
and other child are asleep right now. What's he doing?
yeah,
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah, he should be building out our MySpace page.
Get
Really
some
have to
work
keep it updated because it's really important.
All right, you guys want to talk about episode 3?
Yeah.
3 of the Wheel of Time?
Hold on, let me finish this text to Tom.
Sure, you can finish whatever you want to finish. Seeds of the Shadow.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Seeds of the Shadow 3. Very exciting stuff. Again, it's really annoying to how do I start to say
You're around stuff.
you are what you eat, Wyatt? Man. Oh, shit.
Jono, stop responding to yourself. It's
It's
getting
really
old.
weird when you do that. Like,
I apologize.
You should
The worst
just
part is,
stay
I was
up.
like, what did I say a minute ago?
No.
Oh, it's actually
Jono
Joe's
may be
fault.
here
For,
next week. His account was hacked.
next week, by the way, is a very exciting episode. Taffy. It's just gonna be all Taffy songs.
oh, I think you should sing "Light Blinded Fool." We could
Oh.
sing together.
Oh, is that what's gonna go on?
I may be in bad shape next week. I'll be here. Don't worry. But
Because
it'll
of
be
your
the
birthday.
it'll be
Okay.
the eve of my 40th birthday.
Party.
I don't know if I'm going to just be just
You're
ripped
gonna
to
have the
shreds.
time
Totally.
of your life.
Yes.
And I'll hold it all to show. I don't know what that's going to look like.
It's going to be
Besides-
good. I'm excited.
I mean, I'm imagining. Sir, here's the thing: we're gonna come in. I'm only gonna have one show to prepare for, one episode of the show to prepare for. I'll be ready to go. I'll have notes. You know what I mean? I won't be scrambling in the background, making
it's a
stuff
lot
while
of
we're
work
live. Who
prepping
does
for
that?
these
That'd be
2
crazy.
episodes.
It'll be our most professional one yet.
All right, episode 3.
And if we stay on till midnight, we can all celebrate Jonathan's birthday.
Oh,
at
that's a
midnight.
great idea.
My wife will
My wife?
be
She'll
very
kick
happy.
you outside.
That poor woman.
All right, let's try
Anyway,
again.
so we start
third
off-
time's a charm for season 3, episode 3. That's episode 3. Seeds of the Shadow. All right, we get the scene with
The Forsaken
Robin.
Basement, which is what I
Oh,
call my
it's-
asshole.
yeah. What else would you call it? This is pretty cool. I like this scene.
Yeah.
I liked how immediately how Robin's like, well, all right, let me check with the others. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, oh, I
Wait, what
hang
else?
out with them too.
Yeah.
What are you, stupid?
But then he's like, they were upset you didn't invite them. But how the fuck is she supposed to invite them if she doesn't even know that they're out?
She knows they're all out.
She
From
knows
last
they're out.
season.
Yeah.
So she was just feigning disbelief. She's like, oh,
Feigning.
who?
Yep.
I think it was
Okay.
more like they're in contact and she's not in contact with them. So she was like,
Oh,
feigning.
speaking of that face that Jono just made,
Yeah.
I know we don't really care about video views. We're just here to have fun with our friends and everybody who
Mhm.
wants to talk about stuff with us. But I've noticed that
This is a mass marketed
all
show.
the other videos have. I think you should get a screenshot of Jono going like this, or
I should just
or-
have Jono pose in front of a green screen and do
Like this.
like Home Alone faces every time.
okay, and then you have to you
Yeah.
have to mask him out, superimpose
Yeah, of course,
him
yeah.
on,
Yeah.
and you have to update the thumbnail because for some reason I don't understand it, but I understand.
But if you put a person's head on it, like
making
they're
some
reacting
kind
to
of like
something,
yes,
they
like,
go, I want to click on that.
Yes. So you
Yeah,
should have a
I don't care
series
about
of
play.
faces from
We don't play to
Jono.
the lowest common denominator here.
I just want to.
We are.
I just want to see Jono's face on
We
the
fly our
thumbnail.
own direction, sail our own ship, whatever the
We
fuck
already
thing
are
is.
the lowest common denominator.
It could even be mad ones like Jono going like this because he's so mad, just like anything.
Oliver's ears is here.
Hello, Oliver's ears. So it was just an idea. I thought maybe we could put Jono on all the thumbnails doing different faces.
I don't think we are getting the Robin harem. Yeah, probably not.
But technically, we kind of are halfway there, right?
Let me ask you something. We only have one name not to be named, right? We've got like, who do we have? We have
They didn't.
Ishmael,
they didn't send
Lanfear,
Masana,
Robin, Samuel, Grandel, Semirage, Mogideon.
but they did do Demandred and.
So
Masana.
that's what I think is the last one. Is Demandred, right? It's got to be. They're saving him for
Yeah.
last. They're gonna reveal that
Presumably.
way later.
Yeah.
Presumably, blah 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 blah. blah,
Presumably, yeah. Which of course
So who's
means
Asmodean? Or rather, who is playing his teacher? Assuming they go that way, which I think they will. Robin? Why introduce him so early? Is my question.
it can't
Do you think
be.
we're gonna get like a Robin scene in the end of this? Are they combining
Well, they're
Asmodean
combining
with Robin,
obviously.
and they're gonna he's gonna be like fucked by Lanfear by the end of this, and because it's not
I'd
gonna be
watch
Samuel.
that. Yeah, Samuel seems like not correct, right? It just feels like he's already understandably. First off, I love the actor they've got for Samuel.
He
I
looked
love the
great.
scar.
Yeah.
I
cool.
hate what the fuck he's wearing. Like, in fairness, that looks like he's the Lord of Bones, and that's the wrong show.
Yeah. Where's the bees? Where's the bees?
Yeah.
Those are bees.
Yeah.
That's how bees looked in the Age of Legends. They had really sharp bone wings.
Jesus Christ.
They flew around. When you got stung by a bee in the Age of Legends, your arm got lopped off for the most part.
Cool.
You had to be very careful.
So, like, but who's going to teach him? I mean, there's
Hey,
only.
stop. Hi, Ryan.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan and I were just discussing thumbnails at length today.
By the way,
Really?
I would love for
Yeah.
that to be Dan's. Like if Dan just had The Way of the Ryan as the name of his. Name.
It will be Asmodean.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks it's going to be Asmodean. What?
But so there's no Damondred?
There will be no Damandred, Masana, Bilal, Agenor. Agenor and Balthamo, they're out. Bilal, he's barely there. You can get rid of Bilal. Masana, kind of the same thing. She just hangs out in the tower the whole time. That's fine too. But like, Damandred, really? No Bal the Willed?
and his Sardukar. No, that's not right. That's Dune. But
Maybe the one with the guitar was Robin combined with Asmodean. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Colonel
Cool.
Mustang, we did actually discuss that, I think, a couple episodes, but we got drunk and forgot.
Yeah.
It's like Napoleon if he wore bones.
He is short. He is short, a little angry, a little stocky. I bet he's got a pretty thick penis.
Lifeline of Fools holding out for Tame
prob-
on
yeah.
that. That would be if they twist Mazrim Tame into just being new Forsaken and taking that. That's
Yeah, because we all
I buy
kind of
it.
thought
I
that
love
that's
it.
what it
I buy
was,
it.
right?
yeah, that's what he should have
I-
done. In the
That was originally, Taffy,
But
that was
the key there being in this iteration would be like he's not Damandred who's pretending to be Taim. Taim
Yeah.
like becomes a Forsaken and then fights him in the end. I mean, so which will also be really awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know. No Sharon's. Why do you know? How do you know that, Glenn? How do we know
Well,
this?
because they're very wrapped up into
It's helpful.
Damandred. Although there is actually some bizarre bastardization of the map, which I know you're shocked to hear that Brown and Jajano is
Brown hole.
No,
very
Yeah.
disappointed by.
I was looking over that after you were pointing that out. Like, it's really the whole travel plan was really weird from that
Yeah.
they were talking about. The
Mm.
first
There's a
episode.
bunch of things that, to my
Asmodean
mind, have
becomes.
gone.
Yeah.
It's some of the map stuff is very.
Oh, Glenn
frustrating.
said from educated guessing. Okay, fair.
That's good.
I mean,
Fine, we don't allow
there's
educated people.
There's plenty of people out there that watch all the interviews and know things that I don't know. If I was gleaning
So we
every
find out
little
that our
tiny
good
bit of
friend Gabriel has been
information.
free for a month. I like that. That fits more into what we should know. But
Well, it's
I
only
also
been a month
hate
since
the fact.
fall.
But how the fuck is his compulsion working? That's the thing that's bothering me. Is the fact that, like, I get that his whole retinue should be compulsed enough. Why not? But
Yeah,
Elaine,
the implication
Elaine
is that
being
he's in.
compulsed.
the implication that he's compulsing an entire city, or you know what I mean? Like that doesn't make that's a lot.
I'll tell you what. The implication.
I guess
all
every
of a sudden,
town, the
that episode
townspeople
of
don't
Sunny,
need to know, right?
But
The city,
Elaine,
folk.
yeah,
Elaine.
enough people.
He compulsed her the second he walked into the room.
That's not how that fucking works. She's not just gonna like you can do it technically in person, why not? But we should see something. We as the audience should see something. Unless
I think
the
they
Aquaman
didn't show
things.
you
yeah.
right away, at least, because they didn't want you to know that he was forsaken
Then that's-
until the next episode.
Only
which
clue-
But
Clues
that's
the
bullshit. That's
hesitation.
subjective. Like that's like all of a sudden, like, are we just not going to see when weaves happen because like we're the audience, we don't get to see it until it's like relevant? Like, or has he inverted them, and all of a sudden that's why it didn't appear on screen? Like, it ruins the point of being a spectator who has seen presumably every weave that's happened on screen.
Oh, did Show Robin
Invert-
take the place of Lord Gabriel, or are they following the book? So that's interesting, but I don't think they did. I don't think he did,
Yeah.
because he blatantly says, like, I tricked everybody. In this conversation with
Yeah.
Lanfear, he's like, I tricked them all into thinking I was been here all along. You know, like, he basically says that. So, like,
And I've been here too, the meddling
Yeah.
kids. Again, Scooby-Doo
the
episodes.
scenes were not in male channelers' POVs or audience POVs when he was on screen.
How do you like
I mean,
legitimate
it was his
question?
point
Like,
of view, technically. I guess it was a group scene, but he's the first in the scene walking through the hallway. So, like, oh, when he channeled, never mind. You're right. Because when
Right.
Samuel channels to leave, what do you think about the gateway weave? The little like Christmas decoration.
I kind of
that
like it.
comes-
I like
comes
it.
in. I don't mind it. I was just like,
Yeah.
huh, all right.
It looks like they're bending space and time, which is kind of cool.
It
It's
was
a little
pretty cool. I
Dune-ish.
liked how they did a little thing in front of them, and then it opened up behind them, and they like backed
Yeah.
into it. Like that was kind of neat.
There's a nice reference to cunnilingus. Samuel talks
Yeah.
about the fact that like if Rand had wanted, or Luce Theron had wanted her to be curled up, he would have said rug, and all of a sudden she responds. I assume that's just what they called women back in the day. Is just
Yeah,
rug.
just rug.
So they weren't
Yeah.
like, it's more of an 80s. It's than I expected, or 70s really, I guess. Just a
Yeah.
full on. I don't understand why you're doing that. I'm
Are
trying
you
to be
talking?
relevant.
Are you talking about her pussy? Are you talking about her pussy bush?
Pussy bush,
Blood-
yeah, not her pussy. Her, like,
Pussy Bush show?
yeah, her vaginal hair,
Uh huh.
vaginal.
Mm.
think
Yeah,
that's how it's
yeah.
pronounced.
Okay, that
Mhm.
makes sense.
Her Hans
Rug.
pubis.
Uh huh.
What? I mean, oh, okay.
Yeah. Why are you laughing?
No reason.
Anyway, so yeah, I think that's.
I mean, that was
I
pretty
find
cool
them
scene.
sexist and offensive.
Did you like how old Mog was there afterwards and was like, I don't like
Is he
how you
fucking-
didn't defend me, Robin. And he's like, I have to pretend. Also, you would totally try to kill me. And she's like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Are they fucking like legitimate question? Because they get a little.
I'm pretty sure
they're a
he's just
little-
having fun with old Morgaze right now. I don't think they're doing that.
First off, she's middle-aged Morgaze. Secondly, this is a dude who has a harem, has been, in the actual books. He'll fuck anything that moves. That's attractive, at least.
That's shit.
Oh, be
Grass on the field. God damn. I mean, I bet that's how Robin would probably measure it.
Hey, Jono, are you gonna do the do? What's the point of this character or whatever you're gonna do?
Oh! Yeah, I forgot my already one-time recurring scene. We'll get there in a bit. Yeah, we will get there in a bit. Please remind me to take notes. I don't have a
You
pen
do
in front
next
of me.
week. You do next week.
It'll
Yeah.
be this episode because there
Okay.
are some like what the fuck points.
How about
Yeah.
when Lanfear says she'll start with the weakest of us and in clear reference to Samuel? Was that weird? He's supposed to like match Luce Theron, isn't he? Almost.
Oh no.
Well, I mean, first off,
Robin was
one of
supposed to be weaker than Samuel, and Moghedian for sure. Although they are clearly making her stronger.
So that's one of the things. Is like, so technically, she's like the weakest of us is Moghedian. Moghedian seemed to have, again, at the end of the last season, really kind of cowed Lanfear. Like it seemed like she had to fucking
Mhm.
one up on her.
Yeah, well, they in this discussion they clearly reference Lanfear as the strongest of them. Like, why aren't you in charge? I was gonna say this. He goes, why aren't you nameless? Why aren't you our leader? And Samuel says that, and I'm like, it's so like I know it's for people that don't read the books, and it's just for people to watch the show. But like, whenever they go out of their way to like spell out what a word means, like in the old tongue or something, or like a word for the books, it's so jarring to me, and it like pulls me right out of the show.
Well, because it's kind of redundant if you know what nameless is already.
So like for all of us, we're just like, yeah, we know what nameless is. but for anybody else watching the show, they're just like, what the fuck is he talking about? And he's like, oh, leader. Okay, got it. You know,
Also,
like for anybody else, it's fine,
speaking
but like,
common?
I don't know. It just like it really pulled me out of the show, and it happens a lot. But it's again, I don't fault the show. They have to explain it.
They have stuff like that is necessary.
Like, it's 100% necessary. It's just one of those things where it just makes me laugh every time it happens. Because
there is also a note on your point though about Nihilus. There is a note about like that. You know, why aren't you Lanfear? Supposedly the strongest, and she says something about maybe the Great Lord still wants Ishamael. Maybe that opens up the pathway for the Moradin character kind of thing, and as well as others, and to eventually measure 13. Not that I actually need that anymore. We've already let that happen. Or maybe it's just who knows. But it was mentioned.
They wanted to make sure that everyone knows they're not talking about the guy that runs WotCon. Throw in a subtitle. I mean, that's cool. Yeah, if they had spoken in the old tongue and been in subtitles, that would have been
like. It's a very strange.
But then the word nameless would have been lost amongst all the.
Maybe jargon. They would have said it. They would have said it in common. Who are you to be nameless? And then the other one, Ganes, chosen one. I like that idea.
Christian Rapper said, Robin makes absolutely no sense. He can't compel the whole world. They're going to run into someone that's from that city when Gabriel isn't around. They're going to say, who in the light is Gabriel? Okay. That's what I'm like better put than I he's running a very short term con, I think, compared to the books. But depending on what he's trying to do, I think it's fine. Like, I think it makes sense. And
I don't think it does. I'll be honest, it does not make sense unless you can unless he's
he needed power really quickly. Rail. He needed to get into position to do something later on in this season. I don't think it's like the whole I'm taking over Andor and I'm going to be here for a long time. I think it's like he got into where he needed to be. He's not worried about the long term of like running into somebody that he can't compulse right away.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I think it's I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it's a little more short con than long con kind of thing with him in the show.
Oh, yeah, you talk about my penis.
Like maybe he's after Kalendor instead of Balal. And that's all he's there for.
No salmon, Balal. High Lord salmon, by the way. So then we go to the next scene, which is Joya and Amiko.
Oh, I think he uses dreams.
Okay, I don't hate that, but again, Elaine is the outline.
Yeah, wasn't like
Elaine
Samuel like fucking all of Ilion up by like using the world of dreams and like making them like.
In book 3, both Samuel and Balal are just sending shitty dreams across their entire cities.
It's basically Trump compulsing the entire Republican Party.
We don't talk about politics on the show.
We don't, but I can highlight the comment and laugh about it. Move on.
Yes. In fairness, I hope that Republicans, if that's what you are, if that's what you're not, I don't care. You can laugh about the fact that that is moderately. Again, we're not here to talk about politics.
It's just funny. We've been on this one scene for way too long. What
Joy and Amiko.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Next.
Niniyave and Elaine are basically tasked to interrogate because they're the Hounds of Sawan, but Varen and Lyanna are in on it, I guess. Right? They're going to interrogate Joya and Amiko. What are you thoughts, John?
Logic, just logic, and I get it. It's women. I'm not sexist. That's not what I would say personally. I think that from a director point of fucking view, this makes no goddamn sense, right? Why are you sending two accepted? Oh, because they can lie, and apparently they can kill people, supposedly. You don't. That doesn't make any fucking sense that you send them as.
I think it's still Swan knowing she can only trust them. I think it's just
If
what
you
she
wanna say
tells
that,
to Varen and
fucking say
Leanne
it.
might be a different scenario.
Fucking say it. Like it's done in the books, like in a way that just says, like, "Hey,
She
you're
does
the only
say
people I
it.
can
Doesn't
trust."
Swan say that?
It said once. It said once an episode or two ago.
Swan said it last episode when she
I
recruited
just
them.
said an episode or two ago, but have it done here
There's
in a
only
way
3
that,
episodes.
in a way that makes fucking sense. Right now, if I'm being tortured or supposedly being tortured, and I'm looking and there's two fucking 19-year-old girls, or well, technically 21 and 24, whatever the fuck their ages are, that are coming to I'd be like, why the fuck are you here? I'm not taking this seriously. This does not have the teeth to it. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. This is dumb.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
Thank you.
Don't agree with it.
India. It's just, to me, and then they're like, we'll just kill her. Like, no, you're not going to kill her. You know what? Because an Aes Sedai can't fucking kill her, or Aes Sedai can't lie, have an Inquisitor, not Inquisitor with a capital I, but have a questioner do it. Someone, again, fucking same term. God damn it. But someone who's there to, someone who's there to interrogate, someone who's there just to fucking kill people. It's not that difficult to imagine just torturing them. But
I kind of feel like this whole thing is Varen setting them up to go to the Brown Naja quarters and find the shit that she put out.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Right?
Because she definitely left all that stuff out. Hey, spoilers for all of the books and the shows.
Oh,
but that's weak too. That's weak that they finally get there.
So?
To me, I do. It was more seamless in the book that it was, it was this.
Well, they had more time to explain it in the books, though. I think, you know what I mean.
When we actually get to the fucking dumb reason that they go to Tanchico,
yeah.
Besides tanning, which, by the way, smart reason to go to Tanchico.
Yeah. Perfectly.
I can't wait to shit on it. And again, I liked the first scene.
Also, is Leandrin just chatting with Varen and hey, just make sure you leave this book open in your study?
It's fucking weird.
I mean,
what else
I
you
don't know
guys
if
got
Varen
for
is
this?
talking to Leandrin, but I think Varen
John
knows.
is complaining about a scene that
knows
actually
more.
comes from the books.
I can win because describe how it is in the books. In the books, it makes sense. In the books, they're not in the White Tower; they're in Tyr. They are under Moraine's point of view, or under her what the fuck's the term?
Oh yeah, right.
They're not in the White Tower with literally hundreds of Aes Sedai who could do the job better, who are actually supposed to be doing the job.
Again,
they're not there with.
I don't think that they're not being interrogated by other Aes Sedai. I think that they're Swan and Varen and Leanne are doing shit on the surface, so everybody else in the tower feels satisfied that they're being interrogated. I just think they're also doing the interrogations because they're Swan's hounds.
Yeah, so we've got 6 hours of real interrogators, and then we're gonna let these two...
and then you get these two.
Yeah.
Well, Egwene actually squishes her with air or something, doesn't she? The other chick. So maybe that's something that I said I can't do. Elaine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that is true. Yep, she can technically do that. As could literally any accepted.
Literally any accepted isn't trusted by.
But this is the point, though. This level of torture is not supposed to happen at all. They don't just say well,
fair.
Thank God we've got these just young dumb chicks that can also torture for us. That's never been a thing. You're all supposed to uphold. Remember when they came back from Falm and they attacked the Children of the Light? And how did Varen react?
She freaked the fuck out.
No. She thought it was a good idea. She's like, hey, by the way, I'm gonna take you
Yeah.
to my chambers and let you each other out. It'll be cool. See?
They're playing fast and loose with Marin.
Jesus,
I mean,
man.
they're already implicating her like this episode. You know what I mean? So it's not like
No.
I think we're gonna come to certain realizations a lot faster than we did in the books.
I have twice.
Just
Just right now?
Yeah.
Or so-
I
awesome.
definitely have. I definitely have.
Great show.
All right,
Well, that's me for this week.
Elida has a little tantrum, and Min's her servant now.
Do you want to hear? And the answer can easily be no, but I'll tell it anyway. The first joke I remember my dad telling.
Yes. Yes.
What is it, John?
So my dad is he was born in 1944. He's almost 81. And there's a decent chance he could still beat my ass. He was actually over at my house doing plumbing work. And that's not a euphemism. And I'm kind of slightly in awe about that. But the first joke I remember my dad telling was about the most popular woman in a nursing home. And don't remember it. I was about 5 or 6. It made no sense to me. It took me a decade. But it was the lady with Parkinson's because her hand was doing that.
That's such an old dude joke. Yeah. Yeah.
The funniest part, and maybe not when I think about it now, my grandmother on my mother's side died of Parkinson's. So my dad was really hitting the nail with his hand. But anyway, so Elida's hand shaking, and that's all I can think of is Parkinson's, a very serious disease.
But how it was introduced to you by a completely different generation of like humor, like just
horrible.
where everybody just made fun of everything and everybody all the time. Like that, everybody. No one was off limits.
Nor
back
should
in
they
the
be.
day. Yeah.
You could
I mean, it explains a lot. I mean, I was already aware of this, but the audience might not have been. Who you are, how you came to be.
5 years old hearing that.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
So anyway, that's the first joke I ever heard. At least that I can remember. The other one that I still remember is my penis.
That's a good joke.
It's a terrible joke.
Oh, it's okay, Jono.
Yay!
Jonna, they literally had a trial accusing Leandrin of kidnapping Egwene, Elena, and Nynaeve without Elaine and Egwene. Wait. Yeah, that's true. I mean, they're novices. They're not allowed on the hall when it's sealed or whatever, right?
Yep. It's word from word from the book. Like it could be word from word, and they do a great job of actually in this season so far.
Interrogating a turkey leg.
Like they do a great job of bringing legitimate quotes. Like they do some legitimate quotes, but I feel like parts of these don't make sense. Like, and I maybe I'm just a dickhead shouting at nothing, which I am.
Agreed.
But like I don't know. To me, it feels slightly hollow. A few things like this. To me, it nailed the point. Like got the words from the text, but missed the contextualization. In this case, like I don't think it makes any sense for that to happen. If you're outside of the tower, if this is what the fuck happens in Tyr, in a dungeon in Tyr, and Moraine says over and over.
When they were outside of the tower, the reason Moraine was letting them do what they were doing wasn't because they were outside of the tower. It's because they had
they were
told to do it by Suan. Right.
Yeah, true. Very
so,
true.
Like, what
but
is
also
the problem exactly?
But these are like,
there's so many things to be upset about in this show. I just don't feel
I'm
like
losing my mind.
Shit that's like blatantly out of the books should be one of the things we're ripping apart.
Maybe I'm the one losing my mind again. But
back when everything was fun. I think that's just a reference to when your dad's age.
Yeah. In fairness, everything was funny for him.
Guess it means a lot will be head of the Red House show. Okay.
That's a good chance. Anyway, it's just to me, I just find it a little bit odd. Odd.
They only needed one accuser. Yeah, I mean,
Jacuz.
sure, but I also think it's because she was accepted and not just a novice. You know. Anyway, Tremors. You guys, what is the point of this scene? Other than just be like, Min's there, and she's suddenly a servant, pretending to be a servant. We know why Min's in there, but like, you know.
So I love her outfit, by the way. She's not quite how not the full picture, but what she's wearing, perfect. And I love her as an actress too. I think she's fantastic. Like, it's not quite the right.
I like how she feels. She seems to feel very at home in her pantsuit. Servant suit.
It's a little more pantsuit, not quite enough. Like
she leans back and puts her hands in her pockets a lot, and like the way she talks to Matt, and she like it seems natural. It doesn't seem like she's wearing like costuming. It seems like she's wearing like something she's used to wearing.
By the way, did you know that this is in fact not a costume?
Oh, just what she wears? The actor?
The actress.
I suppose Jackie
her real name is
Gleason
Triss.
is Secretary of State. So Eve and Elaine go down to I guess where Leandrin. She had followed Leandrin to the one time where her son was being held, and there's a gray man following them. Dun dun. And then they see a drawing written on the ground in chalk and salt, which Jono does not like. Yes.
So first off, I want to apologize to some rants that I had made, and then they actually made up for. They kept saying like painted with chalk, and I was like, "You mean drawn?" But nope, they actually do paint with chalk. We find out towards the end of this episode. So I do apologize for yelling about that. And I do, of course, I every fall, as any good man does, my wife nags me into watching Sleepy Hollow. So I loved this scene in Sleepy Hollow, where there was the drawing underneath his bed and all that kind of thing. Yeah, good for Glenn. It's gonna be a long night for these. Well, a short night for these guys. And best R.I.P. to your nachos. But like to me, this is literally like it's a drawing under a bed. This is dumb. This is like the conclusion drawn is fucking stupid. It doesn't make a goddamn lick of sense. It's not.
I think the only reason I'm remotely okay with this ridiculous conclusion that she's in Tenchiko is because Nynaeve saw like real parts of her throughout the last couple seasons, which I didn't like. but still exist.
I don't mind.
So like they made her into being more of a sympathetic character and more like a dark friend, not by choice necessarily, but by like.
That's fine by me. I think that makes sense. I honestly, I think that makes sense. But what is the point here? Like literally, hey, her son is, he's dying, and so she's taken him back to Tenchiko, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know they're technically they're between two things. They think
she's not taking him back. He's dead. We saw him die.
Then what? Like, hold on.
She's drawing a circle in one spot and a circle in another spot, so his soul can find his way back to like where he was born or something like that.
So
it's like that game Portal. You ever played Portal?
Yeah, yeah. You gotta go to the blue one. You can't just come out the orange one without ever having gone through the blue one. It's not how it works. Every once in a while, I mean, like you gotta like move a lot of boxes around. There's a lot of stuff going on in that game.
It doesn't make sense that this is where the character goes, right? We have two options, both of which make sense, just like in the books. In fairness, just like in the books, it's Tyr to grab Kalendor or Saldea, which is a half world away.
Or else notice that they tried to scrub it off, but salt and chalk is hard to erase with a mop.
Salt and chalk sounds like it's just like a bad seminal concoction, but like
that's exactly what it is.
But like Saldea, by the way, a whole world away.
Boats.
Saldea is not that far away, at least as the crow flies, and not that far away in general because you can take a fucking river and then go west. That being said, I'm angry about that. But it doesn't make sense that they would conclude, well, we got to go to Tenchico. Why?
No one else noticed the significance of the drawing because no one else knew that Leandrin had their kid stashed there.
But what
I
does
think
it
if
have to
anybody
do
else
with
saw
kid?
that drawing, they would just assume like some person that's from Tanchico drew a thing, and it has to go back to the like. It has nothing to. The connection to that drawing and Leandrin is only with Nynaeve. Is all I'm saying.
But
right,
no,
she's
I
the
get
only
that.
one, or Lanfear maybe. She's
I'm
the only
yelling
one
too
that's
much.
like aware of that.
I'm yelling too much. My wife's
Well,
asking
you're
if I
trying to
need
figure out.
anything.
Oh,
But so, Taffy, explain to me. Okay, we know Leandrin, one of several Black Ajah, her son is dead or dying, and therefore needs to, thinks, at least according to this fucking glyph here, needs to go home. What the fuck does that have to do with the plot? He's born there. The point is, he is born there, regardless of.
It just means that no matter where Leandrin's going next for the bracelet, she's going there at some point. So like maybe they're gonna catch her there before the bracelet, maybe or the collar. Maybe they're gonna catch her there after the collar. It doesn't matter. They know that Leandrin is going there. Period. Like it's just one thing that they know for a fact.
Weren't the drawings all pointing toward Tenchico? Even the bracelet, the collars, like all the drawings there were all like.
The drawings are pointing to the fact that, like, you know, her suspiciously open drawings book, Varen, is, hey, some of these are probably very important to Angriel and or Angriel, and therefore we should follow. But nothing in them says anything about Tenchico.
No. They're just following. They're just following the clues left out by Varen. They're following the thing that they figured out about Leandrin. First off. Then they're putting together the fact that one of those drawings. Huh?
Do we even know if Leandrin's in charge? Why can't she split off? Why can't she split off?
She could. They don't know.
Like, why? Like
that's like
my
saying
point.
Don't follow this potential clue.
but
we know this is an obvious clue.
They're gonna go thousands of miles.
Well, I think it's also because the two Black Ajah were saying everything but Tenchico, and they were.
There's also everything but hold on, Ebu Dar, Ilion, Balm, Meridon, Chode, everything but.
I think it was the fact again. It's the Leandrin connection and the fact that that Tenchico is close to Falm, and they're like, oh, maybe that's where Shan-Chan. And like in the show, they say that's where the Shan-Chan left from. So I'm like, okay, that's a bit of a all right, whatever. Anyway, you know, Alada tries to have an audience, and she gets shut the fuck down real fast. Right? Or is that where we are?
Yes.
I love her cone.
Wow, we spent a lot of time on saw drawings.
Like that. Do you guys remember Coneheads?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Fantastic. She does look like that. They both do, kind of.
It's
What's
interesting
going on with these hairstyles. Also,
as you get older,
does Varen have somebody else swirl that white bit into her hair perfectly every time?
She probably channels it.
That's intense.
It could have come.
She just whoop, with some
She
air.
got a order for that.
Oh, okay.
Huh, that makes no
I'm
sense.
just saying, it's very, very.
So Moss is like
meticulously
really
done.
good at hairstyling.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think it's super cool, and I love it. That being said, visually, I think it's super cool.
It looks like a
it looks
soft
hilarious.
serve. It looks like a chocolate and vanilla soft serve.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of soft serves, how fucked up is it that non-canon Alida hits Varen with a fat joke and a nerd joke in quick sequence?
I mean, she's got a sharp tongue, that Alida. You know.
I don't know about that. How sharp is it?
It's two-pronged. So she could do, two jokes.
Yeah.
She can do two jokes at once.
Yeah, you turn
That
her
was pretty
sideways,
good.
she'll get both your ass and your pussy.
That was almost
Yeah.
down to your
I'm sorry,
chin,
what, Mom?
Jono. Wow, that's fucking
Can you tell
metal,
tongue got out?
dude. That's metal.
Can you touch your tongue?
Can I what? No,
Touch-
actually, but hold.
touch-
Actually, yes,
Touch
I
your
can.
Nose.
Oh,
With my tongue.
Yes.
do it.
Shanda
do it.
can't. By the way, a legitimate.
So
my
Nynaeve never
blood
told
doll
anyone about
can.
Leandrin's secret hideout with her kid. You would think that's the first thing she would say. I mean, she didn't tell anybody important. She might have told like Egwene and Elaine.
Oh, they're
You
not
know?
important?
Oh, you mean when she went back to the tower and like said she tried to kidnap us? Shit, I guess. Yeah.
Again,
Yeah,
it's
that's
not working
kinda-
for me. Some of these things.
I don't know.
I
Why
remember
bring the kid up?
I've seen Shanda touch her nose with her tongue.
But the weird thing is, she only moves her nose.
But it's just one of those like party toys where you blow through it and it goes, you know?
It's really a fun idea, isn't it?
It's so weird. I've never pictured anything like that. Just meow.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, that's kind of, I get
What?
it. Yeah.
Wait, what did Christian Rapper mean?
Oh, it was about it was about Nynaeve never told anyone about Leandrin's secret hideout with her kid. As in, like when she came back to the tower to be like, Leandrin tried to kidnap us and give it to Sean Chan, and the queen was tortured.
Okay.
Like she that point didn't say, and also she has a secret room with her kid in it. He was also an
Right.
80-year-old man. You know, like
It's such a weird. But wait, there's more. It just feels
but
like
wait, there's more. He's also old and possibly dead.
yeah.
How do we feel about this? I don't know. I think Nynaeve. I mean, they even kind of allude to it a little bit in this episode, but I feel like Nynaeve kind of likes Leandrin,
Yeah, you're exactly right. She
and they're
she
kind of like.
does.
So I think she protected her in a certain way of like, why bring this
that-
old man kid into it? Just leave him
Uh-huh.
alone.
Doesn't that
know,
feel
like-
like the opposite of what you do though? Like if I
Yeah,
like
with the
Joe
Black
a lot-
Aja, it's not. Yeah, once you become betrayed to the Shan Chan, I feel like all
yeah,
bets are
but
off.
it's not even like let's take away Eve here away from it. Like if I like Joe a lot, and I always have, and then he betrays the fuck out of me.
Mhm.
Most likely, I don't go to like, well, I still want to protect him because I like him. It's usually people vacillate the other fucking way. And like I'm telling every one of Joe's secrets, his penis is small, his testicles smell weird, and his asshole.
That's all. That's
Things
all.
aren't looking great down there. He's a little
it's
crusty.
not.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Goodness.
yeah,
I thought I was doing all right.
yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean,
Should've fucked me
That's
over.
not- I mean, I'm guessing you're making all that up because Joe didn't betray you, yet you're saying all these things now.
I know.
Like
I'm
you
making it all up.
Well,
You
now
just betrayed
he's
him.
betrayed me.
yeah, now
reaping all
Joe.
the benefits.
Yeah, it's you now. You have to get your revenge. So what is happening? There's a
Nothing.
Okay, I see
Next
a
time
blood
on
feud
tWoTcast,
coming.
my asshole.
Oh.
will do.
I was like, is there something more?
Yeah.
Should I be concerned?
So Elida goes to see Sutama, the highest, and Galena, the not the Irishest. Irish? Yeah, I think so.
She's funny,
Um,
but yeah,
and gives them gifts.
she wants the Sada Saffron furniture with the matching sci-fi covers.
So
You know,
the
what I'm talking about?
vileness.
What?
See?
I
like
can't.
that.
Taffy, a legitimate question for you.
Yes.
You remember the vileness, right? Like so, 20 years ago, right before Rand was born, because of the events around New Spring, New Spring,
No, spring.
the Black Aja convinced the Red Aja to kill a lot of people who may have been Taviran, may have been Channelers, may have been Lucky, one of which was Owen, Tom Maryland's nephew.
Mhm.
And a lot of Red Aja, of course, because they're the forefront of that, were caught up. And Sutama in the books was caught up, and I think she and a couple others were sent away to the just get the fuck out. Here it sounds like a weird thing that may or may not have happened because Elida used to be the highest,
But chose
but
to
same-
go to.
but chose to go to Andor. And I can't
Uh-huh.
tell, did she choose to go to Andor as part of her penance and get out of the tower? Or am I just trying to bring a piece of history that's completely unrelated? Because they do talk about Elida like she's kind of scorned and fucked something up. but I could just be bullshitting.
It sounds like that. What you're saying is related to what seems to be Elida going through the door frame in the suppository, the depository,
Mm-hmm.
which is probably how they explaining that's how she gets her power of foretelling.
So tell me about the door frame.
No, I think they're separate. Apparently, in
Okay.
the 13th suppository, there's a redstone twisty doorway.
How do we know?
I didn't see
where's
it.
that-
There's a quick image of it when Varen.
Everyone
breaks
said
in.
the first episode. I didn't see it, but when I saw the matte vision, I went, "Oh, that's huge." I wasn't looking for that. Like in my brain, it's smaller.
It
so,
took
I
me.
wasn't looking for that. So like,
I had to go. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I had
so
to go slow through it to find.
yeah, and I haven't
So-
had time to go back and look through.
I did like so. I
haven't had time to go through my suppositories, but in that suppositories, there's a redstone doorway, and the implication is that she went through it. Obviously, in the tower. In the tower.
So was this? I'll go with real questions before the dumb sex jokes. I remember like
Went to the tower because of her foretelling. Yeah,
Oh,
she
when-
has her foretelling. I don't
like
think her
where-
foretelling's not
oh.
connected to the. I think she just knows maybe certain things. I don't know. It depends on which doorway she went through.
Yeah.
so. I know that like there was this thing that like I
Oh,
forget who even
that's
said
right.
it
I
to me,
forgot. Elida. Okay.
that her bracelet or
The
whatever.
violence
the
could have
fuck-
been done by Elida's successor. Okay, that's fair.
See? So
Yeah.
so Elida stepped down as the highest, which by the way doesn't make sense because technically she's 10, 15 years older than Maureen and Swan in real life. But who gives a fuck?
The redstone doorways your ass after 13 suppositories.
That's what I was trying to avoid. Like my alt
Well, no.
account.
Why don't you
Um,
focus on what you're saying instead of
The
typing
13th
it?
Because I
suppository
get
will release
drunk and
all
read
knowledge.
yeah. But like where the fuck was like so I had seen a clip of like some shit like behind the scenes as the actress who is doing Elida, I guess the actress who is Elida.
Showray?
Yeah, and I assume she is Persian.
Vale.
And yeah, vale, obrigado, merci. Sorry, I switched to Portuguese or some shitty dumb languages. Like me personally, not them. But in that clip, they show like her like an imagery of her.
And then Galena's like, why the fuck would I want a fucking caravan with no fucking wheels?
her accent is very annoying.
Is that what you're talking about? You're talking about that one?
No, but in the clip, not in this clip, in the clip behind the scenes while she was doing like her first day of shooting,
Oh,
they
gotcha.
actually show the jewelry, and one of them has like a piece of like it's shaped like a snake, and it says I can't remember if it's snake or fox. Very
No, there's like
It's
a gem in the
Eels
center.
and-
There's two gems
I
on the
actually-
sides, and
I
one has
sent
a
that image
yeah,
to you
yeah,
in the chat.
yeah.
yeah.
thought
I
grabbed
actually
that, but
ripped it. I ripped a screenshot, like a higher screenshot,
I will
higher res
just throw
screenshot from
that
YouTube
in here.
because the
Like
other
it's a
ones are
woman.
like.
If I can. It's gonna be shitty, but no, I'm dumb. I wasn't prepared.
Yeah, it's all right.
No, that's fine. It's not. I mean, would you
Here
like
it
me to
is.
send it?
Here it is. Here it is. No, I got it.
Okay.
I meant to throw it in there. Oh, you know what? Maybe I did. I think I included it later
Are you sure it's not in the blue?
with a min discussion.
If it is,
Oh,
then
at
we
any
can
rate.
wait.
Well, whatever. If I did or didn't, it doesn't matter. Here it is. Anyway,
Yeah,
so look, there's a snake
redstone.
on one side and a fox head on the other with a red stone in the middle.
The elfin bracelet always worn on right hand. Very imp part of costume. So it's for small people, which I find imp very frustrating terminology. Like that. I think that's fucked up.
No, those are
So she got
the,
something from
the
them.
imps are another word for dwarves because we all know dwarves make the best.
Oh,
they make
yeah,
gold
that makes
jewelry,
sense.
and they're
And
really
that's-
good at mining gemstones.
Yeah.
That's made of mithril. Mithril. Not to be confused with Uthril.
Oh, we're talking about two very different.
Yeah.
So what were you
Um,
saying about with Elida? what we were referencing before, it got completely lost to me.
It doesn't sound like me.
No,
Donna does-
I got
oh,
lost.
Snatch. I was like, what is he talking about? I was like, oh, I was quoting Snatch.
Oh,
just
okay.
like, hey, nice
I haven't
snatch
seen
joke.
that for a long time. That was a good movie.
We will see the red rod in the show.
We fucking better.
Rand's sunburnt dick is the red rod.
Jesus.
I like it.
Elida was stated to have lost the vote for Marilyn Swan, which is all fucked in the timeline. But losing a vote like that could have pushed her out of as highest. Oh.
So I may just be jumping
Okay.
out of nowhere with the idea of the vileness. I mean, I guess there's a point that the vileness may never have existed, but
Yeah,
like,
maybe
to
they'll
me,
just...
there has to be, like, to my mind, like, there's a reason why Sutama and Galena are both, kind of
What would
like
Elida show
respectful.
or book ask the Finn?
What's the fox say?
That's number one. That's the first question. And then they're gonna be like, ring, ding, 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 ding. And then it's just gonna be like, what?
But
That's not a noise.
but like to my mind, like there's like an
It's
issue
not a
of
noise
like,
an animal makes.
they have a bit of like condescension toward her, losing like the
Oh yeah,
the
they
vote.
very like
Yeah. So
flippantly
there has
sent
to
her
be
away.
something in Elida's past that's more than just losing.
Well,
a
she's
vote.
lost. Fair, but I mean, she. I think she lost to. In the show, at least, she lost to Swan, and then what they saw as her like giving up her position as the highest was like her fleeing to Andor to just like be in exile for a long time. And I
Okay,
think,
that
and
could be.
in her brain, she's like, I know what I'm fucking doing. Fuck
Yeah.
these bitches. But like, to them, she's like, oh, she's weak and ran out of the tower when she lost to Swan and blah blah blah. Like that's the way I thought of it. In
Okay,
the show.
that
Like,
could be. It could be. I
you
maybe
could
pulling
definitely
in.
bring in all of the points you're bringing in though. Like all of that makes sense. Tracks.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. I just don't understand where she would get a caravan though. So we cut to Rand on his way to Hruidian.
Dead tinkers and all.
Yeah, they find some dead tinker wagons, and it's funny because like they're like no one would harm. Rorik and Aviana go and investigate, and they're all kind of like when it's safe, they all kind of walk up and like they kind of have a conversation of like no one would harm the tinkers, basically the the ones who follow the way of the leaf kind of thing,
Pieces
and then
of shit.
the lost ones, and then Bear goes, the Shido might, and I was like, what the fuck, Bear? You're a wise one. Why are you instigating shit? Like, where did that go? That came out of nowhere. I was like, what the fuck? That sounds like something like a hothead little kid would say, not like a wise. You know what I mean? I don't know. It felt like a really
No,
weird
yeah, I
line
think you're
from her.
exactly right.
I was just like, that was a. I understand you need to say shit like that to the audience for them to be like, oh, those Shidos might be fucking murderous bastards. That I get, but don't make Bear say it because that was weird. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There's so many little things like that in the show that I'm just like, they had just done like a little bit different. I wouldn't have noticed, and I would have just gone about my day. But like, because she's a named character and she's an actor of more like importance than a fucking extra off to the side. We don't want to have this dude randomly just be like, what about the Shido? They suck. Like, and I get that.
You don't get a
You want to
speaking
have
part.
like a character say it, but like, it's just one of those things where it's like every time they do that, those little things that chips away
It
at
adds
how
up.
good the
It adds
show
up a
could
lot.
be. Just drives me crazy. Sorry. Rant over.
That's a good rant.
Anyway,
Frustrating
Egwene
sometimes.
asked them to bury the bodies, and Rourke volunteers and says, I'll catch up with you guys. And Rand stays behind with him for like, I guess, the whole time. And they,
I will say one thing that my wife said. She loves like she thinks Rourke looks perfect.
Rourke's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
Before
I feel like
she
he's
died,
like,
that's what
I feel like he's
Same
too
as her.
heavily dressed. Like he's got too much shit on him. Like the necklaces and stuff. I'm like, I don't understand that part.
he
but,
does
like-
look like he's probably passingly warm and heavy. But
I think
you
it's
know
just
what?
to. I think
works.
it's just show speak, like costume, like speak for this guy's important.
Yeah.
He's a clan chief, but
Yeah.
but it's like from a book reader's perspective, you're just like, wouldn't he not want to wear a bunch of necklaces if he's running around fighting people with spears? I don't know.
Maybe he takes them off beforehand, like my wife does before
Let
she
me take
kisses
off
me.
his chieftain necklace before I go
Yeah.
fight people. I don't know. He looks awesome though. I
Yeah. He looks
agree.
great.
And also he did a great job.
Yeah, I think
just conveying the weight of that character in the few scenes he's had so far, I feel like he's done a good job.
Yeah. Totally.
169%.
Taffy, you've been very quiet this evening.
That's how I
I'm
like my women.
I'm fulfilling my role, so Jono doesn't kick me off the show.
Technically, a man should be fulfilling your role, but
Jesus Christ.
Otto,
Uh,
I'll text your husband to fill. Just gonna send a text that says fulfill your wife's role.
he could use, yeah, that's good. No, I don't know what to make of a lot of stuff, so I'm enjoying. You guys have lots of good takes, and I pretty much agree with all of them. Yes.
The question: do you want
Yeah.
role to be ROLE or ROLL?
You choose.
Both.
Okay, that works.
All right, done. Okay, next scene.
We had a quick Perrin bearing his wife's ring. And it's so...
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it either.
Yeah.
So Alana comes up and they have a kind of a conversation about. I don't know if this is the scene where she explains the.
She does. It's
But,
like
okay.
a weird. This is a weird bukkake. Like you get instead of like it's the cells, but in a different fashion that are on your face.
Okay, I feel like although Perrin has had more to do, I guess, or is like leading into the bigger storyline in the Two Rivers, it's like they're taking every opportunity they have to like make it less important, like lower the stakes kind of thing. Like,
yeah,
these aren't the trees where his newly murdered family is lying to rest. It's his old family, like graveyard kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's little stuff like that, and I'm just like, they're really like robbing him of all the gravitas of like coming back there and having all his family murdered and being.
I mean, but if it's your wife,
But
it's
really,
gonna-
that's
it
like
should have.
it's not like the rage of like my family just got murdered. I'm gonna murder.
No,
my
that's true.
Alex
Yeah,
now.
we've
It's
had-
like this. It's like the smoldering leftover fire of like I accidentally murdered my wife a year ago, and I'm upset. I have that the tree has grown this long, tall before.
He already
And
had
my-
another rage
like-
moment when he killed Joffrey
Right.
for killing Hopper.
Sure, but like I feel like that's what Perrin's all about. It's the whole story of Perrin is like wrestling with not becoming the animalistic killer that he thinks the wolves are. So like every time they just show him like super chill and just like taking it all in stride and then taking away all the stakes of like having his parents and sisters and brothers and cousins murdered because they have his name. Like, I don't know. It just you're losing a lot of like who Perrin is just in that.
It's definitely a different Perrin. Like I get the fact that to a certain extent, does his family?
That's a good point.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say, Beej. So Beej is writing in the books. Does anyone really give a shit about his family? Like he doesn't live with his family most of the time.
I think I
He's
said that
with the
exact same
Luhans.
thing on our show when we reread it. It's just that,
Yeah, but
it's not that it evokes something from me. It's that it makes his feelings
Character.
and actions later make more sense.
Well, also he has to be peaceful enough. He's laying his ring to rest, saying
Yeah.
farewell to whatever faces,
Mm-hmm.
and so then he can be interested in File, who he's just going to meet.
a what?
So if he was like destroyed again, then he wouldn't be able to connect with her.
Yeah,
He's
Oh
too-
yeah, that's a
right?
good point. Yeah, because if he's in a
But
horrible
also, like-
emotional spot like that wouldn't
But
be.
this is, to
wouldn't
my
be
mind,
great.
this is like
Fail's like, I'm gonna swoop in on this horribly wounded man who just buried his wedding ring and his whole family. Yeah, from that point, that makes
It's
sense.
not for
I like
today's episode because we got to do 2, and therefore it's going to go till 12:15. I'm going to yell at you guys at the end, but like we should discuss the fact that like you can't use the same cock ring. By the way, you can. Just don't tell them.
Newsflash.
Fix it. You're a fucking blacksmith, man.
Oh,
somebody
do you like how he
Googling
was
Just
working the
wash it
forge,
off.
but the forge definitely wasn't abandoned this whole year that he's been gone.
Yeah.
So he just goes in and start like. Do you think he got
He
permission
just walked
from the
into that
people?
forge like he still owned it and started work.
Yeah.
And just used
Maybe
it.
he was fixing that cock ring to go bury. But like, my question is though, like, does it really? Like, did it ever? And it's probably for a better time, like I said a minute ago, and I'm gonna do it anyway. Like, did it ever add anything really to have him married, kill his
No.
wife?
No,
It
it's
and
100%
then-
pointless.
it
They should have just
feels-
introduced the wolves a little earlier and like had him rest, like, and just left it in the background, and everyone would have been like, "What the fuck's going on with those wolves?" You know,
maybe
like
he
and that,
just
they
fuck
could've
a
just
hairy
left it like
dog
that.
or something to be fine.
Yeah, and then they've just been like, I don't know, you know, just
Yeah.
maybe it's not bestiality if it's the world of dreams. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know,
So Bane and Chiad. I'll be honest,
Mhm.
I am sorry. I'm out on Bane and Chiad right now. Like, they are not doing it for me. And not in like a sexual way, even though I am Jono. Like, to me, they feel like caricatures of like, I think there was like a reference made about the
they're
fact
just
that like,
shoving the maiden's kiss thing down our throats at this
yeah,
point. Like, we already
there was a
did
joke
it.
made-
Like, just
We-
have them standing like badasses in the back.
You don't
like, all
do
of it.
that to the fucking Ogier.
Yeah, come
You
on.
don't. He's a fucking Ogier. Like, he's worthy of respect. He's trying to work. He's not trying to fuck with you. You do it to the dumbasses who are staring at you because you got red pubes, non-bloody style.
Oh,
Like,
whoa,
that's
no. You
like,
only know if they
that's-
have red pubes if they spread out like a rug in front of you.
rug.
There-
So to me, like, this just feels like you don't understand this entire nation. Like, it's very frustrating.
Just like
And
he
then-
walked in that forge and tier and started working. First of all, he asked. He sat
he asked.
around for a long time in the background, and the guy was like, "Do you know what you're doing? Okay, you can do this." And he gives him a little tiny task, and then he does it, and the guy's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, you actually know what you're doing." And he's like, "Now you can do more."
Yeah.
It's a little different. It's a little different.
Thank you. Good
Quite
point.
wonderful.
So
It's almost like a book has more time.
yeah, that can't be right.
has
That
more
can't be
time
right.
to convey something than a show does.
By the way, Taffy, your husband says, huh. I mean, what should I say? Coitus or yeast?
Say whatever you want.
Yeah, John, I wonder.
Just,
Coitus
just,
or
just
yeast.
fuck with him a
What do
little
you think
bit.
about Lord Luke?
He sucks. Like, he's just not what I want to look like. He looks just like a random dude who just walked off the
Yeah,
fucking
they
set.
really like unless they're really waiting to drop the other shoe with that guy. Like, it's real lackluster.
Like, that's the most
This dude's
boring.
here.
Like, here's a guy.
Yeah, here's a guy. And basically, like, parents just like, I automatically don't like you, but that's about it. And then later on, when he's talking to Fail, he's like, "You with that guy?" And she's like, just by chance. Not really.
So-
you know, kind of thing.
One of the most frustrating things, and thankfully we've caught up, but like, one of the things that's like really annoying is like, the show does seem to have this weird like gotcha moment for book readers of like, well, you thought this was going to be a guy that didn't make a difference, but he does. So I'm sure that in like, a next episode or two, some of the things that I've said, because I'm always sober, are going to come back and bite me in the ass. But to me, I'm looking at this dude and he's just like, what the fuck? Like, it's just a tall dickhead, which, by the way, he is absurdly tall in this angle. Well done. Is very plain. He's very uninteresting. Very just.
He doesn't seem like a well. He goes Lord.
He's
of
not
what?
dressed like a lord. Like, put him the fuck out.
Also, I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. He just seems like another Two Rivers dude.
Yeah, just
Like, he
tall.
doesn't seem like he came from somewhere else, and that he's like of like a lordly lineage of anything of any sort. Like, I feel like he should just have like a
Yeah.
little more decked out, bedazzled suit.
Yeah, make him
You know?
fucking weird. Make him do
Something.
something. It's.
Lord of what? Lord of the same place Gabriel is from.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And another place too.
Isabella Fael is also beyond tiny. Which,
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't bother me. It's
She,
fine.
I'm not
when she
upset
first walks
with-
in and she looks him up and down like she wants to climb him like a tree.
I
She's all,
actually really
Oh,
like
God.
that. They've got some decent chemistry. I was like, I like this.
Yeah.
I like it.
She wants to touch his nose with her. She wants to touch his tongue with her nose.
Yes. I'm glad that fucked with your mind. The idea of doing
It's so
that.
weird. I'll never forget it.
Bonehold's
You're
getting
welcome.
drunk. You guys think about that?
They really stayed true to
Yeah.
him here. He's
How dare
like-
you?
What?
No, except
wanna-
for he's not such a hothead, but like he's still,
Yeah, he's very calm. He's like,
Yeah.
Perrin will come if I just wait. You know, kind of thing. Balda's like,
yeah, and he's
let's
like
fucking murder some people. And he's like,
don't hate
and then
it,
he's
though.
like, not everyone in the Two Rivers is going to be a fuck. Like, I'm not letting you put all these people to the question. I was like, okay.
because
like-
they're showing him being
Yeah,
more
I
like
don't-
his
I don't hate him.
dad.
I don't hate any of that at all. It's just a little different than
Yeah.
how he is in the books at this point.
But it's not bad because like he struggles. He
Yeah,
struggles.
no,
Also,
sure.
I love Valda. Valda's one
Valda's
evil
fantastic.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like, there is no way.
He's just like,
but I'm
every
glad
time he's
this
on the
dude's
screen, I'm
back.
just like,
Yeah.
it's fucking great.
Yeah.
Yeah. The actor who
Also,
played
I'm excited
Arnold
for Natty
should have
Coffin.
played Gawain, in my opinion. Oh, interesting.
I don't disagree. We're gonna get to them later.
Yeah, we'll get to them later, but that's an interesting point.
This is an important day for Natty Coffin because she's so.
If Aiel had longer hair, she would always look exactly as I pictured her. That's very close to. I agree.
Like her nose?
Mom. We did get the Mandarb scene. Wait,
which
that's
was
later.
shocking.
Yeah. Justice
But
for
it's-
Monobrowed.
Thank you, Liam. Thank you, Liam. Thank you, Liam.
Liam Schultz with
So-
the deep cut tWoTcast jokes.
Liam Schultz is also my alt account. I've got several.
I don't know.
I'll
look
be
at
honest
those
about the
eyebrows.
Mandarb scene.
Pretty
It's
close.
not as funny without fucking Lan right there.
It's not. It's not. But
It
it's
wasn't-
still.
it was-
It's just Perrin joking about it was fine, and the fact that they included it because Lan isn't around is awesome too.
Yeah,
So
I
there's
wasn't
like parts of
expecting
it that I'm like, yeah, all right, I'll take it.
and she took the joke pretty well. She didn't get too like
You should see her with a
they're
cock.
skipping right past her annoying stuff.
She started to be like,
Oh, they
"Fuck you," and
finished her
walk away, and then
character
she's like, all right, I'll.
No,
I have
because
one more
she's
question.
already like when they talk later in the forge, she's acting more like a woman who was raised by a Chaldean lord and like a general and
All the way across the world.
yeah, but like she's showing like they're jumping right into her being
Where is it exactly?
interesting-
From the Two Rivers? I would guess about 1,000 miles straight fucking
It's
north.
probably all the way as the crow flies.
In fact, all you have to do is go to the goddamn Shadar Logoth, which is not that far away, and you'll find some ice pepper people coming on down the fucking river. Rumor has it.
Oh, do you think I didn't see any indication that parents like picked up on the scent of Lord Luke because you know how he said he picked up on a scent when they left the Waygate.
It's
and he-
inhuman and cold.
Yeah, I mean he
Which,
didn't
by
say
the way,
anything, but
eventually
It was
called
just Maxim in mourning.
do you thi-
Just leave
do you-
that there.
I'm waiting.
yeah, that's fine. That's good.
Just leave it there.
No,
Yeah.
no, that would be Alana because she's the one who's turned off her emotions.
Oh,
It's ironic, isn't it?
don't you think?
A little
Um,
too ironic.
Oh goddamn it!
Uh,
Right away wants to fuck Perrin. I mean,
Yeah.
she kind of does.
she's
Yeah.
saying that she's like,
She wants to put her nose right in his
She
ass.
wants to
Perrin's a
punch-
real man after fucking limp Luke.
Yeah, Luke
Yeah.
is fucking like that's a like tepid is the right word for this guy.
Yeah, he's just nothing.
This little
Meh.
weak piece
Meh.
of bullshit.
Meh.
So now here we are with Matt and Min.
Yeah, Matt's having bad dreams,
You had a bad dream.
and then Min's like, "I'm trying to apologize," and he's like, "Fuck you," and she leaves.
So does
Great. Very mean.
do you blame him for feeling that way though, considering that she literally
No, not
almost
at all.
sold
yeah,
him
I
to
think
the
they really
prestige?
had to play. It's part of her redemption arc that we talked about, like her being included in the group. Like I think he really had to get all that anger out. Like it wouldn't make sense for him to just move past that too fast.
Yeah,
So a
agreed.
few times of him being mean to her before he accepts it, it makes sense, I think.
Agreed.
Alright.
And then we come to.
I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think
I'm very much in favor of that. I realize that we still have episode 4 to get to, so I'm solid to be sparing with my words because my God, I'm gonna start yelling as my wife's trying to pass out. That dumb bitch. So I'm just, like all of a sudden like, I should just save it. I need to go tinkle on my pistol in a second because I pee on myself.
Oh, I thought that's easier. I thought you just peed
Yeah.
in the corner of your room.
Nope, my room is a circle. That's the problem.
Oh, okay.
What you're
Wow.
seeing behind me is not my room.
Wow, that's amazing.
Thank you. Very confusing.
God.
Very smart. I don't know. I struggle the whole way. Oh, yep, perfect. Thank you, Joe.
Mm-hmm. What's that one? I think that's the fluted rod that shoots balefire.
Is that the balefire rod or is that the red?
I don't
rod?
know.
It's got to be the it is.
I like how the dream ring is drawn just like the chapter icons.
I think it's
That was
perfect. Like that one's good.
That was not lost on me.
I have no idea what the fucking just bizarre. Yeah, we know what this is.
How could Nynaeve tell by looking at this that it's much older? Because
Great question possible. I have no idea. It doesn't make sense. And how dare you question Rafe Judkins?
Well, I'm sure there's many people that signed off on all this. So I like to, instead of just shitting on things, I try to kind of figure out what the point.
Yeah,
or...
Jono.
No, there's a lot of people to be angry with about things that are going to be coming up when we talk about the next episode. I don't know, unless we want to just leave it to what we got out today in the chat.
What's in your tea?
Cinnamon.
It's
Can you
cinnamon.
smell it?
Smells like.
Anyway, Gray Man attack.
Cinnamon and laudanum.
Oh, that's cool. I don't know if I love this Gray Man attack. Like, I actually really do like the fact that the girls are looking at the inventory of what the fuck was taken. But this to me feels like a weird, like we just had this Gray Man and therefore I don't love it.
Did Varen send him in there to say, okay, that's enough. You guys need to get the fuck out of here. It's time to move on, or?
So great question. I have no answer. Technically, Sheriam should have been the one who may have shot him, or shot him with a knife.
Stab
Yeah,
him.
but she's nowhere to see.
Shot him with a knife.
Yeah, thank you, by the way.
That'd be awesome.
Wait, how does it go?
Gun.
Holy
Hey,
shit.
what is
Gray Men
Tom?
are in your
That's a
house.
nice
Douche. Yeah, I would. Varen has no questions whatsoever. Also, she does say at the White Lion Inn.
The dialogue in this scene makes no sense without Sheriam and it not being in the accepted quarters.
I agree with Christian Rapper.
Is that Gray Man
very much-
Carradine? I think so.
Oh no!
I assume it's the one she just made, but
You're right.
very possibly not, because it's hard to tell.
What a waste of a great character,
Yeah.
It doesn't
Jacob
look-
Carradine.
It doesn't even look like the guy that was following him in the alleyways.
No.
It's a
Yeah,
very
he was
different.
busy. He's very busy. It's a long walk.
Yeah,
Leave him alone.
Yeah, it's a long
Good.
walk.
Do their clothes look like Cad and Sore a little bit? Or is this just
The Gray Man?
it's just
A little bit.
yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
I like how she's like, he's gray. Like the one that attacked me in the end. I do like the whole
Indeed.
that's why I said they were throwing shade at Varen already, because they were like, Varen didn't mention who stabbed him or why or what or how he got stabbed kind of thing. And I was like, wow, they're like hinting to that pretty strong, pretty early, like, kind of thing. I was pretty shocked at that.
So we go to Tanchiko.
Go.
First off, I full applause to all 3 peninsulas are there. Like, I really appreciate that. Like, if that's not some bullshit.
That's
I love
awesome.
the fact that they showed like that
It's
made me
such
like as soon as like I texted you guys.
thing for you to like latch onto.
No, that's
No,
great
it's
because
not.
those are the things that we want to see. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm glad that you like that, and you're
shows
happy
like
about that.
you took the smallest effort to fucking get it, and like I
Yeah.
appreciate that. I really do. Like and the fact that they did also make it feel a little evil, with all evil, with the clouds, the fogginess, and all that. That's kind of the feeling that Egwene gets when she's there in the dream.
You know, and
Again, it doesn't
also
really
like
make.
when they're walking through the streets and you first see like the like it feels like Tanchico. It feels like when you're reading about it, like just the dirtiness and the crowded streets, and like it's pretty cool.
I don't
I really
picture
like
it that dark and dingy,
Oh,
well, dark definitely, not or dingy, yes, dark not necessarily, because I always
okay.
think of it as kind of like hot and sweaty and gross.
Oh, okay.
Especially because they're always. But that being said, the press of the people, the desperation of the people.
Jono wants a
three
little more
peninsulas.
Robin Williams selling you Tupperware and a little less.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Ooh, look what I can do now.
What?
We're watching Aladdin now.
Oh my oh, okay.
Did I
don't
get you
even
right,
remember.
Joe?
Yeah.
Did you expect me to get the Aladdin reference? 'Cause, I don't
It's
fucking
not
care.
that far fetched. Anyway, we get
What the
Leandra
fuck is this
murdering
scene?
some fucking people.
What the fuck is this scene?
Hey,
You gotta tell me.
I have a shot like that, except I was biting into the heart. Never mind.
You do actually have
Not
that.
everything
You
is
do
about
have that.
me.
I don't know
Not
what
enough
the
has
fuck
been
this
about you.
is. I enjoyed it because we got to see one of the top 10 Wheel of Time rapists, Jacques Lenault, although he dies too soon. But what the fuck is this scene? This I don't understand at all. It adds to Leandrin's background, her son's background. Like, it's utterly bizarre. It doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, it's her returning to the place where her son was born, Jono.
And it gives them the place to hide out, I guess.
Yeah.
And it ties into the whole thing of that she's from there, and then the girls are on the right track of following them.
I guess it's just, to me, it's just a weird throwaway. But apparently, she was a child bride, therefore that's part of her background. That's why she's become as twisted as she is. And Leandra's revenge tour. Fair enough.
Robin
But
Williams
this-
singing body songs with Ice Peppers.
That's
I
wonderful.
love body as the descriptor for all those songs. By the way,
Body is a great word. Great term.
Yeah.
I really. Anyway,
Am I the only one wondering what happened to Moraine's sister? She left her on a major cliffhanger. She also knew that Leandrin was black. The last thing that we saw was her getting the guard. Shit.
Maybe we'll see. Christian Rapper, great point. I'd forgotten most
That is
of
a great
season 2
point.
because I drank while watching. Good chance that we'll see her maybe later, maybe also
Do you
with
think
the child bride.
I think maybe Leandrin left and she like just figured that the orders would be carried out by what's his beak?
Lenault wasn't a rapist. He was a terrorbinder or torturer of our.
Yeah, true. But he was also.
Wait, that was in response to something. Like a slumber. What? Okay. Well, I don't know what it was responsive.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So I had said that Lenault was a rapist.
You said that.
Yeah. So yes, she was. I think it's Jamila. Is that her name? But one of the high nobles of Andor. That was her secretary, quote unquote, who went around doing a lot of like torture and shit, but also more than happy to capture women, if I remember. And maybe I'm also conflating it with the fact that this old dude who was definitely a rapist was often given that. But I feel like Jack Lenault, didn't he have some rapey vibes? He's a dude. Let's be honest. Most dudes,
I mean,
gross rapist.
They literally mention how young
Yes.
this woman is,
Also rapey.
and how young Leandrin was when she
And the whole family
didn't even get to marry
notoriously
his grandfather or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's pretty.
Sounds
rapey.
like he was innocent until proven guilty, and I apologize on behalf. That's on me.
Just generations of like taking children as brides and locking them in the cellar and making them give birth.
Just fucking horrible.
So it was kind of like
just fucking horrible.
So it's kind of cool to see all those dudes. She's like, just fucking kill them all. That's not bad. It's kind of fun.
There's a whole room of fucking dead people. Like they massacre.
Yeah.
All right, Joe.
Yeah.
Next scene. Elida and Min.
All right, so this is where I think I had the bracelet image ready, but maybe not. Or I was planning to. Anyway, so they talk about the bracelet and the foretelling and what it's like to be to know the future and the weight of that.
Elida is okay. First of all, Shorei's killing it.
Yeah.
And Elida is so good here with setting up with Min. She talks to her, makes it kind of casual at first, connects with her about the foretellings. And then before she sets her up with like some info that she wants them, she's like, I know you're going to tell them stuff, but can you just talk about this real quick? And like, she just does it real. I mean, she's very strategic and good. And it worked. I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah. I don't know because obviously in the books, like this is an interesting version of like in the books, Elida knows who Min is, and it's kind of like a laughing at her because she thinks that Min is hiding. Here, it's a very obvious, I know who you are, that kind of thing. I don't hate it. I don't love necessarily all the ways that we're depicting seeing the future. It seems like there's some strangeness to it.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, you know what? I'm not going to complain too much about this. A little bit, yes. But,
okay.
Yeah.
What is it that
what
you're saying? Like when they show, you mean like when they show Min's visions? Is that what you mean when there's?
No, that's not my complaint. My complaint is like I just don't know if I love the idea of this scene quite in that way. But if you're going to do it like this, yeah, good enough.
Okay.
It could be worse.
Okay.
Yeah. I
was just trying to figure out what it is that you mean when they're discussing.
Well, I don't like two women talking. I feel like they should be escorted by a man.
Okay.
Oh, John.
No, I did. Now I understand. Thank you. I was confused before, but now I get it.
Next for me. I think I've done my job here.
Yes.
You sexist pricks. Both of you.
I can't help it. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. It's the woman's burden. Speaking of, I'm going to need to go pee-pee.
Okay, go do your tinkle.
I say I'm going to. I'll stay for now.
mean...
Got to go jump in my corner of the circle.
Well, I thought you just pee where you're sitting, so just kind of sit there like
this.
Corner of the
catheter
circle.
Inserted?
Like this.
Wait,
Yeah.
should we take a break? With a taffy song?
Yes. Song, please. Song. Like, for a second, I was like, what? Song, please.
Want to take a break with a taffy song?
Oh, what's coming? What's coming?
I don't
What's
know.
gonna happen?
It could be any of them.
Oh.
Could be any of them. What do I have? What do I have ready to go? How about this one?
My window screen is all I see. On freeways, I'm a misery. The other drivers honk at me, but they don't understand that I am on my portable phone. Portable phone. Portable phone. Portable phone. I got me 50,000 friends. The circle jerk never ends. portable phone, you are magic and magic. You control the universe and I love you. I look out at a sea of stars when I'm looking down at my screen. It makes me happy to think of you, portable phone, whenever I am asleep. Oftentimes I dream of you, portable phone. I hope that isn't too awkward to say. I love you. My window screen is
I was gonna text you. This is about to grab I was grabbing my phone to text you, Joe. That, by the way, that finished. I love you.
I forget I put loop.
Fair enough. All right, where are we?
Where were we?
Hi.
Hey.
That was a beautiful song, by the way. I don't know if you know that, Tabby.
Thank you.
Whoever did that, brilliant, wonderful.
Doesn't it kind of sound like the Cars?
It
Like
does
a,
actually.
like a car song.
Yeah.
I was telling Joe about that. The ant. Okay, yeah, that's my favorite part. The ant that's like crawling in her nose and all that. I'm glad you like the ant. So like when the face is on like with the space background and stuff, that's Princess Arulin from from David Lynch's Dune movie.
Mm-hmm.
He just shot my face and superimposed it on that. So
Should we cover Dune, like the original Dune movies?
I would.
Movie?
I honestly,
Oh, he only did one, didn't he?
Yeah, I love it so much. So
weird.
we
I probably shouldn't have gotten us on this tangent.
well,
Nope.
I don't know. This is kind of weird. I don't usually talk about like real life stuff, but we knew my husband more than me, but we knew David Lynch, and it was really terrible. There's a lot with him passing away. But like I was always like he hated the way that movie turned out. It was like
He being
I don't
David
like
Lynch.
hearing that.
yeah, because he like the producers kept coming in and like he wanted it to be like 45 minutes longer, and like they did a cut on it, and like it didn't turn out the way he wanted to do it, which is such a bummer because it was one of my favorite movies before I met him years ago.
Yeah.
But I was always very like, it's not like we didn't talk about stuff. We just talked about
Cox.
other stuff. Cox, yes. But yeah, so I'm glad I knew that before. I mean, I never talked about it. We talked about like, I don't know, every time I've met people in the industry, actors, like I don't talk to them about their work. We just talk about like what we did that day, or like, you know, like It's you're just meeting a person, kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I get it.
You talk to them like regular people. That makes
Yeah.
complete sense.
It's like the first time I met Joe. All we talked about was Cox.
So yeah, just Cox. I think.
This is a great thing to talk
Like
about.
regular people do, though, is the key.
But he doesn't. He never knew how much I liked that movie, and I was sad that he didn't get to.
Well,
I'm sure millions of people feel the same way. So
I'm sure. That's what I'm saying. I'm sure other people have told him.
Yeah. Anyways, that's one of my favorite parts is that.
Well, I'm sorry that I got you off on a negative tangent because that sucks. But on the
No,
other hand,
no, it didn't mean to be negative. I don't even know what I was even saying. This is all weird. Okay, so are we going to episode 4 yet? Did we finish 3?
No, we're
not
fucking
done.
close.
Oh, that's true because we still have a something.
Oh, we're gonna
Matt.
talk for a while.
Yeah, let's power through this.
Okay.
Let's power through this. I'm gonna check out my divorce attorney, who's probably gonna call me after this night. But anyway,
Don't worry about that.
So, yeah,
Rand
I
has a
guess-
quick check-in with Leandra or Landfair, I mean, and she's like, "Listen, can you just get Calendar so I can kill the Dark One with you, and then we can be together?" And he's like, "Is that even possible?"
This
I
was
hate
so
this.
confusing at first.
Yeah.
I was like, "What the fuck is she talking about?"
So
and then,
she mentioned Sakarnin here,
yeah,
which we see in the next.
and I was
episode.
like, "Sakarnin? What? Why is she talking about that?" And I was like,
why
"Well,
is she
maybe
talking
we're
about
giving-
Damondred's second most powerful male, Sangreal from book 14. That's clearly a Brandon Sanderson thing. That's weird.
Yeah. Hi,
Yeah.
Iris Bear.
But anyway, other than that, it's a weird show.
Didn't mean to.
That sounds good. I kind of wanted to shove Calendar into my head when I heard them.
Does Landfair look more beautiful this season, or is it just me? I mean, I think she looks the same, but also still beautiful.
I think the haircut really suits her.
She had that haircut in like the World of Dreams, though. Every time she's in the World of Dreams, her hair was short. It was in like,
Oh, really?
yeah, it was in Karian, and when she was like out in the real world or whatever, she was.
Well, I think the production
Strangers.
quality is picked up a little bit, even more this season.
I mean, again, as a whole, this season has been far more impressive.
It's beautiful. It looks really, yeah.
than
It
True,
looks
it's
really
true.
good.
The other two seasons.
So let's talk about this. So right now, obviously, Lanfear is fresh off the Forsaken basement, if you know what I mean, where she finds out that at least one Forsaken is going down south to Tyr to possibly either get Calendar himself or to stake it out, which does happen in the books. And is this an act or not that she's glad that Rand has decided to go east? I can't tell how much I really feel like she's trying to like love Luce Theron, Mach 2, or kind of play him to either turn him evil or just kill him and say fuck it. And if she's, I really don't know. Taffy, your thought?
I'm getting a sex show right now, so I'll just be a second.
Oh fuck yeah! You have to excuse her. Her children are in the
Can
room.
you bring that over here, please? The world deserves to see this.
Bring in Otto.
Oh,
Bring in Otto. Bring
Oh, he's
in
not coming on
Otto.
the screen,
He's
John. Don't be
gone.
silly.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah, I know. You can't quite tell. I mean, I think she's conflicted within herself. Like, I think a certain part of her would like to just go be free, to be
Really?
in love with Rand.
I think she's fucking playing him.
Oh, okay.
like she always does.
Okay.
But like, I mean, maybe not. They have a very different relationship in the show than in the books.
All right.
Slick
Good
back and
enough.
short in Teleran Riyadh before. That's true. Hi, Dana
You know what
Lou.
else was slick back and short?
Hi,
Penis.
Dana Lou. Wow, amazing. You have a very versatile penis. It's like
I was just annoyed when we saw Sakarnin and it wasn't a cup. Yeah, it is supposed to be like a little cup-shaped scepter.
Well, it was so confusing because I was like we were talking about, it's like an orb, and I thought it was like, oh, are they using a
I
different
thought it was going to be
name.
Choden Cow. Like,
Well, I thought
that-
so too. Like the
And just
orb
there'd
from
be
the
like two of
Choden
them, and
Cow.
if you're a man holding it and you're a woman holding that orb, you would look like the statue. And I was like, well, that's kind of a neat way to go. And
But
then,
then
So-
using a completely different name for it.
yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
Taffy and I were talking about the idea that like, is this like the orb for instead of having it being like, because technically the Choden Cow is actually like, you've got the access key tied to the massive Sangreal. What about a bastardization of it? Of like, you have to have both pieces together, similar to what's of course going on right now with the collar and bracelet for the male Adam. Like, is that what's going on here? Obviously, we don't know. Haven't seen episode 5 because it doesn't exist yet. But right now, all my thoughts are deep frustration. It's just a giant, no, not giant. It's a very small, uninteresting thing, which we're going to get to. We haven't, but just she mentions it. She mentions it here, and she says it. And of course, as Taffy mentioned earlier, why?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't figure it out. Like,
This is what. Well, so here's the thing: is this one of those changes from the book to the show?
why did
and
they
we're just
pick a
like-
male
And we're just like,
Sangreal?
what the fuck? Why?
And
or-
why? There's other
Or
things.
is
they
it
could
gonna make
have.
sense later? But I would argue it can't. There's no way this makes sense later.
Well,
it's
we're
just
talking
it's
about
different names.
Vora's wand.
Dildo, Boris Dildo.
Vora's dildo, yes, would have been
white
a
fluted wand, yeah.
comparison. That
Yep.
would have been an appropriate thing to use if you want to forget the Choden Call, and you want to just have Kalendor and a female Sangreal or a woman's
you-
Sangreal.
You
Then why
open
not-
up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. That's all I have to say. I can't wrap my head around it. Two girls with Sarkogarden.
That's why we call it the Choden Ball.
Like, you open up such a weird.
Choden Call
like,
was the echo we got was the two statues at the entrance of Rudian.
I thought about that,
That's
but I.
fine.
But
Okay.
what's the point of? I first off, all right. One of my favorite things about Choden Cow is what we see in book 2 when Rand almost loses his fucking mind briefly. But obviously that can't be in it. That's a weird esoteric thing.
Mhm.
But if you're taking Kalendor and Sakarnin to be equivalent, that doesn't make
They're
sense.
not
because
even equivalent in
Kalendor-
the books. They're not even like
No,
the
but-
Kalendor is still stronger than.
They chose a phallic one for the men and a yonic one for the women. Okay.
I mean, first off, I don't know if I think that's Yonic personally.
Yonic.
Like it's just a.
Boros Rod needs to stay in the tower for Egwene taking. I mean, of course, yeah. That's
But
it. Could have ended
putting
up
them on
there based on
par-
how the show works, though. Someone
Like,
could have
if you
just Land could have just left it at an inn, and then suddenly Pat and Fane could have it later on. I mean, if we're going by show rules,
I don't.
it doesn't matter if it pops up in Tyr or wherever. It could just end up where they need it to be.
I just don't see. I don't know. Is there? There's
But-
really.
there's a frustrating piece though. Is like putting them on par is two different things, right? Let's say Kalendor's like purpose isn't just quote unquote just its strength, even though it is one of the most Sangreal, like most powerful ever made. It's also the fact that it was unintentionally, or maybe intentionally, unbuffered, and therefore, it also can channel not just the one power, but also the true power. Like that's its strength. So unless you're telling me the equivalent of the Sakarnin, which I hate the fucking word anyway,
Why are they?
they
They should have just made up a whole new name.
made
for,
up a fucking name. Why not?
It
like,
just doesn't make
'cause-
sense.
All of a sudden, like what you're doing is you're very much skewing the point of the actual thing. Like it has a wild side to it for a fucking reason. And all of a sudden it changes how the cleansing of the taint's done, if you know what I mean. Like it changes a lot of the dynamic, and also like having that already out now, like to a certain extent, what's the point of Rand finding a fucking Angreal? He's already got Moraine, who's right there. Is now all of a sudden she should be like at the nth fucking level with him, unless she dies very soon. Which I don't know if I see that. To me, it just feels like we've kind of opened up Pandora's box of stupidity a little bit open.
True, they make up enough other stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, they do. It's like, why again?
I
why
don't know. I can't.
why
think.
choose certain things to do certain things with, and then like which everyone that's a book. It's not like they're not aware of us. They're aware of all the book readers that are like upset about certain things or whatever the fuck, and they're trying to get closer to it, and then at the same time you're just like, and then you go and do stuff like that just willy nilly. Like you're just like, why? What's the point of that?
There are like, oh wait, there we go. What's the point of this character?
What's the point of that?
Do 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 do.
Oh, is it
Hey.
a Seinfeld bit? I didn't know.
It's
that.
Sicarnin.
The whole time.
It's the Sicarnin.
All right.
When she
I've
said
already,
Carnan, and then the whole thing happens with lots of pussy. They come.
Lots of pussy to come. Yeah.
Yeah, like, and she's using. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, hold on. We're not in episode 4 yet.
Oh, we're not.
No,
Oh,
we're still in
okay.
episode 3.
Oh, Jesus
So next up
Christ.
is the sweat tent scene.
Is that
which, by the
all
way-
in this? Okay,
So
that was fun at first. That was fun.
I'm gonna go with the what the fuck is the point of this character right now? With
Okay.
our good friend Lamb.
You talking about this one right here, Johnny?
Well,
Talking about
that
right
one,
there?
I
No.
was like, no.
No, what the fuck is the point of Lamb Mandragoran?
there?
I feel like
that's a deep question.
it's gonna come up later. And like, but he feels neutered.
He's just
He feels
he's just Moraine's bestie.
He's felt neutered since
That's all.
the first
But, and
season.
season.
that is not a word that I ever use, but
no.
for internet online speak, that's what the role he's fulfilling.
Yeah, he's just like a halfway gossip for her. Like maybe
Mhm.
not gossip, but he does not feel like Lan. He does not feel like the warders themselves don't feel, as we're going to get later on. They don't feel as strong.
He's also encouraging her. Do you think he was really encouraging her to get some strange pussy?
I mean, at the same time, like maybe why not? But also,
Right.
why? Like right now, it doesn't feel it's not just like, hey, we're hunting for the Dragon Reborn. Now we're fucking with him. Maybe right
Uh-huh.
now is the time to just like lock down your shit. If you need to get off, go to the fucking tent. Now is probably not the time to get weirdly stuck down. Maybe literally, and let's just control ourselves. And I say that as a horny man. And I'm looking at Joe and I'm thinking about those wet lips, which is Joe's wet password. But like,
Oh, passwords.
smart password. It just to me like this doesn't make sense.
We need
And
to
they're sitting
update
there like,
there's a place where it needs to be updated.
This also felt a little bit like a wait for it. Night at the Roxbury.
So episode 4 next week. Are you kidding? We be all night.
We need all
We be on
fucking.
it.
This
We
is
be
the
on
Night
it.
at the Roxbury moment, though. By the way, it's like you looking to fuck her, fuck me, fuck her, fuck me, fuck her, fuck me. Like that's literally what's going on between Lan and Moraine.
The warders in the books are generally bland and boring. There are only 3 warders I can think of that
But
stood
they
out in
all
any way.
fight
And
well.
one of them wasn't Lan, and that's what's bothering me.
They can all at least fight. Like we're gonna see here later on. Anyway, let's get to this. This is the dumbest fucking thing, though. Ends up this chick, nice tits, nice tit. I think you only see one in her titty shirt. Is Malchieri, and it's
What
in
about that
Alindra.
tattoo? If she had that tattoo when she was 4 years old, it would be stretched out like this.
Well,
You
hold on,
wouldn't
we're
even
gonna
be,
get
you
to
wouldn't
that
be able
stretched
to
stuff
see
later.
the golden crane. It would look really weird. She's grown
So-
like it's like quadrupled its size as you know what I mean? Like that thing
it's
was
very new. Maybe she has it redone
Maybe she used to be fat when she was young.
every couple of years. She was a
So-
very fat child.
yeah. So she's Melindra,
uh-huh.
Yeah.
which of course is in the books a dark friend. So maybe there is a rationale for this.
Mhm.
Again,
Mhm.
and that's part of the problem I have with as a
Maybe
book
Asmodean's
reader.
just giving out tattoos willy-nilly.
No. Fucking perfect. Because that's like, otherwise, this is the dumbest thing ever. Like it's not
It's
just
really
like
stupid.
it's not just like a
I was like,
Malchieri.
what is
lore.
happening right now?
One of
What
my
are-
favorite things that it doesn't happen.
Why do we need
frequently,
some shit? Yeah, I'm sorry. Go
But
ahead.
no, Taffy. I just love when you laugh that much. When you laugh like fully. When you're like,
You guys
this
make
is
me
fucking
laugh. You guys make me laugh all the time. Oh no, I don't. There's these episodes. I wish I could just be like, these are great, but there's so many fucking weird things happening. It really takes me away from what I really
Oh, I don't
like.
know why that one's
That's
there.
the problem.
This
It's
one
like-
next.
We've already established that Lan is like the king. We don't need some broad like.
Yeah,
that's
he
not
had a
even,
full
like,
conversation with Nynaeve about it. You didn't need to like interject us.
Yeah,
I
and there's
guess
a whole
I
thing
guess
with his
her point is
family.
Nynaeve's not there, so we need to like reinforce that Lan has a mission outside of Moraine because she's maybe about to die.
But, like, I want to like this show. There are certain things they do very fucking well, and then they throw this
Yeah.
thing in, which is like not at all helpful for for viewers. Like, right? It's already been said. If you have a
Yeah.
thing that you need to say again, say it in a way that doesn't like break the truth of the book. Say it say it smarter. Say it like this. Like, say it like, "Hey, I recognize your tattoo, Lan. I recognize your tattoo that says that you're the last Malkieri." As opposed to some dumb bitch who is not the last Malkieri saying like, "Well, I know who you are and what your truths are." It just feels like you're breaking what the fuck we're supposed to know. I don't know. Anyway,
Okay.
let's go to Emmons Field.
It's very distracting from enjoying
Yeah,
watching
that's
the
the
show.
thing.
This is cool. Oh, and the sweat's head, like this is awesome. But then like what it just takes me out of.
It fucks it all up.
Okay.
And then she's walking closer and closer to him, and as long as she says the
Also,
and I'm like, if
last
this
thing here.
bitch touches him, if she fucking touches him,
Is
I'm
Lan
gonna-
trying
I'm
to fuck
gonna-
her? Like,
Lan-
No, I
no.
don't think so.
no,
No.
but I think she. Why is
So
she
he's only
standing that
going there
close to
because
him?
he sees her upper back tattoo,
Yeah.
as any man does. Like a corner a woman in a sweatpants.
Well, she's flourishing it in front of.
She
like,
basically knows who
this.
he
Yeah.
is, and then says like, "Why don't you join me tonight?" And until she turns around and has the tattoo, he goes, "Oh, she wants to talk to me about
And
she
Moraine
wants to be
notices it
sodomized.
too.
where we
That's
both come
cool.
from." You know what I mean?
She had that that shirt specially made just to show
Did you
it
say
off.
spurt? That was
Yeah.
quite the.
It's just a collar and it's split on the back so she can show off her tattoo in the sweatpants, just in
And-
case
Yeah.
Lan comes
Ever
around.
shows up. She sees him there and she's like, "It's my big chance. I get to show him my fucking tattoo. I
Where
can't
did she
believe
get
this
that
day
tattoo?
happened."
Yeah, maybe she
For
had
sure.
it done later. Wait, did she say she had it since she was a
No,
child?
she did not say that. She
Oh,
did
okay.
not.
Oh, okay.
That was us making up.
Okay.
So Evans
Okay.
Field.
Uh-huh.
I
Emmons
hate
Field.
this.
Again, this feels very, very neutered parent. Like this is like not neutered, but like just like low stakes. Like I don't know.
It's also it's low
Also,
stakes.
Maxim pouting about Ivan. I don't care about it
Yeah,
anyway.
who gives a fuck? But it's low stake. Like parents, like I'll turn myself in. Also, everyone is in town briefly at this night event, and then seems to walk away from Evans Field.
It seems like it's like a regular thing to like come into town and eat dinner and maybe drink a little bit and then go home to your farms. Which it
Except-
feels like that shouldn't be that close or able to do that. But like I
There
understand
you
where you're
go.
getting at.
Yeah,
It's shrunken down for the show, I think.
Anyway, Simbui is barely doing a good job of even putting like one argument against him.
Well, Loyal's
it-
like,
it-
well, so we're not there yet. Loyal's like, what's the plan? And he goes, well, I'm going to go get Natty and the girls, kind of thing. We switch
the
back
whole
to
thing.
Matt,
Oh, we do
And-
briefly, yeah.
and we speak to Min in the tower with the redstone doorway.
Yeah, so this it kind of make like at this part I liked
Wait, where's
This is fucking awesome.
with how he's
Oh,
like
there
one-
is a redstone doorway.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in the
it's
vision.
red and twisted.
that's
like
her vision behind, but
like a bad hand job.
so like for them to reconcile right before all this stuff happens, this was well done. Like
Yeah, I
as far
liked
as
it.
men, because she didn't even like, she kept apologizing, and then he knew he had pushed it too far and went after her, and
Yeah, and then it's a
Yeah.
good thing Gallad was there to break him up.
And then, but this
I love
gave
when
him a
Matt's
place
like,
to.
you're right
He's like,
there, aren't you?
He's like, can you take a break for a second? Or what did
that
he
was
say? Can you take
that
a
was in
night
the next
off?
scene with the knee.
That's the next scene.
Because
Regardless,
they're breaking up yet
Wendy,
another argument with the
Happy-
knee with him and a
Happy
woman.
is fucking
and,
right.
What's
and
that?
Gallad and Gwen are like,
Oh.
hey man. And he's like, can you fucking take a night off?
That's right.
Take a night off, mate. Like it's so
it.
quintessential British, but it's fucking perfect.
Oh, we cut to Elida for a second? Oh, this is the Elida says something real quick with Galena about who's going to replace, what's her name?
Right.
Sutama?
Well,
Sutama.
we didn't see Leanne come in and
This
How
is that
does
scene
it-
though. Leanne comes in and goes,
oh,
she's
this
gonna
is
go.
after, right?
Yeah.
Which is really cool because she threw the sitter's words right back at her, what she said to her, and it lets her know that she had set up the entire thing, which
I thought that was
actually
super
impresses
interesting.
Galena.
In the sense of like, do you get this feeling? Because I kind of got it last season, and now I'm getting it more this season. I feel like Liana and Suan are assholes, and I kind of want the Reds to win. like Elida is weirdly likable, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, I don't.
Well, she's
have
not
anything.
wrong. She's not
Yeah, that's
wrong.
kind of the point.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just like, I want this to fucking rip apart. Like, not necessarily
that's-
that I want Elida to win, but like, I'm just like, I don't care about any of these assholes. They're such dicks to each other, like all the time.
But isn't that a huge issue? I'm not saying that like at the end of the day this isn't a compelling show, but you're twisting the original.
Again, I feel like they're just speeding it along. I don't think they're doing it.
But the fuck that. No, that's bullshit.
In a way
And
that they
I
should
need to
do.
speed along. I'm well aware of the fact that I need to speed along. We've got another fucking episode to talk about. But
Oh,
it feels
yeah.
very strange that you're taking the legitimate point of like, here's what happened is these like this side of the tower couldn't appreciate the fact like because they were envious ever since Swan, ever since whoever the fuck with the triptychs 1,000 years ago, they have always been envious. Plus the Black Ajah pushing to get Swan thrown out now has turned into Swan is a conniving bitch and legitimate concerns. Like it's the other way around. It's not the same fucking thing. Like why can't you just I don't know, what is it? Oh, follow the text. That's what I don't want to sound like this like repetitive dickhead, but this exists. That is the core thing. These are our characters. Like if you're I don't know. It only can go so far where you invert things or it's just kind of frustrating.
I thought it was kind of weird to have Leanne come in and just be a full-on bitch to
fucking
them.
cunt.
Yeah,
Because,
like I
like,
said, yeah, it's a
Leanne
little.
is like
it's a little.
she takes
off-putting.
her job
She's-
seriously in the
she's
book.
very kind. And
Yeah,
she's a
so
very
I
kind-
don't just to come in and be a cunt, like that was a cunt move that she came in and she's like,
Yeah.
oh, I always could smell the
something
rats
your
or
wife
something.
would do.
She said, she said I smell the rats or some shit like that.
I followed
Yeah,
the
she
rats.
followed the
She
rats.
goes, I
Followed
didn't
the
even think
rats.
you'd find your way down here, and I was like, no.
That was just really out of character for her. I mean, she takes her job very seriously.
Only in the books, you dumb bitch.
Right,
Obviously,
that's
yeah. It's like obviously we're the dumb bitches.
Yeah.
Like,
Just stuff like that. I don't know. Are they making us want to? Do they want us to be on the side of the Reds? Maybe.
It
I
sounds
mean,
like it.
it's you could argue the same thing for Leandrin, like in the last season,
Right.
But I get the idea of humanizing things,
Mm-hmm.
but you don't have to go overboard where I want the tower like where I want Swan and Leanne to be like overthrown. Yes, you could be frustrated like Swan. You can. Like she's like a bad Dumbledore. Just like technically all of Dumbledore is to a certain extent. If you really think about what he's just like, hung a kid out for, because we're talking about the Bible here, Dumbledore.
We all know that. We all know
sketchy.
that.
But like it's
Harry Potter.
it just feels like it's
Yes,
too
we
far.
do.
Anyway, next from me. I apologize.
But it was very. She really set that the whole. It's really showing Elida as a master manipulator. Like, and Galena is like, she's like, oh, I can see everything you just did, but I'm still gonna. I think it's cool as hell. Like she got,
I
she
followed
immediately
around
got
one
her
of my
to.
favorite lines.
Oh.
LOL.
No,
A
I mean
fuckable
it's
double
great. Well, we know who she fucks, right? We know who
To be fair,
Swan.
Swan was never good at
Right,
politics,
Jono?
and Leon had her back
Who?
no matter what in the books. Okay.
Ace Ventura.
Yeah.
You said who, and I said whom.
Oh, whom? I'm sorry.
And also, yes,
On the way to the
it's
tower.
Ace fucking Ventura.
Yeah. Yeah, she did. She's. Yeah.
He took her virginity.
I mean, she's a lucky woman.
That's a plot point of Ace Ventura too.
Yes.
It is.
In the last 3
Dangerously a
minutes.
plot point.
They can tell.
I love how. Yeah, I love how the husband comes out of the tent screaming.
Hook with the water.
Oh my god. Don't do that again.
That's what he says. He says, "White
Let's
devil."
talk about the two rivers in a really
Oh.
lackluster scene where Perrin very quietly and solemnly convinces them all to stay.
They're
Oh, was
all
that in
about
this
to leave.
episode?
That's what
Yeah,
was happening.
it's still
yeah.
this
Oh,
episode.
okay.
So he convinces the townspeople to say. Anyway, we cut to a mat fight.
But that was
Let's talk about
Taviran,
this.
and that was Taviran in action, wasn't it?
Sure. I mean, yeah. For sure.
For him to.
But it was
convince
just
them.
like, again, it just like, instead of having like a scene where he's like, I don't know.
Wouldn't it be cool if there was some
Speaking- he
kind of
just
like
didn't seem like he
magnetic
was-
waves or something when Taviran stuff is happening?
Oh.
If there's like a
Uh,
ripple effect and everyone's like, "Oh, okay," like their minds are like,
I'm gonna
"No,"
say
and then
no
they're like,
because
"Oh."
then like we're like scope creep all of a sudden because technically everything's Taviran. I love the idea. What would be better though is if it looked like what it was in the fucking books. Like it doesn't have to be. It could still be here in Evans Field because that's kind of the point to a certain extent. But
Yeah.
like it felt like it was one question and he said like 3 lines and next thing you know, we're going, oh,
Right. Well, that's
we
why
should do
I.
that.
Well, we would read that as, "Oh, that's Taviran in action," but everyone else who just watches the show, they'll be like, "How did he convince them so
Oh, it's
quickly?"
shitty
right?
writing. Yeah. Oh, maybe we should. I sound like is Tom
I don't
O'Hara behind me? We should send out
I'm
a little
gonna ask
magnetic thing for
people-
shitty writing.
Can I tell you guys something really cool though?
Yes,
I know
don't tell
this.
the audience.
I know this young person. I've known them for a while, and I see them
Mhm.
occasionally.
Is
And
this grooming?
it just came out. Like the season 3 was about to come out, and I mentioned to somebody else. I was like, "Have you watched the Wheel of Time show?" And she's like, "I haven't, but Armando did." And I was like, "Oh, really?" And she's like, "Yeah." And he read the whole series after he loves it. And I was like, "Oh my God, really?" Because I never meet people in the wild like that, especially in this area. I mean, that's why I had to
In
go
the
to
wild.
Atlanta to make friends with you guys. But in the
Oh,
wild,
okay.
I met a fan in the wild. So he watched the first season and he loved it so much that he went and he bought all the books and he loves the books. Loves them. And so we were talking about it and I was like, I'm like, "Oh, they talked about," I'm like, "Have you read New Spring?" And he's like, "What?" He didn't even know about it. Got super pumped. I went home. I
He's
brought
like, there's
him my
another book
copy,
to
like,
read.
he was going to order it. I'm like, "I will bring you." I have 2 because I have a larger hardcover
Cock.
and I have
Yeah.
my original paperback and so I don't know. That was really cool. It
That's
was really
awesome.
neat. Yeah.
I'll be honest. I'm envious as shit of anyone reading this for the first time. Not
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
not go show to book, just book to book. No offense to the show. Just I would be delighted to. I don't. To a certain extent, maybe I disagree because there was nothing more interesting than like when Joe and I first met. Oh. Talking like weird ideas of what the fuck's gonna happen after book 7, after book 8, book 9, and like where we wanted that to go. On the other hand,
Mhm.
there's nothing worse than like there isn't a next fucking book.
Yeah.
So that sucked.
At least you had each other.
We still
Yeah,
do.
Jono, we had each other. Oh,
All
wait, we
these
still-
years, 22 years later. Jesus Christ, 22
After
years
all
later.
this time, Jono. All right, so mat fight.
Awesome
What do you guys
fight. dumb stakes.
I loved the fight.
The fight was well
I did not
done.
like that no one was there to witness the fight. Aside,
That's
from
what I'm saying. It's awesome fight, dumb stakes. It doesn't
didn't-
make
and
sense.
I did not like that Gawain didn't get his head cracked open enough to need healing.
I also
Oh,
I don't like the brothers. Again, not because of the normal reasons. Like they just
I
don't
thought they were fine.
feel like the brothers. Like
Oh, they're both
I did like
assholes.
Nynaeve's little like barely smile when Matt was winning. She's like
yeah.
very.
But
subtle.
what about the fact that they're crediting his victory to whatever knowledge he got from blowing the horn instead of him just being a sheep herder? And that was the whole point of that scene in the books,
Mhm.
was that you've got these fancy guys that have been training with swords their entire life, but then Hammer's like in the whole thing, he's like, I want you guys to get schooled by
2
someone that's going to come.
crowns
I don't know.
and raped. 2
What?
marks, Wyatt man.
Oh, 2 crowns. I don't know. Did you guys get, like, by the time I'm like, okay, the scene is happening, but it's completely out of context, and the whole point of the scene isn't just to have these dudes get their asses kicked. It's already been established in the show that Matt is he's a good fighter in Falm. He battled all those dudes in Falm already. So
Yeah.
the whole point of that scene was to show that you have to beware of like a farmer with a quarterstaff can kick your ass.
Jerome, the best swordsman in history, as far as we know, lost one battle. He lost one battle, and that was to a farmer with a quarterstaff.
That's right.
Like, that is
yeah.
canon. It's said not just here with I think Hamar says it. It's also said later on in Camelin. And you're exactly fucking right that like that robs of so much context. Also, I feel like they've been like Gawad and Gawain have been robbed of context the entire time, because there was this question of like, oh, are we going to get to be trained by warders? We're already better than. Which, by the way, if that's true, then fuck the warders. They suck more than we already expected. And if not, then fuck these guys. They're annoying as shit. Like, it's really just fucked up the hierarchy of what's happening. Because what should be happening, as Joe had just mentioned before he fucked off to go piss on his shoes, was like we should be like, seeing all these people watching. Like, the chicks should be getting wet because A, they're hot. B, we all like wet women. C, like, these are fucking good fighters, like Gawain and Gawad. Gawad being slightly better than Gawain, that can press a warder. And that should be a mark of fucking talent. We don't get that. There's no warders around. There's no like discussion of training. There's no discussion of their relative abilities besides one off-key fucking reference. So when Matt comes in, it's fucking crazy. And instead, it's just 3 dudes fighting while one chick who already knows him just watches. It's a great fight, like from a choreography standpoint.
Totally, yeah.
Donald looks like he fucking knows what he's doing. That can make a hand on my fucking wood all day.
He was great.
Well, actually, you know what? I don't want that. He's snapping it around. I don't want that at all. I'd rather he just.
And it was good when Gawain goes back. He's like, oh, like this, and he lays down because he knows that they just got their asses beat. Like all that stuff was done really well. I thought that was good, but
there's
the whole
nothing
stakes
cooler
of it is
than when Hammer is just kind of like, I'll take that bet for him if they won't do it, and reminds them of how Jerome lost that one time.
Yeah,
that's like adds all this like ambiance to it, all in just like 3 fucking lines. That's all it takes. And that's what's missing sometimes. And I love this giant, like oh from me because I'm a dumb drunk piece of shit. But like that to me is just such an important element that's just not there. And it feels like it shouldn't take that much effort to put that world building in. But again, I'm sitting on this side with my bottle of whatever the fuck I finished my Miller Lite. I know that everyone's upset. But like, I don't know. It to me is just
the whole context of the entire scene is changed. Like Matt has a grudge against them at this point because they've been like torturing him with their sex and stuff, like with the novices on either side of, and it's like That part, and it all works within the show,
Yeah.
and it's good for the show. But like the gravity of that scene is just gone.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
I don't.
So
And I mean, I still enjoyed
I don't hate
was
it.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
don't
I
hate
wasn't
it,
like,
but I just
"Oh."
it's actually pretty close to the right number, so I'm gonna do it anyway. It's 69% of the way there. Like it hits so many fucking check marks, but at the same time does miss a couple.
All right.
Anyway,
No?
let's finish this fucking thing out because we got a whole nother fucking episode. Are you
Oh,
kidding me?
So, like, do you have anything about that with Matt, or did you already say?
I
because
mean,
they didn't
I
have
feel like I
audience?
said what I felt like I needed to say.
Okay.
I mean, we can talk about it more in ratings. Yeah, Matt, so they
Oh.
fought. There's this quick scene.
Oh, I forgot about that. Who cares? It does nothing.
There's this quick scene
This
of
is-
them leaving.
Also, this does nothing. Like
Why
so
is Min
this is
skulking
fine.
behind them?
That's the question. Like it's answered 3 seconds later. Why is she wearing a hoodie and she's just there? Unless there's someone else in a hoodie, which I was hoping was going to be Tom Maryland, but clearly not.
I think
Like,
she's
this does
reluctant to
nothing.
try to be included already. She wants
Yeah,
to
why-
stay with
if the
Matt,
fact
not
that-
just like
Skinny,
just
barely
forget-
healed Matt isn't running down the docks, chucking stuff onto a boat while it's moving, and then bleeping barely to make it with Tom Maryland really upsets me. But that's okay.
yeah.
The lack of Tom Maryland upsets me. So yeah, Min's going to Tanchico, but like that. Why? But why? So why is Min going?
She
to
needs to
Tanchico
connect
with
with. She needs to connect with the characters.
But
The only
she's
one-
supposed to be in the tower with Sawan and Leanne when it all comes crumbling down. So
Yeah,
like
but we
that
already
makes me
talked-
think
yeah.
that that's going to be like way different. You know, like that's like what's that going to happen? What like does that mean like I don't know, Sawan and Leanne might die. Like I don't know if they're going to survive the breaking of the tower.
They
Based
survived
on
the
based
breaking
on where
already.
people are. Certain
It's such a
characters are.
weird. It's such a weird thing. Is like right. So if you take this Jenga tower of bullshit,
We definitely
and you
find
move
Tom
this here.
Tanchico. He's in Tanchico for sure.
Yeah, from the images,
100%.
right? The images that we've seen.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's
Actually,
been
Tom
like
is
clarified that
Asmodean.
he's definitely going to be in Tanchico.
Tom is
That'd be-
Asmodean.
Tom is
That'd be the worst
Asmodean.
thing I've ever heard in my life. I would hate every second of it.
Anyway, so let's close this out.
Well, Lanfear talks with what's her
Nope,
name?
that's
Bronwyn?
Leandrin.
Leandrin.
Naomi.
Right. Leandrin
Yep.
talks with Naomi. Who's that in the background there? That's a quiet servant. Don't pay attention to her.
That's
Yeah,
Dollface. What's her slut? Mogidia.
Dollface. What's her stick?
I love that she's just kind of like quietly picking stuff up in the back, though. That makes me happy.
Yeah.
And then she
She's
walks
a
up.
great
She's
servant.
like smiling. Dude, she's fantastic.
She's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Creeps me the fuck out. I love every
Yeah.
second she's on the screen, and she's just. Like,
I
quietly,
wonder
like,
what she does to Lord Gabriel's penis, because like I bet she creeps it out.
She uses the weave spider webs on
You
it.
know,
It goes like this,
to your
like a
point,
marionette. Just pulls it and yanks it like this.
before we start this X one, which if I say it too
I
loudly,
could
my wife's
see
just gonna
Swan and Leon getting taken out as well as Moraine. We need to lose some characters to make room for new ones.
True. Before I don't know if you saw the text below because no one sent it yet, but there's a good point that did you know that Mogideon's pubes are also in the same haircut? Just a big circle.
I can see
God
it
damn it, Jono.
in my mind, along with the nose licking the tongue. It's now part of my.
Us. Can
imagery.
you imagine doing like a under fade of it? Like you kind of like you kind of lift up to do that.
I
Monk's
should hope
haircut.
not.
Uh,
But I
have
thought,
no
Jono, I
idea.
thought you'd appreciate this scene with Leandrin because she paints that circle again on the floor.
I fucking. You know what? After she did literally paint it, I wasn't as angry. It was a conversation Shanda and I had. Blow up Dolph.
Okay.
About
You're like, oh, it's better that she actually did what she.
yeah,
What they,
because, like,
Yeah.
it's
The
painted
reason
with
that they
chalk.
think she's there is actually true. is at least.
I still think
there.
it's dumb. But the fact that she painted with chalk and actually painted, at least it wasn't.
Oh,
Didn't you
gotcha.
guys
That was
already
really
talk
my
about
frustration
someone's
for a
eyebrows
minute.
for like 10 minutes too? You guys talked about someone's eyebrows?
I mean, don't we talk about everybody's eyebrows?
Next.
You and no, okay.
Next.
Next.
Yeah.
Well, that's the end of
I think that was
episode
it.
3. It's ratings.
Yeah.
Ratings. Jono. Now, let me catch you up here. This is where we're at with the ratings so far. Jono is a 6 and a 6.9. Taffy, you have a 8 and a 6. I said 8.7. Me and Taffy are pretty close.
Looks like we're in
Shockingly,
a
I said
race.
more. Jono, can you give us your
Thank you.
Billy Zanes?
Amazing.
Can you give us your Billy Zanes? You're right at 6, huh? Oh, it's
6.9.
leaning towards 7. Can't
That's
quite tell what
6.9.
that means.
I think we're going to get
6.9.
6.9 all across the board all season from Jono. We got 6.9 from Jono.
This
All season
could
long.
be a 7.5. There's a lot of cool things, but there's so much dumb stuff bogging it down. There's so much dumb stuff. But anyway, Taffy, your thoughts?
Can I do the thing?
Yeah,
Sure.
Can I have the banner?
There you go. Can you point? Is it possible?
I'll do a 7.
Well, you're definitely pointing at 10. I don't know what you're talking
What?
about.
It's the opposite.
My screen is not mirrored.
Oh.
Yours isn't mirrored. Oh, yeah.
Well,
It's tough, by the way, to
for
learn
me-
where mirrors are.
You're pointing right at 10. You're pointing at 10.
See, right now I'm pointing at the fire from my perperspective.
All right, so move a little to your. I don't know.
Is that
Obviously, this
7?
isn't working. You're at a 7.
No, you have to show
And-
me how to do that. 7.
No, you're fine. Just go with 7. Joe.
This is a lot of. I mean, there's a lot of interesting scenes in this episode. There's a lot going on. It's a lot of still huge
Pussy to
amount
come.
of setup for like what's coming later in the season.
Uh-huh.
The mat fight was awesome, but there was also a lot of stuff that I didn't like about the mat fight. Although I'm glad that we finally got it. I like this less than episode 2. I'd say 6.
Okay.
What did I say before?
Fascinating.
What did I say for episode 2? 7? 6. I'm
Yeah.
at 6.
I'm excited
right.
to give higher ratings than you.
I mean, this is basically the first time ever.
Where's Tom? No, I'm kidding. He's
I
dead.
don't know. Anyway, that's been ratings.
Are we doing episode 4 now?
What do you think of time it is, Jono?
It's 11.
We could squeeze it in a half hour.
There's no way that's happening. Episode 4! The Road to the Spear.
We already talked a lot about stuff in this
Jono,
episode,
I mean, what
so
do
it
you-
kind of we can skip over stuff because we already talked about this episode.
Jono is really adamant that we not do this tonight.
I mean, I can do it. My wife already hates me. I'm just gonna text her saying good night.
Let's just talk about the stuff that we
Finger
didn't talk about.
Pass out,
I
baby.
think you rally
I mean, I can rally.
and we do it. Episode 4, The Road to the Spear.
Moraine's fucking hat.
Matt and Lynn fighting and talking about his heritage and what that
was
means
nice.
and what he's going to do. And Moraine stares on, and Egwene says something like, "A watch pot never boils." Aged saying from her aged grandmother.
Yes.
If you didn't know, it actually the original one from the books, and not to be pedantic, and just is a watch twat never boils.
That's important, you know,
Yeah,
to know the reference.
Not to be pedantic.
yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you understood the.
Mm-hmm.
Here's to 11 o'clock dumb fuckery.
Oh,
I mean, we can do it.
I like
you know?
I liked the it's the word levity between Lan and Rand.
Yeah, there was
Yeah.
some levity. I actually very
Yeah.
much agree with that. I agree with that.
He made him laugh. It was nice. I enjoyed this.
I did too. Jenna, what do you have to say?
Again, I like the levity. I like this. I'm a little confused, about this thing with the flame in the void. Why it is that in this case, I don't know. There's some just oddities to me about how it is that like Lan has never taught him that. This is their first conversation about this, or not? Lan would have taught
They're
him.
just
but
now
Lan wouldn't have-
bonding. They've never had
Well,
a chance to bond before
that
this.
I-
and, like,
that I
talk.
have
That,
issues.
right?
but that feels like it's a giant like it's season 3. If this isn't the first time they fought,
They're
this
cramming stuff in.
well, that's a different issue. You think they would have had some bonding beforehand? That's what dates are for.
Well, that's next.
But-
yeah.
But like, he's like, hold your sword like I tell you to.
Mhm.
That's again extremely important. There's nothing more important than your first most basic things. But that should have been 2 seasons ago. To me, like it feels like we should be past that. If he had said, "I've taught you how to hold a sword. Now show me what else you can do," that would have been so much more important to me.
Oh, okay. So you're just nitpicking lines of dialogue. Not that we don't do that here.
No, I'm
No, we
nitpicking
totally do
like,
that.
the point behind the dialogue. In this case, if you're saying
Mhm.
"hold your sword like I taught to you" or "told you," that feels like you've got a fucking novice. If you say, "Hey, you know how to do it," show like it's the same amount of words with just a much further like belief on where the fuck this character is. To me, it just advances it. It doesn't feel real
Well, at this
that
point,
Rand doesn't know.
Rand hasn't been using the sword very much up until now. He's just now learning. Like he even
Yeah,
like
he didn't fight Turok the dinosaur hunter.
Yes.
He just
Did
killed
he
him with
not
the wings.
learn
Killed him
from a
with the
guy
power.
while he was trying to talk with Logain in season 2?
But that
Did he
guy
not
didn't
learn
have a
from, like,
sword. They weren't
blade
actually
master?
practicing.
Cane.
They were like he was teaching him the names of sword forms and kind of showing him, but he hasn't actually had any sword training, right? Until
Then,
now.
you know what that would be to me?
Hold
Hold on.
What is it,
Wrong.
Jenna?
To be wrong. That would be bad fan fiction. I'm sorry. God damn it. It just feels like you're just doing it wrong without
They're playing catch up.
next.
Yeah,
This
next
is what
scene.
happens when you feed me alcohol at 11 o'clock.
That's okay. I can't wait till we get
Next
to
scene
the
is them randomly
start the
talking
list. Ready,
about some things.
Service and Gaishan. I like this. There's some good world building. I like
Yeah.
this briefly. And
Mhm.
then the wise ones talk about their viewing, and
Yeah, and then
Moiraine's
they
gonna
let
go
slip to
Ruidian.
Moraine that she needs to go to Ruidian.
This is not bad. Again, they hit a lot of dialogue that comes from the books, and this is
Yeah.
one of them. It just some of
I
it
think they did
feels
a
like
decent job
checkbox.
of getting a lot of these like checkboxes done, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it does. Some of the dialogue does feel like that, like they're checking
Yeah.
boxes from the book and moving on.
Yeah.
They're like, we got it, like move on,
Yeah.
kind of thing. But like, I don't know. Overall, I liked it.
Yeah.
What do you think about this Avienda land fight?
It turned out to be okay. And it was kind of cool that she got to play around with him and he was having fun right before she had to give up her spears. No, Jono? Okay.
First, no. I don't. I'm not here to interrupt you. I want.
No. I want to hear what's this one? Tell me.
Oh, that means I didn't like it.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. That also, I'm a scuba diver, so that means I'm going down. Is that okay? I did not like it because I think that the action was cool, but
Okay.
canonically, Lan is the best fighter that we see in the entirety of the Wheel of
He's
Time.
just playing with her, right?
But
Yeah, I didn't take that.
it does not feel
In any
like
way,
yes, he
like-
laughs once or twice. She disarms him. She does this. Like we don't have any real proof that Avienda
She
is
disarms him in the
above average.
way. Again, the fight annoys me for the reasons that Lan isn't being isn't being shown to be the land that I know that he should.
That's
be.
exactly right. Like,
Yeah.
But
if
that
you've
being
got
said,
the
like
chance,
knowing that he's land, like he's not gonna fucking fight her.
I
Why
saw
not
this
show
clip
that?
like a
Why
week
not
ago, like the beginning, and I didn't see the end of the like they didn't show the resolution of what happened. But when I saw this happen, I'm like, they better fucking not. I was like so crazy. I was so pissed. And I think they probably did this on purpose because then when I actually watched it, and then they were just playing, and then he took her spear away, and he was like, I was like, okay, because like I don't know. I'm pretty sure that they set us up to get angry and then be all right when you actually
But I
watch the episode.
why not like show him like losing like the first touch, if you will, and then all of a sudden like, all right, well, and then going nuts.
We're not.
Like,
We just said that for Jono.
yeah, we know.
We're
There's
not-
a Christian
we're not
rapper.
doing-
I'm all.
We're not
fucked
doing
up.
this in
I'm
30
done.
minutes.
Yeah. Like,
Well, this is good practice for next week because we have to be with him until midnight for his birthday.
Yeah. Next week.
Wait.
Next week we're gonna drag the conversation out on purpose.
Over one episode.
oh, for one, you know
Oh
what?
my god.
At least I won't
interrupt
feel
us.
too bad then. To me, it just doesn't make
Lan
sense.
knows Bear is
like-
about to take Avianda's spears away. He can't stop chuckling. Oh.
Oh, okay.
I feel like
That's not true at all.
I
Also,
think
by the way,
rage.
can we talk about Bear's thighs and fucking forearms to break those spears?
Yeah.
Also, it's
Just
a me
crushes
story.
it. Just crushes it.
That doesn't make sense.
Hand me 3 spears of presumably very hard wood.
That are deflecting
Like, it's
swords.
nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, Bear was a spear sister, man. She's a badass.
It's Amis. Amis, not Bear.
I
Oh,
meant
God, did they
Amis. I meant Amis. Sorry.
They didn't change the name, right? Did they?
No, they did. It's totally Bear.
Oh no, I forgot about that.
We just
That's-
talked about this last week.
Yeah, I was drunk last week.
They
wasn't
folded
I?
the characters together. They're the same character.
I want to watch their folds open.
Her name in the
close.
show is Bear, but as we
Back?
talked about last week, me and Taffy thought they should just add an ADR and just be like Amis every time they say her name, like really stand out.
I forgot that's Bear. That's so dumb. That's not like. That actually is
It's
really
not- it's-
upsetting me.
Oh my gosh.
Who is the most famous fucking character?
For making chocolate chip cookies?
Famous Amos.
That's right.
This is bullshit.
She's a me, spare a name only. I agree. Yeah.
I'm
Mini weave to help the snap. Interesting.
It's a Mies. I'm out on Bear. Bear is dead to me. It's a Mies.
Do you hear what light blinded folded out of you, Jono? Get over it.
No. Why I look like a man
I
who gets over
refuse.
things.
I refuse. Anyway, yeah, this is Bear who does that. Anyway,
Back.
moving on. So they're like, Avienda, you're done. It's time to be a wise one kind of
Hey,
thing.
John,
You gotta go to
You're
Rodian.
impressed with what she can do with her hands. You should see what she could snap in half with her. You know what I mean? If you know what I mean.
Jono, her.
Yeah. All right. Sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Pussy.
Yes.
Yeah.
My pussy. Just
Real
gotta
quick,
get
if you're
some
going
lube
to
in
Johnny's for a
town.
quick hour, can you get me some lube?
She just puts the spear in her pussy. She's like, just snaps it in
Jesus
half.
Christ.
That's what I want to see.
If she put those spears between her legs and then just kind of like clenched for a second and they all snapped, I'd be like, holy shit.
That'd be awesome.
Where'd the third go?
Goddamn.
Fuck out for yourself.
Have fun with that, Ruark.
That's been episode 4. I think nothing else happens, right? No, I'm kidding.
No, not mine.
Jono desperately wants to leave. All right, sorry.
Good.
Let's get
I
back
know
into
that.
this. Oh, sorry.
Avienda.
Avienda's supposed to go down and be a wise one. We get that thing. No stripping naked in the show to run down the slopes to Rodian. It's a shame.
I'll be a little disappointed. Rourke, is this where we
I know Rand and Moraine go down together, but I was really hoping for like a Rand just walking down by himself, and then suddenly, like in the distance, Moraine sprints by naked. I
love that.
would have made it
It's
so much
Avienda,
more
but
fun
yeah.
for me. That is Avienda, but Avienda went earlier on the show.
I hate that. I hate why did Avienda just get sent in the middle of the night? Like it just feels weird. Maiden Kegel. Maybe that would do it. And you know what? As a wise one.
Oh no, Matt, to mention Avienda naked. I agree. I mean, that's why they didn't do it.
That and the fact that they've ruined other things.
Work doesn't talk about the bear grip.
My God.
Pretty sure she used the power to break them, but didn't want it to be obvious as they hadn't revealed their ability to channel until the Couladin scene.
But you can't not reveal. Once you channel, although in fairness, Moraine should have felt the ability to channel, but even if you do it in the most slight way, I can get you. How dare you? How dare you, Christian Rapper? You don't know
Moraine,
I have
dick.
hours. Yeah, I've got hours in me if you wanted that shit. That's that small penises in me.
What else? What else you got here?
Before we actually go down, I really did not like. I think I mentioned it briefly, but my Avienda is sent now, in the middle at the end of this fight. Why is she sent down now? Why not till tomorrow? We don't even really know at this point that they're actually at Chandale.
Honestly, I think the only reason they're not there yet, she runs ahead. They're not there.
The only reason is because she's still playing at being a maiden.
No, the only reason is that they need to witness her ask permission formally, so they can then ask permission formally.
Oh, okay.
And then Couladin goes, "He's asking like a woman," and gets all mad about it.
Okay, those are both good points. Yeah.
Just to have him,
somebody do the little ceremony before Moraine and Rand have to do the little ceremony. I think is the only reason I can think of.
That doesn't make sense. Like, why couldn't they just teach him how to do it? If there's nothing wrong with teaching, I don't know.
Oh, that's true. Like, there's no reason why, like, one of them couldn't have been like, "Hey, this is how you ask permission to go to Rowan." Maybe they just don't want to do that in the show. I don't know. I get what you're saying, but like, whatever.
Men do it differently. Hey, I don't know. Whatever the fuck, it doesn't matter. Anyway, so we do get to Chandale. I think Ruinian looks fucking cool.
Well, before that, we have a little quick. I like this scene because this is
straight out of the books. Yeah, book 4. Yes.
Moraine's like, "Let me help you. Tell me what you're gonna do," and he's like, "Oh, sure, you can help me if you promise to not stop me from doing anything I'm trying to do." And she's like, "I can't promise that." And again, it's right out of the books, but
straight from Cold Rock's Hold, right?
Actually,
after the fight, the shadow spawn.
Yeah,
it's 100% correct.
Yeah, because it's after this, after Rodian, rather, in the books.
Or was it Imri Stand? But either way, yeah. He even uses the dialogue right back.
Might have been
not good enough, Moraine. Not good enough.
Yeah.
Again, I've got to.
Also, I love the line of like, "I'm only trying to help you," and he's like, "You haven't tried to help me once," like kind of thing. Like all you're trying to do is preserve the Dragon Reborn, and it kind of goes back to like show conversation of Varen and Moraine going like, "Hey, are you believing in the Dragon Reborn, or are you believing in Rand al'Thor?" Because those are two, although similar, like they're the same person, but those are two things that you should be supporting.
They're separate ideals.
Part. Yeah. I don't know. I liked it.
I like it. Again, like there are certain pieces of the dialogue that feel like checking the box, like that feel like we are. And I also like Finn's. I'm actually very interested in like what this feels like. I do need that Viagra to rally. Although there'll be no blood in my head, which is dumber than it should be. Like what this looks like for book or non-book readers, right? Like for people who are just watching this on TV, because there's a lot of times where I feel like, who is this for? Because there are certain things they hug a line, which is a very thick line, so it's a weird hug. That doesn't really feel like anyone's happy. Sometimes if I'm watching this,
I get what you mean.
I don't know who appreciates this. Like obviously book readers.
There's a lot of people that fucking love this new season. Like even
I'm happy.
Yeah,
for
but
them.
I think but it's hard to like.
I'm not
from our perspective. It's hard to see it from like fresh eyes. like what you're saying, yeah, but like they're getting it, I guess.
Good.
Because
Good.
yeah, I guess it's
Again,
making
don't
sense.
get me wrong. I am certainly not the arbiter of what the fuck is right or wrong.
No,
You're
I'm
just
not.
the
I
arbiter of
wasn't.
what's
I
wrong.
wasn't judging. I was just kind of trying to kind of like let you know that it's coming across to people. Like they're doing okay with having. It was weird because there was so many times in the earlier seasons where they could have just used large chunks of dialogue from the books, but they didn't. They changed it. They did all this weird stuff with it. So it's almost like all this stuff coming. It gives us a whole new thing to kind of process, like thinking about how all of a sudden show only people are like, what are they thinking about all this stuff that's like, no, that's what you
Yeah.
did ask. Sorry. No,
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I
You look
didn't
like
mean
my
to-
dad before he died, but yeah,
doing your plumbing.
yeah, that's today.
So
I'll
I'm sorry.
send
I
you the
didn't mean to.
invite.
I'm sorry.
No,
Please.
no, you shouldn't apologize.
Don't apologize.
You know who should
Okay.
apologize? Joe
Probably me.
Judkins.
Probably me.
Joe
I mean,
Judkins?
I'm just trying to make the show as good as it can be for everybody, Jono. You know? That's all.
So I
don't
think
know
it's
why.
I think it's translating. So that means that the show people, if they're liking
Sheeple.
it, then the
Oh,
sheeple.
didn't mean that. Fuck that.
But
I hated
again,
that. As soon as I said it,
I know
hated
we've
that.
said
I'm
this,
sorry.
but like season 3 is astoundingly better than season 1 and 2 and 3.
It is.
So like
it is definitely better.
I never read Game of Thrones, and I started watching that television show. And it wasn't until like season 3 Red Wedding where I was like, holy fuck, this show is good. You know, like I was
Yeah.
like, I don't really care about this. And I was like, I literally did kind of do, and I'm not saying Game of Thrones season 1 and 2 are not better than season 1 and 2 of this show. I'm just saying like it took me as a non-book reader, and I loved The Wheel of Time at the time, to get into that world and people and show. So I mean, like, although they lost us as show or book readers at a certain like early on, maybe with like all the
right.
fucking changes they made, like I think there's a shitload of show just watching people that are just like, oh fuck, this show's getting good, you know, like kind of thing. And like,
Yeah.
and if that's what they're getting right when I'm feeling the same way, I can't say that's a bad thing, I guess. You know what I mean? I don't know.
It
It could have been good from
right?
day one, but you know what I mean?
It's a dumb thing, right? Like to a certain extent, like to a certain extent, who gives a fuck what your opinion is as long as you like it, right? If you like it, you like it, and I think that is to a large extent what matters. If you enjoy the show, then you enjoy the show.
Yeah. So basically, he's saying, Finn's is saying, I've only seen show people pick up that the total puppet job Ishii did through season 1. So like, they'll surprise you sometimes. Meaning like they're showing you stuff as just a show watcher that like maybe like we're
You
like
won't get the
throwing off to the
subtleties.
side and being like, this isn't book accurate, you know, like whereas like show people are like, oh shit, Ishmael's like fucking doing crazy stuff, you know. I don't know. I mean, like there's that too, I guess. Like that's part of it for sure. I don't know how much
the most
of that
important thing is like, again, even though
about.
Joe's a pessimistic dick and he's just such a like he's almost as bad as Tom. We all know that.
Yeah,
and
I'm the
I'm very
worst.
much
I'm the
a calm,
worst.
normal person.
Yes.
As long
Yeah.
as you enjoy it, I'm not here to fuck with you.
Mhm.
I hope you enjoy it. I want to enjoy it more. That being said, where the fuck were we in this plot? Taffy's gotten us all fucked up.
I always do. Sorry.
Sorry.
You okay? Avienda just went.
Oh yeah. So
Oh
we're
no,
on
and
the-
then
we're-
Moraine and Moraine and Rand had their conversation.
Had their
and-
conversation. Yeah, so they're approaching
it.
or they're getting near to Chandar.
Chandar. Or Chandar.
And Rourke shows Rand his little dragon.
Left arm only.
And so this is basically Rourke and Rand talking, and they're like, hey, tell me what the fuck to expect there. And he's like, I can't do that. We can't talk about it. And he's like, that being said, like, we're marked once, but you'll be marked twice, presumably. Like kind of, he's not like,
And then he's like,
I don't believe you're
he's all people of the dragon.
Yeah.
It's his cock.
But they also say, so when Rand sees the tattoo, he goes, oh, you're the people of the dragon. Which the only reason he knows that is because of the banner that they found at the Eye of the World. And then lofted on high at Falm. Right? It's the only way you'd know what a dragon was. That's all I'm saying. Right?
100%. No,
Because to have a
disagreements
giant flaming dragon go around a tower top in Falm would make no sense.
They would never do
here.
that.
Next.
They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do
Next.
it. Anyway, he finds out he's the people.
It's
They're
gonna be
the people of the
12:30
dragon.
before this shit's done. God damn it.
They get to Ruidian. It's
hold on.
fucking awesome looking, dude.
Yeah.
It does. It looks. It.
Like again, so but by the way, and I meant to mention this with Tanchico, but like their ability to like show the cities from afar and make them look like what I think they look like in my brain, which is bravo. Like,
Yeah,
holy shit,
totally.
just nailing
I
it.
agree.
Like when you get down deep into the streets, and it's like they only show one street, and then it's like a few people are there, and I get it, show budget wise, but like at the very least they're going, there's the scope, here's the little street that we're on, you know, like, and I get what they're doing, but man, they're really good at showing. Like,
Yeah, and they really put a lot of effort into having a lot of natural sets being on location, using the natural landscape, and it adds
how
so
does
much
anyone in
to the
books
beauty
know
of
what a
it.
dragon is?
I don't know.
They talk about that. They talk about the fact that no one knows what a dragon is, other than just kind of through hearsay, literally. And hearsay is 3,000 years old of say here.
It's flaming dragon. Has anyone in the books know what a dragon is? Moraine's flaming dragon. Was the
answer
dragon illustrated in the Corinthian site? I mean, was it?
Maybe, but that wouldn't.
Fuck, I don't know.
In the books, not relevant, but maybe though. Also, the
Some
Corinthian
scholars
cycle has a
know
K,
the
let's see.
description of a dragon.
I don't
And there
think that's
is the
correct.
banner, but that's not widely known at first.
They just call it the dragon banner, and therefore they know because his.
I
name
always
was
like
dragon.
from a book perspective, I was always under the impression that they just knew him to be the Dragon Reborn, only in the sense that the other guy was known as the dragon. And they
Yeah,
don't
dragon
really know
was a
why.
name. Dragon
Yeah,
was a name,
yeah.
and therefore, if you get a dragon banner, there's a dragon.
Right.
Or actually, it's up. They were wrong. It was Dr. Agon, because he gets agonized. He's very upset sometimes. It's a very confusing situation.
Yeah, it's very confusing.
Yeah. So we meet our good friend Savannah, who, of course, looks like a knockoff Cleopatra.
Yeah, they're standing there and they're like, "Oh, let's take this in," and then they're like, "Oh, there's fucking Shido here."
Speaking of taking it in, so my only problem with all of this is
Yes,
Savannah
John.
wants to take it in. Is like the stakes feel so small. Like it's 20 fucking people on each side. There's no larger like the numbers here in this entire
I mean,
episode-
that I get. Like, they're not gonna. I mean, hopefully, when they get to the Golden Bowl, we see like a lot more. But like, I
Why
don't
not
even
just
think
have some
then
people in
it's
the
gonna be a
background?
lot.
have some people in the background. Just that you don't even have to fucking really like cast.
I just
You don't
think
have
it's
to have them
funny,
at all.
like
CGI.
again. I know they're real people, and I know it's a show, and they can't just they just can't stand up and be like behind a tiny little rock. But like that's how they describe the IEL in the books.
Yeah.
And like the fact that they were like, "Fuck, there's Shido here," and then like all you have to do is turn your head, and there's a giant tent with all the Shido. And I'm like, what the fuck? How do they not from 100,000 miles away go like there they are?
It just it
They're right
does.
there.
Feel
I can see the
sloppy
Shido.
through
They're right
here.
there. I mean, it's gonna take us a day to walk to them, but they're right there. I can see them.
It feels sloppy.
I know.
Anyway, so
it's fine.
there's
That's
Savannah.
nitpicky bullshit. But like, it's one of those things where I'm like, that takes me out of the
Yeah.
out of the show a little bit.
So Rand asks to go.
Well, first Coulin's like fucking wetlanders, and then they're like, I mean, yeah, I guess they're there and they're arguing about. I love Aurora going like, "Where's your fucking husband?" And she's like, "He died.
He died.
He died, I guess. I
Oh,
don't really
he's
care.
dead. I don't know.
He dead." Anyway, there's another guy down there right now. We're waiting for him. That's why
It's
we're
his
here, kind of
son.
thing.
Yeah. So Miriam's down there.
Yeah, Muradin, who doesn't eat his eyeballs.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
So basically, Coolinen's like, "Fuck you," and tries to do like. By the way, this I don't know. Do you guys agree or disagree? This is not as good as it should have been.
It's not the worst.
Okay.
It doesn't bother me. Like knife versus like throwing spear, it's not a big deal. It feels
Sure.
stupid considering he's got so much ground to cover. But doesn't bother me.
Okay. Very fair. Taffy,
So
how do you
Rand
feel
asked,
about Coolinen's introduction?
he's fine. He's fine to me. He's
He's a
hot-headed.
Your name's not
hot-headed.
Taffy.
Yeah. No, yeah, hothead.
Okay.
My wife did say he was a sexy ginger, which
Yeah, he looks great. And
Wait a
he's
minute. Is Rand not a sexy ginger? What'd she say about Rand?
he's kind of looks like a young boy.
he is a young boy. He's just a
Yeah.
lad.
They look very
He's a
similar to
lad.
me, honestly.
Yeah.
I guess
when
he looks a
Cullen
little
from the
older, but it's
side-
the beard.
from-
Shave
when
that
there's
beard.
a side angle, they do. Yeah. It was
Shave
it
that.
was
Shave
cool.
that beard. Tell me they're not the same human being.
I don't like
Almost
the fact that
exactly.
every Aiel seems to have like eye makeup on. Like to me, like it just seems like a weird thing. But anyway,
Well,
it doesn't matter.
It helps.
Oh,
Well,
It's
that's
the
like-
glare of the sun. It's their sunglasses, John.
Yeah, put it right here, and then they've got John 3:16 on their eyes as well. Like good for them for like, deflecting the sun. Appreciate the Aiel.
My snake.
So anyway,
plant is
Rand
deadly.
asks to go down, and then Moraine does.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh, and Moraine asked to go too. So this is a 69. Or I guess technically
Well, they're
it
not
doesn't
going
have to be.
opposite of
Just,
each
like,
other.
take
They're
your
just going
turns.
together. Yeah.
Just taking your turn.
Just,
Well, when you're done,
just
then I'll go.
penis and
but
vagina.
I just want to concentrate, I guess. And fair enough. Sometimes that's better. I like this like, offensive weapons.
This isn't a movie. I knew they weren't going to have a huge cast. That's true. That's fair. The call for extras. Need peeps to stand around in the desert. Not many takers.
You're not wrong. Right? Both of you guys are very, very
They only
correct.
brought a small honor guard to Chandar in the book. In book, small is 100. Dropping it to 20 isn't a huge change. That's fair.
But
Fair statement. Yeah, I wasn't like
Yeah.
upset. I mean, like you just have to understand. Like, unless it's a huge battle where they
I
can
don't have to
zoom
do
out and
shit.
just CGI a bunch of people running down a hill, and just be
It
like,
just feels
"There's a lot of them." You know, like we're not gonna get.
But shouldn't there technically be a couple wise ones to have greenlit Muradin's attempt?
Well, maybe he got permission before they got there.
That feels like a very, no offense to Chayandair, slippery slope. Because I can just say, like, well, they told me I could. Because there's no fucking wise ones there.
Fair.
But anyway,
Wait. Well, how
Nope.
did they do that in the books, though?
they kind of just addressed that it happened beforehand. I don't know. I don't remember. Get away from me. Go away.
Maybe they dream walk and talk to each other.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things is like just listening to you guys waiting for situations to play out between the two of you. It's one of my favorite things about being on the show with you. Okay, sorry.
Get away from me. Go away.
Yeah.
It's in the pantry. Next to my bottle of dick cream.
What'd you say, shithead?
I said,
You said
hey,
dick cream?
guys." No, I said stick team, stick ball.
Stick ball, stick thing. Get away from me. Go away.
What Savannah didn't say cool in his next helping tense.
Yeah, that's true. Savannah's correcting.
Yeah.
Oh man.
All right, so they walk to Ruidian,
Oh
and
gosh, there's
it's
so many.
defensive
You guys
weapons.
have so many comments.
Well,
I hate when mom
I
and dad
love
fight.
defensive weapons.
We're not fighting.
Defensive weapons I
Dan.
think is cool. Do you have the rebar picture, by the way?
No, wait, I don't. think
oh
I do.
yeah.
This is all I got. This is all I got from that.
So it like for those of you who are dumb and staring at things for no reason, and somehow I fall in that. in the middle of like when they are putting their weapons down, like it shows all these knives, or not knives, it's like spears, obviously, because they're Aiel. There's just a piece of rebar that's just vertical. And I can't tell if that's like did some warrior just have rebar?
It's there to hold up a spear prop that they never attached to the rebar.
it's just there in the middle.
It's the coffee cup from season 8 or
whatever of Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
but it's not that like technically rebar can be explained away, right? Stainless steel, it should be fine. Why wouldn't it be there? Because obviously this timeline wise, it makes some level of sense, maybe. But it just I saw it and I died laughing.
I haven't seen it. Do you have did you send Joe a picture?
I don't have a picture of it.
Yeah, it's not. I think I sent a timeline.
Oh, you did. Yeah. Do you want me to try? No, I can.
Well, yeah, no, I don't need you to do that. So I said at 18 minutes or so, in the midst of all the weapons, there's a piece of rebar. So somewhere 18 minutes in, which by the way means we have 55 more minutes. Jesus.
We're fine, John. We're fine.
Yeah, we already talked about some of the stuff that happens later. We can just.
All right, so let's walk on into Iridium here.
All right.
Unless you want to talk more about rebar.
There's a very fancy tree.
I think it looks great.
No, it looks amazing. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
It looks great. A lot of cocks on the side. Big foreskins.
A lot of cocks, a lot of phallus objects. Rand's like, you see that?
Look at those cocks.
She's like, yeah, I saw the tree, bro. And he's like, did you see it? Look at its branches. That's what I mean. I thought it was weird because for mine it was subtitles. I don't know what you guys were saying.
I actually like the fact that Moraine talked about the fact that, to a certain extent, she's seen this because there's really not much.
Oh my God.
Really breathe.
There's not really that much that talks about the fact that for a while, Carrion had one. The rebar is indeed rib for pleasure.
Yeah.
Or his, right?
Rebar art.
There are multiple holes. That could be sound.
Are we sure it's just Tom's penis? That's right.
We are not sure. Like there are. I think it's very interesting that we really don't talk about what the Chora cuttings did.
He doesn't. Yoda appears and tells Randy needs to burn the tree down with lightning. Keep all the books inside. It's a Star Wars reference. Jono and Taffy don't understand. It's okay. Just move on.
I've seen them once.
That's shocking to me, by the way.
I've seen it more than once. Hey, you know what? Never mind.
Don't.
What?
That's exactly what I was going to say. Stay awake.
It's not stay awake. It's don't fall asleep. God damn you.
Yeah, it's the opposite idea. That being said, I listen to it when I cook when I'm drunk on Friday sometimes.
Oh, it's the best. It's the best thing.
You've probably gotten a lot of phone calls, all that. Anyway, next.
Nothing. I mean, Moraine is basically like, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm going to go do my own thing kind of thing. He's like, I'm here for a reason. And he walks off. So he kind of leaves her. He walks off to the crystal columns and he leaves her alone.
What do you think of the columns? Do they look cool?
What do you got in there? What do you got in there? I don't know. So the only thing, I don't have anything wrong with them per se.
Yeah.
To me, the description of them in the books never made any sense. So this is fine. Forest of columns, crystal columns, totally fine. Makes complete sense to me. In the books, they say concentric circles, like it like leads out in like rings away from the tree or something.
Yeah.
So as they walk further away from the trees, the circles of columns or something. But again, the way they describe in the books is very like loosey goosey per se.
Huh. That's how I like the way
so I'm kind of like, all right, yeah, it's fine. Do you have something wrong with the crystal columns, Shadow?
Not here. My problem becomes later on when it seems like it's actually a weave that my namesake, Lot of Pussy to Come, does.
Yeah.
And it's no longer a ter'angreal. Because she does this, and they all rise like she's a bad judge. And they stay upright for 3,000 years.
Is that what
which
you got
is
from that? Like it's
technically
a weave?
bad rigor mortis.
I got from that she created ter'angreal right in front of our faces.
Oh, that's worse.
Why is that worse?
Seriously? You create ter'angreal as you're hundreds of years.
I mean, she's
old.
got Sakarnin in her hands. She could potentially kill the Dark One with that thing in her hands, Jono.
Say that again, Taffy.
I think it was there it goes. Yeah, I think it was something along the lines of Ugh.
Yeah. So that's worse to me. Yeah, that's worse to me.
Yeah, she's
I've
got the
always
short ball.
thought that they were
A lot of
just an
pussy is
existing...
very powerful, Jade.
I had
hearing
less-
shit get dropped or something. It's my cat, and it's Taffy's family knowing.
I thought I muted. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Also, it might be my testicles. I just entered puberty. Got so much excitement.
God damn. It's intense.
Oh God. Jesus. Okay. I liked this whole sequence.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought it was I loved it. It pulled me in the whole time. Yeah, it was really fun. This was really well done.
I don't think there's a part about this that I don't like. Jono, what were you going to say about the ter'angreal being made? You still haven't finished that thought.
Oh, well, I guess we'll get to it. But I hate if you think that she is creating a ter'angreal, then that's terrible.
Why is that terrible exactly?
Because I don't think that that's how it makes. You just do a fucking I do have Sarkonin or whatever the fuck it is. But it feels like that's something that should have been. The entirety of Ruidian was made. Like they knew where the fuck they were going. Like they were like their history was coming to an end. That's why the 3-ring thing was there.
Right, but don't you think she was there doing that as
first off, Latra Pussy to Come was, despite her wonderful name,
I know, yeah,
was not there.
Throw that out the window. We're aware that Latra Pussy to Come is not there.
But it makes sense that they would want to use a familiar.
They had 8 million fucking ter'angreal on the back of their wagons, which is another issue later when we come to scope. I think
just the one.
Just the one wagon. And that's
we don't know what's in those other wagons. We'll get there. We'll get there. Anyway, but why is it a problem that she made the ter'angreal? I don't understand why that is an issue to you.
I read it like she, how like glass is made from sand. I read it like she made it from the sand. That she made it from the sand.
That makes more. That makes some level of sense. But to me, like it's just that's not how ter'angreals of that. Yes, you have this much like power.
Finn said the ogre were involved in Ruidian?
Yeah.
Were they?
Actually, I don't know about that. Because I think it was supposed to be modeled on an old time city, not an Ogier made.
I didn't really know.
And yeah. DK Moon's correct him as far as I can remember.
Did you say a lot of position?
Yes, I did. That's what her name is.
She's our favorite.
Yeah.
And that's also Jonna's name.
We did say that.
Yeah.
Also, check out tWoTcast season 1 and 2, where we role play in the Wheel of Time world within the scope of the show. And season 1 and 2 follows along with season 1 and 2 of the show. And
oh my God, do you think
Jono
Tom
plays a
will
lot
come
of pussy to come.
Tom's gonna come back for tWoTcast, right?
Of course.
Okay.
He just won't understand what in relationship to the show it is.
So to me, it just that rings hollow. But that being said, let's go.
They mentioned it wasn't how you'll work. Probably a slur.
So let's go through this one by one, and then like at a macro sense, in some degree. So
Okay,
damn
now
it.
that makes sense. Can you read it for the podcast?
I
DK
think
Moon.
Ogier used rebar for construction. Not to
Thank
be
you.
confused with
Yeah.
rebarb
Yeah.
filler. It's gonna be a 12:45 show.
They were the builders
Uh,
and leaf lovers hanging with Nim. We're not building.
Yeah.
So our first walkthrough history is
All right, so Rand goes in. We get Rand, and then he's got his veins popping out like a Lane in season 2.
you see his dick.
Oh my God! Thank you for bringing
I
that
just
up.
mentioned that for Taffy. and
Thanks.
Off screen, no one else could see this, Taffy, because it was hidden by this screen. But you were falling over laughing while I said that, and it made me very happy. Anyway, so
Oh my
John,
God! Thank you.
First off, I sat there watching it. My wife, who's usually way smarter than I am when it comes to anything on TV, didn't agree with me. I was like, "That's Rand. That's Joshua Stakowski," and she's
Yeah,
like,
it's not Joshua, by the way. It's Yoshi.
Joshua. I'm sorry. I Americanize everything.
That's fine.
It's Joshua.
Maybe that's why
so
she said
I-
no, because you said Joshua.
I said no. And she's like, no. And then the next one, by the way, quick spoiler, I was fucking right.
It's
don't
obviously
know-
Yosha, by the way.
Yeah.
Cool. Very clearly him. It's barely different. They just added a bunch of like makeup.
Do
on
we
his face
need
and beard.
this? Like, legitimate question.
What do you
Did we need it? Did we need it to be all Yosha and then two
Yes.
other
Sure.
characters later on?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
I
100%.
don't. Not that you. If you don't think so, I'm not saying you're wrong or anything, but I fucking loved it, and I thought he was great, and I
I
thought
thought it was awesome
acted
too.
the
I
shit,
also
and
thought it was cool to
it
watch
must have
him
been
play
fun
so many
for him.
roles. Yeah,
I'll be honest. I didn't need it at first, but I actually really enjoyed it. I thought he did great. They were all
it's continuity
different.
for
That's cool.
it's continuity for the show viewer to understand that it's still him going back in time. Whether like
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what it is, you know what it is to me, Jono. It's what's the leap show? Quantum. It's a quantum leap, mentality. Like
It's
you're
quantum leap.
watching the same actor, but like if he looked in the mirror, he'd
Okay.
look really different. But there's no mirrors. It's the Wheel of Time. So he's just like, they're just showing the same guy over and over
The
again. I thought it
ginger
was fun.
lineage goes back for millennia.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
quantum. They quantum leaped the actor. It makes complete sense for anybody that's
Alright,
just
fair enough.
watching it as a show. I think it makes complete sense.
So let's go with this one then. Did you need Janduin?
I was okay with that. I
didn't
thought it was
need
kind of
it.
cool.
But
What did
I
it
liked
add to you?
it a lot.
It established for well, I just enjoyed it
Yeah.
because it was cool, and I think for the show it's like establishes, okay, we're starting right with his parents. Here's how these guys are his parents. This is
Okay.
how it's. So I thought it was good for the show. Fun to watch. I don't know. I liked it.
I find it interesting that
Taffy, you have a very valid response. I
No,
liked
no,
it a
you're
lot.
like
Jono,
you're allowed.
Jono, you say your piece.
No,
Yeah, John,
I
let's
was
hit.
going to go to Joe next.
Mm.
Oh, nope, Joe's drinking. Out of time. To me, it didn't add much. We already seen half this fight, the other end, and
Okay.
if we were going to do, to my mind, kind of like string things together, it's still 3,000 years is the
Uh-huh.
next point of view. So it's a weird gap to go like, oh, one generation and then what's that?
Manduin?
200.
200. Okay.
Yeah.
Is his name Manduin? Is it?
Manduin is
Mandevwin.
the first one
Yeah,
to go
something
in.
like that. Yeah.
But so before we get to Manduin, the reason I like this, Jono, is because one, it mirrors the scene, especially as a show viewing.
The beginning of season 2. Yeah.
It's that scene that we saw with his mom. That being said, Rand has no tie to the IEL, right? Like, and granted, this whole thing is for that purpose, but I really loved the Janduin thing because it kind of solidified both of his parents were there at the same moment, which wasn't necessary, but like I thought it was a cool add-on to like the character. but it put Rand in the scene in a very visceral way. Whereas like even in the books, it's only just told to him. And then like when I have screens for this. So he ends that scene with screaming about his dead wife and his missing baby.
Sex scene.
Yeah.
But like Rand comes back into reality screaming about his dead wife, which is his mother, and then looks down at his hands and it's the blood of his fucking mother, which I fucking loved. I thought it was
technically
like,
that could be his own blood.
I thought anyway, like, but in his tying that,
You think
like
he was
that
feeling
emotional...
inside? Did he reach inside his wife to make sure the baby wasn't in there?
Oh, 100%.
He's going like this, and that's what the blood is. It's from her vagina.
Wait, was that emotion?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why do I have an erection?
Feeling.
Rand's dad screaming with his dead wife about her death and the loss of his child while Rand wakes up and looks at the blood of his own.
Yeah, that was good.
Is fucking like it makes it real to him.
Fair. That's fine.
He doesn't give a fuck about them. That the whole episodes leading up to this has been very piecemeal or like I don't know.
Okay.
Finite or shit show, whatever you want to call it,
Okay.
in terms of getting him connected to the Aiel. In the books, we have like Avienda going like, "You're important, and the Aiel are awesome, and here's why." And I have like 1,000 horse rides to tell you all about how the Aiel are awesome. You know, like this summed that up in like 1 second, and I was like,
that's a really good point. Yeah,
you know, like so I love that. You know, I don't know.
Okay.
Also,
anyway,
do you like how? Wait a minute. Do you like how they both did the cloak move?
Oh, I did notice that. By the way.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Janduin is not wearing a fucking veil.
Oh, god damn it. Don't get me started on that fucking shit. The amount of times the fucking Aiel stab people and they're not veiled is infuriating. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. Stop it.
They ruined themselves.
I get it. It's a TV show and they're like, we need to show Yosha's face. I get it on a certain level. I fucking hate it. I hate it.
All you have to do
Stop
is just quickly
leaving unveiled Aiel to murder people. Don't do it. Don't do it again.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Phil not covering central characters is going to be a thing, just like Blood Snow. We need to. I hate it. I hate it.
Blood Snow is what we call it when we cream pie my wife when she's on her period. The real question is, who is we? Next scene.
I'm sorry.
Next scene. Right after that one. We're going to check in with some comments.
I'm covering my mic from now on when I laugh at Jono.
How many times? No veil started in season 1. It shouldn't have.
Yeah.
And it infuriates me still.
Liam may be right, but Liam, what you're protecting is wrong.
How else could he
also being
hit on the guy? He wouldn't. He wouldn't and he shouldn't have.
It does feel wrong. It's very, very considerate. Anyway,
we just need little name tags.
Nomen Garden, that's a good one. I love it.
They put up their veils and it's just like Rand.
God damn it. God damn it. Next scene.
Oh my god.
It's 11.
No, I love these are all great. These are all great points.
So now we move back. So my problem is this.
So we're struggling, and then we get to the creation of Ruidian.
We move back 3,000 years here.
Yeah.
We have what I'm going to call Neanderthal, because that's a heavy brow.
That's a good point. Why did the Janduin thing come first? I didn't even think of
that. Well, it should be first. It's the most recent historically.
Yeah. But going back that far, that's a huge jump, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, to me, like it just seemed like we go one generation and then literally 150 is a very strange thing.
Or Joshua, as Jono would say.
I'm sorry. I assume everyone is English-speaking Americans. Is that wrong?
Not at all. I think that's
it's more and more correct.
Exactly what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize for Yosha and the fact that if you touch his tongue, you turn into an egg. That's on me. I apologize. Your culture is beautiful.
He has to eat you.
Yeah.
And then shit you out the other side. And then you're
That's if you press B. Now, technically, if you're playing Super Smash Brothers on the 64, if you press B, it's like that. If you press the R button, you can throw them. But that's different. Super Smash Brothers on 64, one of the best. Yeah, Cave Rant. I like Cave Rant. Cave Rant.
no complaints about the Shido being in black. Jono, do you have any thoughts on that?
I hate it.
Okay.
Is that?
You know what? That's
the
fair.
quick-
Sometimes,
Yeah.
so in response to this comment, Finns, sometimes we don't say all of the things that we despise, so we can move the show forward.
Because there are things we like.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
I liked that one chick's nipple briefly.
Jono, can you read that?
I actually liked a lot of these visions. This is from Christian Rapper more than some of the ones from the book. I only missed the one that started the Maid of the Spear. That should have been included in my
Yeah,
opinion.
I agree. Yeah, that was a.
So
that was huge.
that's. I
I
think
just
these are
picked up
fucking.
that. Were you just talking about Morin or Morin? Is that her name?
Manduin?
No,
Mandian?
I'm sorry. I came in and
Oh, Mom?
You're coming in hot. No, we're talking about this. We haven't moved past this, but the comments
we're at
were.
The Randerthal.
That's not it. That's not it.
What? You don't
I
like
actually liked a lot of the
Neanderthal?
visions more than some of the other books. I only missed the one that started the Maidens of the Spears.
Yeah,
that
that's
should have been
what-
included, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Do you think that they're the only? Well, I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do, but like, do you think they're gonna show something from Avienda or to
No.
no?
Well, Avienda wouldn't go through this.
No, but like how? No, yeah, because he's the one who's the witness to the first Maiden of the Spear.
I think
Well,
there's
I
enough
for them.
I think
For the
to
most part,
Taffy's
all
point,
of them
Jono,
are.
I think there's enough to show that later in a different way that
From
would make
whom?
sense to
That- I
different
don't know, that
characters
would
later
have
on.
been
I'm not
that's
saying
weird
I
they didn't
understand where
include
it's
that.
going to come from.
And I know they
So
have
it's
limited
like-
time, but like that would have been
Yeah.
really cool to see.
That's my problem with the Janduin thing. It's like it doesn't add much that we don't know. We literally saw half of this, at least like in season 2, where we actually miss other. To me, what's missing is understanding the entirety of the Jin Aiel.
They don't
of
even mention Jen, do they?
They do not.
No, they just
That's
say
correct.
Aiel. They
Yeah.
never say Jen Aiel.
The
once. I don't-
context-
honestly, again, I think that's a. Let's not confuse the fucking viewers of the show.
But
That's all that
I
is.
feel
to me,
like
for real.
you-
yeah.
well, all right. Let's finish this shit out. Because not finish it out, but let's keep moving.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, no, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, sometimes like
Could
when
have
I'm trying to make sense of stuff, I mix things up and I forget how I don't know. Anyways,
They say
So-
true, which is the translation of Jen. That's true. That's true. True.
Okay,
Fair enough.
okay.
That's the true. Wait, that's a
But-
different movie.
But I feel like that's missed though. Like without giving it, not to sound dumb, like a special name, it doesn't sound special.
Moving it along, we got this.
Yes,
it
please.
goes down into. He's like, yes, I'll go down to Daruidian. We get a lot of pussy to come again.
I don't think you want that. Like you'll fuck her and rattle her to pieces.
I don't know. She looks pretty sturdy.
Does she?
I mean, she's 10,000 years old, Jeno. you don't think she has meat curtains down to the floor? She might, but she can feel it, and she knows what she's doing. You know.
I'll tell you what. You know what she should do? She should swear the 3
You
O's
think she
real
got those
quickly and
chakra
just
stones from
tighten
just
that up.
hanging out with non-hippies?
If she legitimate question, if she swore the 3 O's, would that just immediately kind of like
I hope so.
Botox her back up?
Just yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
All right, good enough.
Unrelated. Do you know where I can get an oath wrong?
Anyway, she makes this Terangriel that Jeno's really upset about.
Yeah, I am upset.
Sorry, Taffy Warriors.
I am upset. I hate that. I think it's dumb. I think the Sikarnan is dumb. I think the Sikarnan is a stupid fucking thing that I'm not sure I really liked in book 14. And doing it like this, it looks like, as Taffy and I discussed on a text message thread that's not for anyone else, also Joe's on it, like almost like it could have been a cumsicle and or testicle for one of the Choden cow, which apparently don't exist, which is dumb. Oh, I did think it was dumb.
Oh, you don't like it?
Yeah, it looks like the fucking white materia from Final Fantasy VII, which, by the way,
I think it's made
Go.
of. I think it's made of selenite. It looks like a selenite orb.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
sing the
selenite.
song.
There's a song.
Yeah, Selenite. It's done by the same song as Dave Matthews Band's Satellite.
Okay.
So bad.
Selenite is a cool crystal. Pretty cool.
Oh,
It's like-
crystal.
It feels like even if it's smoothed, it still feels a little like abrasive. So that's why and even they even got the sound right when she removed it from, I don't know. Later on, she removes it and it makes a kind of a scraping sound. That's what selenite sounds. Anyways, it's not necessarily important. Just a,
Observation.
yes.
Joe, any thoughts?
I'm just trying to get, stop thinking about them calling it this. Sakarnan. Yeah.
I mean, I like Choden Ball the most. If I'm gonna weigh
Choden
in.
Ball.
Yeah.
Ball's not bad. Who wants to fill this silence?
So next up, it's the little wee hobbits.
It's the wee hobbits.
Like, this couldn't have been more intentional to be the hobbits, right? It felt like we're looking at Pippin, Merry, like Frodo, like this. Yeah. Throw the music on and just let them giggle around. It was a little too much for me, but I enjoyed it.
Have you ever noticed that the singer, like the guy that they have singing all over all their stuff, kind of sounds like a hobbit?
No, what do you mean?
He kind of has a countryish bubble in the throat type of voice.
Oh, he's got the bubble throat. I know you're talking
cum
about.
bubble throat.
Yeah, and he just sounds like he's a singing hobbit. I don't know how else to explain it.
Does he come to the door like in like this is a singing hologram?
Oh my god. Okay, can we skip right to the fact right back? Can we skip right to them killing off another black character?
I mean, we can. I don't have a picture
Joe
of him
says
dying.
yes,
But yeah, we can talk about it.
Joe loves killing off black characters, so yes, Joe's in.
Sure.
It was just kind of weird when we've talked, Anyways.
Also, if anyone should die, it's Matt's weird. Like, I don't understand why they use Matt and Perrin for the scene. It doesn't make sense to me. It felt very strange.
I think it was supposed to be. I think it was supposed to be reminiscent of the three boys before Maureen came to town and the Trollocs came in, right?
So Shanda was trying to say, and I try my best not to listen to her. Like, this is like, the point here is like, hey, we all, this is just another cycle of the wheel to a certain extent. Like, not that, because people can live multiple lives during one turn of the wheel, right? Like, we know that because Brigitte talks about the fact that she's seen this. So people will live multiple lives in one turning. So technically, my wife, despite her best efforts, is not wrong. But I hated this. I did not need these two to be there with Rand. I'm not sure I needed Rand to be personifying all of them, but I certainly didn't need. They took it way out for me. Like, this did not. This felt very jarring. The trio for me.
So you think it should have been like the 5 people from?
Did you think it was weird that they lit like a dragon firework and set it off, even though Gandalf was like, "Don't go near the fireworks." Did you think that
I
was
did
weird?
find it weird. And then they galloped on down to the east to get out of the Shire. That was a little strange.
Yeah.
This just felt fucking dumb to me. And then, Taffy, your thoughts at the end here?
I was my thoughts. I don't know.
Oh, you were upset about they killed a black man.
Well, that was I was trying to explain it away. Like, okay, maybe they wanted no, but all three of them did violence in the camp. Like
Yes.
even that. So I was like, well, they're not trying to not make the black character violent. There's just so much thing. Like I don't know. It's just kind of like you couldn't have had one conversation with someone about this.
Well, no, he's dead.
Yeah, I know. But besides that, I liked this sequence. I thought it was fun and good, and it went straight from like Mandarin and then straight into them being hobbits.
I for the most
like
part,
yeah. Sorry.
I did find it weird to have the two of them, but I found it very entertaining though, and I think that it was kind of had the happy-go-luckiness of how stupid they were. But this begins my irritation here. Besides the Janduin stuff, I think everything's been fine. But technically, we've already missed, if I remember, one of the points of view that's actually very relevant, which is as you mentioned. No, you mentioned it right earlier, Taffy. That
it was in between.
What should have been
this and the
between.
last one.
Yep, it should have been a woman coming saying that she would go with them.
Yeah,
and that to me is extremely important.
And then she's like, he's like, where's your daughter's father? He's like, he's already forgotten about her. He's ready to move on. And she's like, I think you'd be a good father. And she immediately I liked that. That was cool.
Yeah, he has no father but the spear, or I've got no husband but the spear, which is pretty much one of the most important things for Rand, and why it is that there are no men that know who their father is if they are son of a maiden. That's extremely important for the entirety. So again, the fact that that's not in here, the Janduin stuff's not bad, but give me the real fucking thing that actually happens. That's extremely important for as much of a sexist as Joe is.
Well, I think they wanted to jump straight, to have the dichotomy. Is that the right word for Manduin and going into Ruidian? Yeah, and then straight jumping into when they were Tinkers or when they were following the way. But
is that a dichotomy? But the dichotomy is on multiple angles to me.
Oh, I don't know, because I don't know if I would use the word correctly.
Yeah, no, I think you're doing great. I think that the dichotomy of gender is very important here. The dichotomy of the different cultures of the splitting of the Tinkers versus that. They're all very relevant pieces that show this culture being created, and they miss it.
Jumped straight to Lewin when to his origin story of what happened, instead of showing when he was one of the protectors and when the maiden. So I can see that's why they had to.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
So what's the next one? In the meanwhile, Joe, whenever you have the chance, feel free to show our in-between scenery, which is Mirrodin.
Yeah.
Mirrodin keeping pace. We see him, fine. See him, not fine. See him, not fine. There's one scene where Rand's just staring at him. Yeah, I don't know what's good for me. My wife's a dumb bitch. Because she married me.
Don't worry, all your black worries will be solved by Samurai. God.
Not in this series.
I mean, what? Sure. Just not in this episode?
I don't think she's in this. Oh, yeah, she is. She is.
Samurai, I guess,
I forget who's been written out and written in. And I hate that that's a sentence.
Dick. I just wanted to mention 10,000 IEL singing to a crazy man.
Oh,
to the
right.
crazy man. Yeah, that's good.
That
Quantity?
imagery is the bravest fucking thing, and
It
also
is.
hilarious.
Yeah, and how he listens to like the last one for like an hour before he just crushes him,
Yeah,
and then turns the whole landscape into glass or something, whatever it is. I forgot what it.
yeah. No, you're not
Is that
wrong.
right?
It's like a fucking
Okay.
nuclear explosion, just like
Oh, right.
glassing everything. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Again, it's bizarrely beautifully eloquent and frightening.
Uh-huh.
So what's the
I
end
did
of this
love-
Hobbit scene?
I love the end of this
Yes.
Hobbit scene. It's dark as fuck. They go there talking with grandfather, and the mother is just like, "Your face. I knew a kid. I knew someone with a face like yours. Wear a
Mhm.
veil. He had a face like yours. Cover it." And that's
Yeah, like
the
how dare you murder
background.
somebody for the first time ever?
That's the background of the veil. I think they nailed that. They nailed that very, very
agreed.
well.
Thought it was awesome.
Which makes it doubly frustrating when just a scene or two ago they didn't wear a veil. But I guess 3,000 years later, what can you do?
That's exactly that sums up my fucking frustration so well. It's like you're going back to the fucking Aiel scene and simultaneously not showing an Aiel wear a veil when he kills somebody. I'm like, what the fuck is happening in this show?
So Moraine
Moraine.
enters the ring next. Yeah, that's what happens next.
Oh,
They
okay.
Fuck.
Oh, all right. After that one.
After that one is when they switch to Moraine's point of view, by the way, Joe.
Okay.
Unless you want to just keep on this shit. Because why the fuck would you have that? Like, no, legitimately, I can understand if you're ready to just keep going on.
No, you're fine. I think there's a little bit of this.
Oh, yay, we're ready? I'm so excited. I was telling my wife, who did read these books, it's been a while, and it's just like, by the way, just so you know, Muradin's going to tear his eyebrows. She's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And she's like, even if that did happen in the books, like, there's no way that's going to happen.
I mean, he tears his eyes out, but does he eat them, Jono?
That's in episode 5.
You must be, yes.
Does he eat the eyeballs like
Yeah,
he's supposed to?
It's shown off screen. Rand is telling someone about what he saw. He's telling Matt later. He's like,
I think that's kind of my
eyeballs.
point, Taffy. He doesn't eat the eyeballs.
It
drives me crazy.
He just holds them there in his mouth, just to be safe.
They're supposed to be white froth coming out of his mouth, and it's not there, and it's very upsetting to me.
They did give a couple of good shots of him tearing his eyes in his face. Though,
they
so
did.
I loved all of that.
good.
Loved all of it. Yeah.
I thought this was actually very well done for both the entirety and the eccentricity of, well, in the middle of that, I want Mirrodin to tear his eyeballs out. And they're like, okay.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's a good detail.
Okay. Yeah. So that's we're not quite there. And Joe, unless you want to stick, legitimate question, if you want to stick on the Rand point of view before we go to Moraine,
No, just stay
fine
with
with
Rand. Keep talking.
Yeah. So before we get to more to Moraine, so we switch from what's his cunt? Excuse me. Apologize for that. To this is the problem with
Young Adon.
Joe and I. So this is the Tinker split.
Oh yeah,
This is probably the worst. Well, like, to my mind, this is the worst done. Not because of like what happens verbally, but like the lack
that
of
shot
numbers.
back there. Do you remember that shot? Can you go back to that shot you just put up?
I can't. No, I can't.
Oh,
Keep going.
Well, it looks like this thing that we used to do. This is not a memory. I never thought this would come back up. I did it once for my kids, but like at slumber parties, you lay backwards on the bed like this, and you put a sheet over your face, and then you draw a face like eyeballs and stuff, and then you talk like this. It looks like this is the face, and the mouth is still like. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Do it again.
So you lay backwards on the bed, and
Sound
you
like my
cover. You
mom.
can't see, and then you cover your face, your head. I don't have anything to cover with.
I
Oh,
know what you're
where's
talking about.
Otto's testicles?
And then you
where's your
draw-
husband's testicles?
You draw something. On
You're
your
leaning
eye,
out of the
your
frame
eyes
to
are-
describe this, by the way.
I can't do any better. I could describe it when you put Maureen's mouth and chin back.
What about his reaction to Muriarden?
Oh, that's awesome. That's
Just
such a
what
great
the
skill.
fuck?
That's awesome. That's perfect.
Oh, it's so good.
That made
Yeah,
me very
it's so
happy. So, Joe and I.
Well, so
Choden
before
Eye.
that, we have Moraine channeling to get the Choden ball out real quick.
There we go. Well, again,
Is
I
it
hate
weird
the
that
Choden
she
ball.
took that in the rings?
Oh my god, it's insane that she did that.
Okay, I
Anybody
thought that
that's
was
been
pretty
through the
weird.
arches and like knows that like walking into a terangrial with like other shit in your pockets is a bad idea. And she's like,
yeah.
let me just put Sakarn in this orb that should be called the Choden ball, as we all know, into my pocket, and then just
It should
like
be called
walks
nothing.
in to the rings like it's fucking nothing. What in the goddamn hell?
Maybe
That's
she
all I
should
got.
have taken it after.
I'll just put this in my
Maybe,
pocket.
maybe they edited it wrong. Maybe they accidentally did, She sneaks out of the rings, and then she goes and lays on the ground.
So I do love we get the first set of flickers. I think the flickers are cool as shit. I don't.
Yeah.
I miss Rand's flickers, but technically, there's nothing wrong with Moraine seeing them because like the rings show you certain futures, which generally are kind of like things you remember, like just the smallest kind of a bit about, which you can hopefully affect. Instead, we get a little bit different. But that being said, it's fucking cool. It's fucking cool. I can't disagree with a lot of what happens here. Again, it's not quite, but it's cool enough for me.
Awesome.
Okay. All right, let's talk about them. So she goes. She sees Avienda, and then she walks into the rings, knowing she has a terangrial in her, or Angriel in her pocket.
Angriel to like
Okay.
the max, pretty much. Apparently,
Okay.
because the Choden Cat.
And she's just like, "Oh, hi," and then like, I don't know. Is there something more to that scene?
I believe that's where
It
she
flips
and Swan.
and it shows the person in the doorway, and I don't know that it's Swan. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Is there something more to that scene other than just her going like, "Oh, hello"? Because
That was her talking to the camera guy.
Oh, she's just like, "Oh, hello, camera guy. You're flipping over me right now." All right.
Yeah. Next.
Well,
I hope
we
you're ready for
have
me to just yell next at you.
sliced.
Oh, by the
she's
way,
the Armelin seat. Egwene's the keeper, and they cut Rand's throat.
there's gonna be a lot of throat cutting and scrote cutting.
Yeah,
Like
of course.
there is
Yeah, why
so
would there be?
much here. Next.
Oh, we're back at next. Okay.
Yeah, we don't need to
Wait,
say anything about him.
Well, Taffy,
Like,
what did
honestly,
you say? Taffy, you have anything to say about the Moraine the Maryland and Egwene the keeper slatting his throat?
Lots of throat slashing.
All right.
Yeah.
Lots of slashing. of throats.
Unbonding Lan.
Cool.
Bonding Rand.
Cool.
Putting Lan out of fire for some reason.
Amazing.
I thought was adorable. I don't know what the situation is,
It's just,
but she's at least like, I don't want you to die. And then and then Rand's dying. And then butchering Rand in the desert. So I mean, like very, very similar scenes. I do love the red dragon coat that he's wearing all the time. Like the red
Agreed.
and gold coat that he's wearing all the time. In all the In all of the prominent scenes, he seems to be wearing the red coat with the gold embroidery, and
What do you think they're gonna? They made a lot. They made more costumes for the sequence from
Jeez, man, seriously.
for like the entire series.
Like it's a second of the camera flipping around, and they're like, "All right, everyone, stop! Everyone, change costumes."
Yeah.
And then they're like, "And flip the camera again."
Even like
God
those
damn.
the whole goth Superman villain costumes that they made for
I've fallen
the
way
ways
behind on shit.
they look incredible, but
Yeah.
that's like you can't even it goes so fast you can barely see them.
Yeah,
But those
yeah,
costumes
there's
are tits.
the one of
They're
the waves
so cool.
up later, but it's crazy. Everyone's
Mhm.
maxed out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a good way of describing it.
Like they're all.
And then the last one is we have her going like, it looks like it's Two Rivers when it's flipping
Yes.
around. I
Oh,
know this is
yeah.
like zoomed in, but it looks Two Riversy, and she's
Whose
like,
bald spots that on the left?
What's that?
that's Bran Alvear.
So about Bran Alvear's bald spot.
Oh,
Rarely
I
seen
thought you
from
said
above.
I thought you said ball sack.
Oh, that's different.
Paul?
When
Yeah,
you guys
Paul's-
do you remember like maybe you guys are too young, in the late 90s there was this thing where dudes would just take their ball sacks out?
Lanfear was behind him. Explain.
I used to hang out with a lot of musicians, so I don't know if it
behind
was
Lan.
exclusively
The
with
scene
them.
with Lan on fire pans around and Moraine blocks.
hold on. I want to listen to what Taffy was saying about
Sorry,
ball
sorry,
sacks.
sorry, Taffy.
No,
Let's
it's
talk
not
about ball
important.
sacks. Let's get back on ball sacks. My fault.
Dudes taking their ball sacks out in public and like putting them on things and stuff.
Yeah,
Did you
else?
guys ever do that?
Did we?
I was witness. Do we? Do
Yeah,
we still do
don't
that?
pass tense us.
Did we ever do that? Oh my god.
Also, the answer is still waiting for them to drop.
They would also like get each other by like they would take their nuts out of their pants and then like wait till they're, and then if your friend turned around and saw it, then they would like punch them or something. I don't remember.
That feels like the right reaction.
Hey, chat, can you guys help me out with this?
It's like a bad
know what you're
clove of
talking about.
garlic.
Do
Taffy,
you?
I know what
Okay.
you're talking about.
All right. What a bunch of assholes.
All right. So let's finish this out. So we have
I've played hockey all my life. Ball sacks being put on just about anything is pretty bad.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Women want to take their nipples out.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I feel
He's
like
right.
I feel like
Just the 90s.
okay. Maybe that's just when I was running with I got to hang out with a lot of crazy dudes. I was just like
I
the girl-
prefer to
The
think
Luchas
Lan was playing with the
matches.
Luchas matches. All right, so
I've got this so
Okay.
wrong.
yeah, it's something like a man's penis, only smaller.
That's a man's penis.
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
Christian rapper packing,
It's
packing
this
it.
man's penis.
It's fine. I'm sorry.
Chat, I was scrambling in the background. I'm sorry. I've
there. That's what we call
fallen
sex.
short of showing you anything. Anyways, back to Rand. He's going through some things, and he's back with this guy.
It's probably
Who
my
is this
least,
guy? He's this guy's grandfather, who he was just a second ago.
It's
Adon.
probably my least favorite outfit he does, just because like I can't tell how old he is because he's just scrambling around and like his voice sucks.
I mean, he's old.
It's a decent old man voice.
What are you talking
Don't you
about?
think?
It just feels I don't know.
He also, it's not just that he's old, he's witnessed horrors. Like half of their caravan got
Well, Joe's seen a lot of horrors too.
horses.
I mean, I've seen so many horses.
Their horses were
That
killed.
being said, that's why I'm such a good judge of horses' flesh.
So
I mean,
as
just
we
over
see
the
here,
years,
Yes.
you know,
this is the Tinker Split.
Yeah.
The one thing that is a salvage I saw on my rewatch is that what's his name?
what do you mean the
Joe
one
Nye?
thing that's a salvage? This is a perfectly fine.
Hold on,
scene.
real quick.
All
Like,
right.
I was briefly losing my fucking mind that it's just him. Like there are so few people. That's not how this is work. Because technically, there should be tens of thousands of Aiel. And I say Aiel, no Jin needed. It's just Aiel right now.
Uh-huh.
And they botched the Jin part earlier in the show, but later in history. But right now there should be tens of thousands of fucking wagons with them. The only thing that kind of saves them is that they said that, like, others are coming. The last male channeler has been subdued. So this is the Tinker split.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember during this part, actually, Jodenai loses his mind briefly because we actually see the red door frame, but a lot of other wagons are kind of like moved and misused, and shit that's in them is like dropped, which is kind of what we can assume creates things like the Great Hoarding and Tyr and whatever the fuck happens in Abu Dar, because they're just thrown off willy-nilly. So I kind of hate the fact that this dude pulls his own fucking wagon by hand after this, alone with a kid.
Mm-hmm.
To my mind, that's like, yeah, you fucked it up. You've given yourself an explanation that's cheap, but you fucked it up.
Uh-huh. Well, what would you imagine would have been a better? You think there should have been more
CGI, another 100,000 fucking people behind him, because the numbers don't make sense.
Okay.
Just I don't need real people.
So it's not
Real people.
like we don't want to see just like what happened at one wagon. You want to see the entirety of that.
Yeah, the point is that like half these fucking people left, or maybe not half, but like that this was a massive population. Like this was a group. It's not like it was like 10% of the world. It's not like it's a fucking billion people, but it's tens or even hundreds of thousands. Maybe they had 10,000 wagons with 10,000 Korra.
But were they all in the
same
spot at that time, or were they spread apart looking for?
Well, this is the first.
Yeah, this is just one ancestor going through something.
But this is the first instance we've heard where, according to the show, no offense, they are not all together.
Okay.
Here,
all right. So here's the thing, though. This is also how it plays out in the books, though. Like they're not all together.
Yes, they are.
The 10 fucking wagons that are around in that scene aren't all of the fucking wagons.
No shit. There's 10,000 wagons.
I'm just saying. I think the show does a good job of showing what's in the books, because that's kind of what the books show.
But I feel like the scope is lost here. There's one wagon. There's one dickhead pulling a wagon at the end of this. How is this the birthplace? How is this the birth of the Aiel?
I'm listening to one dickhead pulling a wagon.
It's one dick and literally pulling a wagon, which also is pretty far-fetched. No offense. Like
he's very strong.
He's really been going to leg day.
Actually, he wasn't pulling it. It wasn't until the little tiny child, Adon, the 6-year-old, started pulling it from the net on the side that the wagon started moving.
The wagons weren't gathered together, Well, he is dedicated.
Oh, okay. That comment.
Oh, you like the Saltburn one?
The Saltburn.
No one would attack a group of 20,000 people. Agreed.
Yeah, that's part of the
there's
point.
There's a lot of this stuff that makes sense, John.
Yeah, no shit. 20,000 people staying together makes a lot of sense of why they would stay together. Why it is that we see in the next scene that there are 10,000 fucking wagons together. Because there's safety in numbers. Is that not what the fuck they say all the time?
But they're not. It's the breaking of the world. They're not all together. That's not by choice. They aren't together.
It's not like they run into an earthquake and all of a sudden, like, oh,
sure it is.
One guy goes this way. I think this is like, to me, it's shit story. Like, yes, all right. Maybe they break up into like 5th, 6th, whatever the fuck. Like, hey, you go west, we'll go east, whatever the fuck. I don't know why we're never going to see each other, but it's not going to be one.
Is it actually Rosamund Pike's son, Matt Stagger?
Oh yeah, I read something about that. Yeah. Hi, Matt Stagger.
They did run into earthquakes though.
True, but not like this. Not like it's just one fucking thing.
Having pulled a 1,500 pound almost every day, pulling a wagon is slow, but very possible.
Let's remember,
Jono.
that guy's a gnome. That guy's a gnome. He's not a full
Jono.
human.
He knows what he's doing.
I don't know.
It's difficult. The difficulty isn't the weight; it's checking the terrain, which isn't mentioned in the book. Oh, okay.
True.
All right.
Very, very true.
And there were more people there, but a lot of them were massacred just before that happened. So that's why some of them.
I watch the show showing us a microcosm of what's going on. Like I'm like, yeah, maybe there's 9,000 more wagons over the side of that hill, Jono. I'm just saying.
This is why I didn't need the Janduin scene, though. I don't need the Janduin scene, which doesn't exist in the show or in the books. Sorry.
Right.
And you could show me 5 fucking wagons saying, "Hey, we're gonna go meet up with 35 here." And like that makes sense.
Okay.
These dickheads have to go fucking build a goddamn city called Ruidian.
Yeah.
Don't forget
they
that.
also condensed several of them, so it gets a little confusing because they kind of combined that one scene has like a couple of different things put together, but a different, I don't know, right?
Sorry, I was distracted.
Go
do that again.
Raids, killing 20 people here, kidnapping 10 there.
Joe, give him one on the other side.
Times.
Put a dick in his head. Go ahead, Jono. There you go.
Times 10. I'll take the food and leave the wagon.
Yeah.
They have to carry the wagon. It's got one tree in it that happens to have that one angriel in it.
Yeah, because also they weren't. I think it was
Angriel.
different too because they weren't talking about how they were like. It wasn't the whole thing of like them emptying the wagons, throwing everything on the ground, like like.
Why couldn't this have
look
been
for the
episode
food.
5?
Let's just get to a lot of pussy to come.
Yeah. Oh yes, please.
And she gives Rand the Chotem Ball, every time I turn the screen off and John's just like
he's like that. He's already got his thumb down.
Yeah.
What do you think,
I can't
Jono?
wait to hear your ratings for this episode.
This is where they do it. Like this is where Roderick is given Sakaram or Sakaran, whatever the fuck Sakarnan. My writing is terrible. Which is the compliment of Kalendor.
And I love the Aes Sedai is even like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Are you doing? Giving that to him, and she's like, they're good. They're gonna take it. I've seen it. They're kind of, and you're just like, Jesus Christ. That being said, it makes it better show wise that she's at Ruidian at the end because clearly maybe she knows something. Maybe she's been through those twisted doorways.
Yeah, she does have Latra, I believe. Did she have the foretelling? I can't remember.
I don't know. Did she?
She did have the pussy.
I feel like she'd know. I feel like she would have advised Luce Theron about going with the 100 companions to seal off the Dark One.
Well, that was mentioned too. Like in fairness, that was the right call to do the 100 companions. It gives them 3,000 years of respite.
These women playing with the ball so carelessly.
They have no idea.
Now, why would they need to give that if the men are all mad, right? Why does that need to go?
Excellent question. Why does that need to be hidden in Ruidian?
Why can't she just find out where they decide to build
she's
Ruidian and then take it?
Maybe I'm wrong, but to me
the Forsaken
it
around,
indicates that Lotta Putsay to come has seen
that
she's there in the future with it at that place. So I think she's like, it's gonna be safe because she knows it's gonna be there, and she knows she'll be there in the future. I mean, but that again, I'm reaching. That's a reach.
No, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Thank you.
But that's what I read from that.
I just love her name. That's the
totally
best thing
great.
that I've.
Let's
That
not
was
get into
what-
that. Watch some tWoTcast season 1 and 2 available now on YouTube.
If you can't guess what my name was, you should guess again.
You know, he takes it, he puts it in a little future wagon. Future wagons run out of the city, out of their future wagon strongholds.
I think so. We should probably talk real quickly.
Is that a Joe car?
Yeah, it is not. It is definitely on the ground. Yasha Strakowski has been, or Yosha, goddamn, has been incredible all the way fucking through. Like, legitimately,
Agreed.
an
Totally.
incredible fucking actor.
Yeah.
He has done like impeccable fucking work.
Oh, Jonah Roderick was the water sharing. Jonah is the okay.
Oh,
Thank you, Noma
okay,
Garden.
okay. Thank you, Noma Garden.
Yeah, I
Metal
get you.
Wheels seems an odd choice. They're protected. They're protected by the one power. Everything's powered by the one power. They clearly have lights on in that wagon.
And do you see?
They're also
you know.
powered by whips.
Do you see on the right? Are those
He's just
mid-
encouraging the whores, Jono.
That's not what
The whores.
no Jin-Il of mine would ever whip a horse.
Okay,
Metal Wheels do seem more durable.
That was-
though. And yet
Jono,
it wouldn't
it's
be.
like, what was up with that? What was
Yeah.
up with him? Like, way to leave.
The
Do no
horse is a
violence.
construct,
Very
Jono.
peaceful. And then he's like, yeah, like getting the horse to whipping the horse to go. The horse. Is a
Unless, of
construct.
course, these were horses
Sorry, I
built
yelled. I
and
know it's probably
bred.
loud.
Oh no! If the horses were bred to be dominated, then all of a sudden they like it.
I mean,
Okay.
Wadaholic said the horses
All
are a construct. I don't know if that's.
Okay.
I don't know what your feelings are.
Wadaholic has some very interesting sexual needs. Where
You
I
don't
hope
whip
they're
the
met.
whores, Jono. You crack it behind them in the air. Everyone knows.
so we actually
if
had
you
that
know anything about
conversation.
whores flesh, Jono, you crack it in the air above.
Wendy, the Winda and I
Wind.
and Taffy and I were discussing this.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Taffy, yeah.
Yeah, Taffy and I were discussing this because
I'm
It
reading
doesn't-
Light Blinded Fools.
hold on.
The whipping does seem less of a way of the leaf thing, but damn, have you ever tried to get horses to go?
Yeah, I give it food.
I mean,
you go like
rip it
this.
off from behind.
I've tried to get horses to go.
Again, Taffy, we thought about this. We talked about it earlier.
That's how I do it.
Oh God, that was so good.
That's how I do it.
So yes, I don't know. I'm sure what it doesn't sit right with me. I don't care.
I want to go back to
Jono.
one more thing.
He should have had a vuvuzela that he's all woo like to
A
get the horse-
vuvuzela. Yeah.
Yeah, a vuvuzela.
I
don't
forget
know.
how that's
Should
actually
I-
pronounced. That being
I don't
said,
know. I like it that way better.
worst sound ever from South Africa's World Cup, and I agree.
May I please?
It didn't wear on me until about semifinals. I was fine. I was fine up into the semifinals, Jenna.
Oh, okay. What,
Talk about
what,
2010.
vuvuzela?
You can go.
So Rand's struggling.
No, hold on. I want to finish one more thing though.
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
The one more thing that bothered me besides the entirety about Kalendor and Sakarnan and all that, which was the
Longest
repercussions-
episode of tWoTcast
Again.
ever.
the repercussions there are huge. But one of the things that also bothered me was my good friend Lotta Pussy to Come said,
Mhm.
keep these oaths, stay to the way of leaf, promise me, swear to me. And like that happens in the books,
Uh-huh.
but the way it's done is it's so like the Aiel laughed so like what the fuck? That's core to us. That is us. And I think that's one of the things that's missing is it like yes, we see that they come from the way of the leaf, but like I don't think it's really ingrained enough. that they are the way of the leaf.
Uh-huh.
Even though we see, multiple viewpoints, to my mind, it's really not pushed in that they are the way of the leaf. The way of the leaf is not them; it's the opposite. They embody it in every step of their fucking life.
Uh-huh.
And I feel like that time where they're told, keep with your oaths, don't break it. And their response is like stunned laughter because it's anathema. It's impossible to imagine for them. I think that that's key, and it's not there.
Do you think that I think she's so emphatic about it because she knows the future,
Yeah.
right? So she's like trying to, and that's the only thing that I could think of is like, listen,
I
this
think
shit's going to be hard. I can't emphasize how hard this shit's going to get for you. It's going to be bad.
I
But
think
you
you're
got to
right.
stay with it. I don't know.
But the reaction from the Aiel to me is missing. I think that you're exactly right on what the Aes Sedai would feel. But the reaction from the Aiel is, hey, Taffy, I need you to stay, whatever the fuck you feel like are your core principles, keep them to what your response would be.
Yeah,
They're my core
dumbass.
principles.
Right.
Like, yeah.
The only thing
Like-
I could think of was like the whole part of this is showing that they used to serve the Aes Sedai. And so it kind of shows
That's
them
also
being,
missing. Yeah. That's really not there.
So is that what they were trying to show in that scene? Is that she was giving them a command and they're like, yes, Aes Sedai, and like that is the oath right there is the oath that they broke. That oath right there is why they created Ruidian to show them. But
Yeah.
But in a more because maybe they had to make that scene more serious because they didn't have as much time to show like every sequence.
Yeah, Waterholic, it's said, but like the reaction from the Aiel, I think is what I'm saying is missing. The reaction from the Aiel is like to my mind more important. It's that kind of just almost aghast at the idea that you would have to be asked that.
Yeah, they really pushed this oath breakers thing in the show. In the books, they felt like they were oath breakers. I said I did all of that to try to protect them. That's not shown in the show. That's from Christian Rapper.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with any of that. Yeah. Oh man, the comments are getting long. You guys are getting long in the comments.
We're getting short.
That dedication was always the best aspect about the Aes Sedai. No wonder the dedicated were the main focus of the Aes Sedai to preserve and try to get them to the place of safety. Okay. Yeah.
So what we next, Yoe? After we with
What's
Horace's. Oh, it's next one is Charn.
Well, before that, we get this. We get a little bit of this.
Awesome.
he's not chewing eyeballs.
Hold on.
Maybe he already swallowed them.
Yeah. Well, that's why I say hold on.
And there's
We
no
got
hold
time.
on. I think that's it. That's the end. Basically, after this, he falls down and collapses. By the way, I thought I had a picture of Rand. There's a shot of Rand moving through the bodies, and instead of like taking a step over a skeleton, he just decides to step on it
Steps
and crunch
onto
through
it. That
it.
was
And
so
I'm just
cool.
like, that's
It's-
an odd choice.
It's pretty early.
Yeah, it was like
pretty early on.
when he first.
It was way back, but like I was like, I thought I got a shot of it, but maybe not.
Oh,
but, like,
okay.
But like, it was just one of those things where I'm like, wow.
Yeah, that's worth
mean,
bringing up. That was
His
cool.
feet are heavy, and I get it, but Jesus Christ. You know?
Superstar.
That's all.
Hey, I
Anyway,
have a question
last
for you
guy here.
guys.
Oh yeah, yes.
Do you think, unless this is already knowledge and I just missed out on it, whatever that means, do you think Charn is actually Chara Charn, which is how the Kara Karn? I don't know if I'm delivering that the right way. Do you think that the origin of Kara Karn is because the first guy is Charn?
His name's Charn.
Chara Charn.
No. Because technically, Charn would be chiefs.
Yeah, but do you think that's where they got Chief from? Maybe his name is Chief.
Yeah, maybe his name was Chef. We don't know. It's mistranslated. They're like, he's the chef of chefs.
And that's why he's the
Well,
And
there's
he
the
just
H,
used to cook food
He's
for
the
the
last-
Aes Sedai, and then like
he's the
like
last part of the
fast
story
forward 3,000
because he's
years, they're like,
the
oh,
Charn.
the chef of
So-
chefs.
there's not much time going on. So there is an H, right? So
Uh-huh.
technically Karn versus Charn. But secondly, like Joe brought up an interesting point about like the chef of chefs, I believe, is Gene
Yeah, he's the chef of chefs for sure,
from Wet Hot American Summer.
and we all know that. We all know that
Okay.
because
just
he
was
shows
wondering.
people the way, Jono. I don't know. I don't know if you knew.
Oh,
that
I
or
don't
not.
know. I see an overlap happening.
He's
Yeah.
shown people the way before. He'll probably do it again.
It's not about the girl, Rand. It's
Oh,
not?
It's not.
Well, it
Well, it is.
It is.
True, that's where they were in the threefold. Oh, Wanaholic. What did Wanaholic say?
Oh.
I all thought they had failed the Aes Sedai. Yeah, that's
Correct. Yeah.
fair. Charmander.
Yes, Charmander.
No, that's that. So
Now we're starting a whole slew of other.
It's the evolution. Iris Bear is the evolution.
God
It's
damn it! It's
Charn,
1 o'clock.
Charn.
It's 12:40. Next.
And then
Next.
his final evolution is Kara Karn.
I mean,
So-
in fairness,
so
John, I was
Charn.
trying to bring us to next.
Thank you. So
Landfear,
Uh,
floaty ball, Charn in the fields. I mean, like, what? Is it weird that she spent so much time with him in the globe and was like, "Hey, you should go down there. It's totally fine. Everything's cool."
no, that's in there. That's in the book.
Yeah, I know. I just thought it was a little strange.
Why?
Well,
It just
I don't
seems
remember.
weird that
I
an
thought-
Aes Sedai is like super paladin around with like a Jedi.
They
you know,
all
that's
do.
just like-
We all do.
we all do.
Sorry, that was my Home Alone. That's like they're like extremely personal. Like they are servants. So
Which is why he's hung later. By the way, that was sad that we didn't see that one. I kind of would have wished. I wish that connective tissue was there. In all seriousness, I know.
Oh,
I think
his,
it adds a
of
lot.
his grandpa or
Yeah, so
Yeah.
he
Yes,
gets
technically
hung
it is.
later as an older person, and like you.
yeah, because he wouldn't shut the fuck up about serving land.
Because he's just like, Lanfear's the best. Are you?
She
seeing
wasn't
Lanfear?"
always evil. She was my best friend.
And then when
Yeah.
the boar's created, he's like, "Yeah, she's not that great.
Yeah.
She let me look at her vagina one time.
Just one time from below.
Well, you can't look at it from above.
You just got to from way below though. I mean, like he's on the ground, she's up in the globe.
Using that scythe to trim her pubes.
Oh goddamn!
Anyway,
what did
so
you
the
guys
one
think about
problem I've got
this?
here, I thought it looked amazing.
Fuck Jesus Christ! What?
Oh, hold on.
Ja-
Go back one
Jaffe?
scene. Go back one scene.
Yes.
I didn't love the fact that technically the Aiel ran away. Let's be honest.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're so I don't have a
They
shot of
should
that.
be
They
running
are running
too.
through the fields, but
They should be running too.
What
Those
do
are
you
the
think about the
bravest
fact
fucking
that?
people.
What do you think about the fact that women were singing as well? Does that make?
Well, I
you
don't like to hear their voices, but I respect their singing abilities.
I remember reading this
the stream
the
will
first
never
time
end.
and thinking
It
how
won't.
incredible it would be to see this, to actually see it, and now we got to see it, and that's pretty amazing. I know everybody has thought that, has read these books. They want to see this. Is it Sharam or Sharom? How do you say it?
The Sharom. Yeah.
The Sharom.
Yeah.
Celine sat on that IL for sure.
Rand didn't actually have a goatee.
I've never seen a more beautiful representation of the taint. All right, so
It's
I
not.
do wanna
Stop right there. We're stopping
Yeah,
right
it's
there.
not the taint.
It's not
the
a
taint.
fucking taint. It's a goatsea. All right. It's a
Yeah,
fucking
everybody knows
goatsea.
that. All right,
Okay. Okay, you're right.
And-
Yeah.
in seriousness, does this represent in your brain like what you think is happening?
It's not
Is
quite.
this like is this the dark wall that Rand pushes against in the end of the books. You know, like there's
It's
a little
not
bit
bad.
of there's something going on in there, by the way. This is not the fully open shot. This is the anus widening.
Yeah, this is the goatsy happening in progress.
Yeah,
It's
is this what you were like expecting when you? I mean, not that I was. I don't think I had expectations. So like when they
So
showed it to me, I
technically,
was like,
the answer is
"Oh,
no,
okay."
because if you remember where the Shaddam, like where this happens and where the boar is supposed to have been are two different places. Because the boar is at what was at one point an idyllic island, and therefore, like it was a place very far removed from society. Like it was just randomly there. As opposed to being, this is supposed to be adjacent to one of the largest metropolitan areas.
Is that the same island where all the feral dudes go and live?
No, that's just unintentionally different.
Okay. No.
I assume you're talking about like the Isle of the Madmen.
Yes.
Yeah,
Chris
so
Rapper,
that's
he misspoke. He knows what he's saying.
Yeah.
So
This will be bigger by the end. Well, we all agree.
But I
Definitely gonna be
visibly,
torn
I
open.
think this is very cool. But technically, it's not correct. But regardless, it's fucking cool.
Yeah, I know. I really did. I loved it too, Matt Stanger. I thought it was fucking awesome.
If I remember correctly, like there's Stygian fire, which is a word you don't see very often. So black fire spouting out of it as it falls down onto a city.
Yeah, it's interesting that I don't hate that they didn't make it in the city. That didn't bother me. It was like that's a detail that I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But like something about that like cracking open, I guess I wanted less of a shattering glass, so to speak, and like more of a
cracking
threads
egg.
being pulled up, you know, like the thread of the pattern, you know, like more visually in that aspect. Not that it's bad. It's amazing. And I loved it 100%. It's just like the tiny piece of me aesthetically is like, it could look differently based on the rules of the books. But again, I love this part. That was awesome. We get Rand. He's got his tattoos. He takes a nap.
So sleepy.
It says goodbye to Avienda. He's like, "Hey, Avienda on the car." And she's like, "Yeah, cool, bro. I gotta go." She's like, "You coming with me?" And he's like, "No, I'm gonna wait for Moraine. Is Moraine out yet?" This conversation is weird to me. It was like, he's like, "I'm done. You're done." And she's like, "Okay, well, let's leave." And he's like, "Well, Moraine's not done yet." And she's like, "Yeah, I'm still gonna go." But it's for me, that was like a weird move. I don't know.
I don't get anything from this.
Maybe
Obviously,
she doubts
we know
Moraine's getting out of there, which is fair because she's like a wetlander, and from her perspective, she's like, that bitch isn't getting out of there. You know, like I don't know what's going on in Avienda's brain, but like
we know
it
she
seemed odd for her to be like, "Oh, you're the Dragon Reborn, or the Kara Karn rather." Like, see you later. Are you gonna stay? I'm gonna leave. You know, like that seemed weird.
She's seen her future with him, which, like, to a certain extent, her future is
also the destruction of the AO.
Well, but her future right now is running away from him because she doesn't want to betray the love. Obviously, the show does not grow into private. Fair enough, but she doesn't want to betray like other people's emotions. And secondly, she doesn't know. You're welcome, Iris Bear. It's definitely a goatsy. But she hasn't seen what Rand's seen.
Yeah.
So actually, her knowledge of what the Kara Karn is and what the fuck he's going to do are radically different than what we expect. I don't know if that's better or worse, but it's just different.
Avienda just wants away from Rand after what she saw.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, she saw that she fucked him and betrayed Elaine. 2 letters. 2 letters.
I know the
This is
show
dark.
went long because my pot of tea is gone.
Uh-oh. Oh, jeez.
That's
Who
not
said
that's not the only reason it went long.
What did that say? Avi is a
Oh,
little
sorry.
bit.
Let me
It
pull
was-
that.
it was
I didn't
very
show
positive.
that nearly long enough. Evian is a little bitch. Can't handle her emotions. Who cares if Rand will destroy everything you know?
Is that
Abby
wrong?
does. Oh yeah.
There
you
go. All right. So what we got here?
She can't deny
Finish this
sex
all.
cycle. All right, let's bring it home. There's not that much more other than Moraine dying.
There it is.
Well, no. Rand went to go cuddle under the
Imagine. Wait,
Aventus
go back. Go back.
Go back to this.
Imagine you got
your dick.
googly eyes on her chin. So and then she's talking and she's going, oh, but like the top of her chin is her top of her head instead, and you cover her nose.
I just
Yeah, we've all-
ejaculated.
You're talking about like doing like talking about just covering
You're
up the
welcome.
top of your face and flipping upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you have to talk. It's very funny. You should
And
do it.
then
For,
she
you
slits
should do
a
it for
throat.
your kids. They'll
This
die.
is some dark stuff. Like these flickers to finish it out. Amazing.
This is fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I have very limited images of this because I was scrambling behind this.
Go for it. We don't need them all. I
But like
I recommend
fucking
anyone
like
just watch.
well, first she's murdered by like the dark Two Rivers people that are essentially the new Forsaken, I think. And that's I don't know what's going on there. But Jesus Christ, so she gets her throat slit. Oh, there's Rand cuddling. Then it's throat slit in the streets.
Slow throat.
Murdered in the desert like 17 times over.
So
Like,
many.
a lot of them are repeat scenes. So like we see like 3 or 4 scenes of her like dying in the sand from land fear like multiple times, but then they're also repeated. This scene's repeated again. So you just see it from further away, like she's crawling down the streets and blood is coming out of her neck. But it's
Vagina.
It's another flip of the ring though. So like although it's showing us different angles of the same scene that they filmed, like it's meant to be like she died again, she died again, she died again, she died again. And
Flicker,
you're like,
flicker,
holy
flicker, flicker.
fuck, this is fucking crazy. Anyway, I loved it. We cut away from that to see a brief scene of Egwene going like, we should fucking go in there. And Land's like, she's good. Calm down. Hold on. Just give her a second. And then we get Rand bringing her out of Ruidian.
He who comes on her dawn.
Comes with the dawn. He got some cum on his face.
Where's the rebar? Do you see any rebar there?
Yeah, it's right there, back in it's
on the right,
right over his left shoulder.
Okay.
Also, I recommend everyone look at that rebar. It's right there, 18 minutes in.
Oh, I'll be looking.
Yes, please. So that's tWoTcast this week. If you have any comments or questions, the best way to find us is, of course, on tWoTcast.
At
Wheel of Time
MySpace.
Reread Podcast.
No, MySpace /
tWoTcast.
We haven't said the best way to find us is in like 17 years. And the fact that Jono said that like out of his ass, like out of his drunken brain, is just like adorable to me.
It's because he's in Let's
The
Ready
best
to
way to
Record
find
mode.
us, if you have any comments or questions, leave them below. tWoTcast theme songs are brought to you by the one and only Taffy Bennington.
I'm so happy to be here. Let's ready to
And
record.
the legendary Andrel Bard of Time.
Andrel's song is so good. It's so good. Another
Sweet
one is
Journey
Jono.
microphone.
Is he the Joko Ono?
The Joko Ono is the best.
I love how it
line.
says Jono with his beautiful Swedish accent.
He's just got it. You should see his penis. By the way.
Taffy, can I thank
It's
you
not
for
sour,
being
not
here
sweet,
to sub in for Tom
Swedish.
for all this time?
Thank you. It's my pleasure, and thank you for having me. Spending time with you guys, spending time with all my friends in chat. Let me chat. Hello.
Also, before we leave, we have a very important thing to do, Jono. Are you aware of this? It's ratings! Ratings!
Oh,
ratings!
shit.
Ratings!
Oh, the pressure.
Jono. What did you guys
Useless.
rate
No.
episode 4 of the Wheel of Time? Jono?
I don't know if I want to start. Like,
All right, Taffy.
sure.
Taffy, what did you rate episode 4 of the Wheel of Time?
Listen,
Yes.
it's a visually stunning, well-told story. Yosha himself, I wish I could give it an 11 because this one goes to 11. But I'm going to
Sequel
do
comes out in 6 months.
8.5 because I hate the fucking Sarkonnen bullshit. The Sarkonnen.
Wow. 11 went down to an 8.5.
I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It was it's
Wow, Stream Flame and you are on fucking
oh,
point.
okay. All right. I don't know. Okay. It's a gorgeous. It's really cool. I love so much of it. But that whole fucking thing with like, I don't know. It's just it put me in a bad mood for a while. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm out at sea.
You've got nothing to apologize for. So I'll be honest. It bothers me how much I want to shit on some of the negative stuff because there's so much positive stuff.
Yeah.
I remember when I realized the name of the fucking episode and I told my wife before she divorced me this week that like, hey,
Yeah, just now tonight,
Yeah.
because it's 1 a.m.
well,
Go
don't
on.
worry, she's not going anywhere. But like, it's called the Road to the Sphere. So if they fuck this up, like we know what this has to have, and they fuck it up, you'll be fucking kidding me. And they hit so many
Taffy,
pieces.
wait, Jono,
many.
hold on 1 second. Does this matter, Taffy? I got over to the Sarkonnen because we named it the Choden Ball.
No.
Well,
Does that change your score?
I mean, it makes me not for the show. I mean, they still
makes
put
me
it in
appreciate
there.
Everyone
All right,
else.
I love
did it.
everybody here.
All right.
Yeah. So, like on one hand, I want to give it like a 6.9. On the other hand, I
Jesus
want to give it like
Christ.
a 9.
If you gave this episode a 6.9, I'd be very mad.
I'm gonna go with an 8.
Okay.
Like
Wow.
a legitimately like, and you take out take out a made up Sangreal that has been massacred. 8.5, 9. That bothers me a lot. But yeah, we're gonna go with an 8. A very good episode.
-0.5 for skipping made instead. So 9.5.
Okay.
Again, the
Jono
main
is
stuff is
so
so important.
That would have been
Fair
really
enough.
cool. They could have
My
they could
burner
have had a
account
short,
is killing
but they
me.
wanted to go. I think I understand why they left that out. But
I want to see an episode of anything that Jono calls a 10.
So I'm gonna jerk off later. It's gonna be 12 seconds.
Joe the
gonna be-
pressure.
I
It's gonna
got
be an 8. It'll be an 8.
I'm gonna go way higher than both of you, which
Okay.
isn't saying a lot because you gave it 8.5 and an 8. But I'm gonna say 9.5.
Okay. It's a really
This was
really good
nearly
episode.
perfect. This is nearly perfect. This is
Yeah.
fucking amazing.
Yeah.
I nitpicked the shit out of it while we talked about it, but as I watched it, I was like, I love every second of this. And I didn't there wasn't a millisecond where I was like, what the fuck? Most of the time I'm just going, what the goddamn hell?
Something that's supposed to be comparable with Kalendor into the rings
All right, 9.
in her pocket. No, I'm not trying to change your score. I'm just trying to say that there's like really
already changed my
big
score.
things
It's a 9.
happening.
Also, first of all, I'll never give this show a 10 because it's not the book. So I mean, no, I'm kidding. I don't know.
As far
it's
as-
so
as far
hard
as
to not
looks-
go over 9. I guarantee we're gonna get a 9 before the end of this season's over.
Looking down,
And this
I'll tell you what, we're not gonna
episode
see
is
a 9.
probably the best of the season. Never mind, I'm sticking with 9.
It's an incredible.
It's a 9.5 for me.
It's an incredible show. This episode was the most fantastic as far as fantasy goes. The most beautiful fantasy show I've ever seen. It was It was really, and even just the aisle, like with even fucking Savannah and all of that. Like, I loved it. It was awesome. Cool.
So
And I
many
mean,
comments
like, there was
flying.
so much great stuff in it.
Home Alone doesn't count.
Oh,
I'm out.
10 is orgasmic. Pants must be wet. Oh,
Oh.
that's true. Yeah, I need to.
Okay.
Rafe thinks episode 7 could rival it.
Oh, all right.
Good to
Interesting.
know.
Yeah.
Good
That's
to know for
cool.
the future. Anyway, that's been
so-
ratings. Ratings.
Excuse me, Finns, if you know what Rafe says about things, can you please ask them what they were thinking when they named that globe the orb?
Yeah. Why
the
the fuck did they
Stockman.
name the globe Sakarnan?
Can you just send
That-
an email? Let us know.
I feel like that was one of our biggest upsets of this episode.
It's pretty
Huge.
dynamic. It's a huge thing that they did. I just
Joe,
don't
can you do me a
understand it.
favor? Can you read
Yeah.
Tom's like for the end of this
Oh,
episode?
yeah,
Can you read
100%.
Tom's review?
Let me read Tom's rating. Let me read Tom's
Okay.
rating.
Yes.
And then I'm going to bed.
Okay.
It's not that good. It's not that good.
It's not a very good review. Like just in general, like not.
It was just a quote from Tom. I mean, he hasn't watched the show. You know.
Oh, okay. All
We're
right.
we're building this up way too much. We hasn't
No, it's
watched the
okay,
show.
but
He's just
he did-
basing this off of us talking to
Okay.
him.
Well, he did
He
promise
just
to
said-
never watch
No,
the show
actually,
again.
it has not. It has nothing to do with us
Oh, that's
because
true.
we had not said that.
It's true. We didn't say anything about this.
Okay.
Tom,
He
quote:
apparently.
I heard they gave Demandred's rod to Moraine and made it so it can be used by a woman. What a cool idea.
Okay.
And you
That's
can you can
It's-
read that with however much level of sarcasm you want to
What
put
a
on
cool
it. What a cool idea.
it's like just even know that is making him angry. Just even know that is existing.
Oh man.
Do you want to hear something dumb? If you look at the corner, it says we've been live for 4.5 hours.
Join
No.
us next episode for the Wheel of Time covering season 3, episode 5. Just the one episode. Maybe we'll get done in less than 5 hours.
And
I'm
it's
Joe.
gonna
Say
be
goodnight,
Jono's
Jono.
birthday party. It's going to be Jono's birthday party. His naming day. Jono's naming day party.
Good night.
Jono.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
I'm Joe.
Good night, Jono.
And Taffy was here. Taffy
Goodbye.
doesn't
I
wanna say
love
that.
you, everybody, and you boys, and my
Keep
friends.
the change, you filthy animals.
Among the first to start, the tWoTcast was so smart to lovingly bash our favorite books. But that was long ago, and now they've grown the show, and now they got us in their hooks. Don't throw coins to these bastards, they need bars of gold at least. Someone please keep them afloat. Now let's listen as they once again ramble through a book. Let's get the fucking quote. One of them is Tom, but he is barely on. Sometimes he calls into the show. Another one is Jono. Is he their joker? Oh no. And Joe, is he the stupid one? Welcome to the tWoTcast. We will share our love for books and all our hate in every episode. We'll entertain you, make you laugh so hard you barely can stand up. That is the tWoTcast goal.